Annan Kingdom, and Haiphong Port. The former ports have been abandoned, and tens of thousands of people are living in underground shelters far away from the port. However, the lives of the people at the bottom inside are very difficult. Basically, they can only guarantee that they can survive without starving to death. Just people. In a luxurious room inside the shelter, the general responsible for guarding this area was working. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Report. General, there is an emergency report. Take a break. What's the emergency? Report, General. The 2nd and 10th teams patrolling outside did not return to the shelter at the specified time. We sent people to check and only found traces of the 2 teams near the port. There were a lot of bloodstains and protective clothing fragments left at the scene. Has the intelligence department found out what happened? Are they hostile elements? General, the intelligence department reported that they also lost several people. According to a report from a person who escaped, they were not attacked by people, but by animals. It was just that the people were too injured when they came back and could not be rescued. So I only know that animals attack humans, but based on common sense, it is inferred that the cold outside is now so severe that ordinary creatures cannot survive in the outside world. Therefore, the intelligence department sent several waves of people to investigate, but the strange thing is that no one came back. This time, the disappearance of these 2 teams is inferred to be similar to this situation. The general thought for a moment and then issued the order. Order! The entire army has entered the 2nd level of combat readiness, organized an elite team, and together with the intelligence department, conducted a search near the missing location to find out the specific situation as soon as possible. We cannot be so passive. Yes, General. Just a few hours ago, the 2nd and 10th squads were conducting daily patrols on the ground, wearing ordinary cold-proof protective clothing, which only had the function of keeping warm and providing some oxygen. A group of people followed the established patrol route. Arriving at a temporary base, we took a short rest here. This temporary stronghold is backed by a withered forest. The forest behind is no longer as lush as it used to be. There are only trees covered by snow. Because it is located in the hinterland, the members of the team only patrol on a routine basis, and there are no large ones. Vigilance. At this time, a team member told the team leader that he was going to go out and solve the 3 emergencies. The team member came to the edge of the woods, opened the urine valve on the protective suit, and started firing towards the snow. After solving the problem, he shook his head and when he was about to go back, he suddenly vaguely felt something moving quickly in the snow in the distance. The soldier thought he was dazzled, wiped the glass on his helmet, and found that something was indeed approaching quickly in the snow. Before he could wait, when he reacted, a large black ant about half the height of a man rushed out of the snow. The sickle limb on the front mouth parts directly pierced him, and then the 2 front legs directly hugged him up and down and dragged him back quickly. The team resting in the temporary stronghold only heard a scream and a gunshot outside, and then there was no movement. After hearing the screams, the captain and the team members quickly left the stronghold to check what was going on. They saw a black shadow moving away quickly in the distance, and a gun was thrown on the ground not far away. There was a pool of blood and some rags not far from the gun, and right next to it a dragging trail extended into the woods. When the captain saw this, he immediately asked the 2 team members to stay here, while he led the other team members to start searching. The 2 team members who stayed behind watched the captain and the other members of the team gradually go away, and suddenly felt that this vast white forest like a black hole, swallowing up everyone who goes in. Then the 2 people continued to hold on inside the stronghold, but not long after, they heard gunshots from the distance, which were brief and intense. However, after the brief gunshots, no more movement was heard. The 2 people who stayed behind exchanged views with each other. After looking at each other and swallowing, one of them said nervously, "Are we still waiting here?" The other one looked outside and said, "Let's wait for the captain and the others to come back. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If they don't come back at 4 o'clock, we'll go back and report first." The person who spoke first nodded, feeling that it made sense. Then the 2 of them looked at the direction the captain left in the distance and waited. However, not long after, they felt something approaching around them. The snow kept rolling, and the two people held the guns in their hands tightly. Then they saw big black ants rushing out of the snow. The moment they saw the ants, they were stunned. I have never seen such a big ant before, and while the two were stunned, the giant ant quickly approached and stabbed the two with its mouth parts. Only after the severe pain came did it think of shooting. Gunshots were fired, and from a distance one could see that the two men were directly dismembered by several ants, and the white ground was dyed red with blood. Then several ants returned to the depths of the jungle with their respective trophies. The 10th team on the other side had just set out from the shelter when the second team was wiped out. As time passed, when several people from the 10th team approached the stronghold where the second team was, they saw the edge of the stronghold was dyed red, and the captain felt something was wrong. He immediately ordered everyone to be on alert, and then slowly approached the temporary stronghold. When everyone arrived at the temporary stronghold, they found that the stronghold was well preserved, and there was a pool of red ice on the ground that was unknown for the time being. The captain stepped forward and began to check the scene, and found that there were some rags next to it. The captain took a look knowing that it was the fabric of the patrol team's protective clothing. The red ice cubes on the ground were probably formed after blood froze. The captain immediately stood up, ordered the team members to be more vigilant, and informed the second team of the real-time possibility of being killed, so that the team members could shoot immediately when they discovered an abnormal situation. At this time, they were the only official team outside. If the second team was attacked by someone, if there's an attack, then the attacker is likely to ambush nearby. After the team members were alerted, the scene was silent. After a while, with the sound of rustling and friction gradually approaching, everyone cheered up and found that it was coming from the snow not far away, and there were more than one place. There are them in all directions. When the captain saw this situation, he knew something was wrong and immediately issued an order. Everyone, fire! Fire freely. Rely on the temporary stronghold to block the enemy. After receiving the order, everyone opened fire immediately, and many surging snowdrifts in the snow stopped moving, but there were too many around them. With only a patrol team of less than 10 people and only small weapons, it was impossible to unable to form effective fire suppression. Soon, the first ant rushed out of the snowdrift, and the team members also saw this huge creature. The captain immediately understood that the second team was attacked by this creature. While firing, he observed the situation around him. Seeing the snowdrifts coming in the distance, the captain knew that he and others might be doomed. However, the captain was unwilling to give in and still wanted to give it a try. As long as one person breaks out, it would take so long to carry him with him. The army came to destroy these beasts. Subsequently, the captain issued an order to break out along the way he came. However, because of the long delay and not much ammunition, he failed to achieve the purpose of breaking out and was consumed to death by a group of ants. On this piece of frozen soil, the casualties of the ant army were not very large. Only dozens of ants died. As the injured ants gnawed away the corpses of the dead ants, thread-like ants began to grow on the ants' wounds. The object, and after the wound was gradually wrapped by the silk-like object, the silk-like object began to turn black. When the ants arrived at the nest with the loot, the less injured ants had returned to their original appearance. But although they were all black, but when you get closer, you can see that there is still a slight color difference between the carapace at the wound and the surrounding area. When the scheduled time came and the second team had not returned to the shelter, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, they were walking on foot. It was normal for them to be delayed due to things on the way. However, when the 10th team had not returned yet, they realized the seriousness of the problem. So he sent people to search along the patrol route, and finally found the stronghold where the accident occurred. At the Haiphong port shelter in Annan, as an alarm sounded, all the troops began to enter the second-level combat readiness state today, with guns in their hands and vehicles with the required number of personnel. The general called all the commanders and staff to a meeting. Order. The troops will enter the second level of combat readiness, strengthen patrols around the shelter, and dispatch an infantry company to cooperate with intelligence personnel to investigate the attack. Yes, Then everyone started to take action. Here, a gate next to the shelter opened, and 3 infantry fighting vehicles drove out, followed by 2 personnel carriers loaded with personnel, and then formed a formation on the road, with 2 personnel carriers in the middle, and 3 each infantry fighting vehicle is in one forward, one behind, and one in the middle position. After arriving at the scene of the accident, all personnel quickly started to be on guard. The infantry fighting vehicle in the middle drove in. Then, 2 researchers wearing white protective clothing walked out of the infantry fighting vehicle. After collecting on-site samples, after returning to the car and preparing to return, the engineers in the company began to set up a signal enhancement tower because this place is not too far from the shelter. Although conventional communication is no longer available, after setting up the signal enhancement tower, this distance can still be communicated with the shelter, keeps communications open. As the equipment was debugged, the shelter was quickly connected, and then the situation here was reported, and some personnel were said to be sent to escort the researchers back first, so that the shelter could send people there. On the other side, in the nest, the movement of more than 100 people also alarmed the group of ants. The ants who were on guard outside came back to exchange information with the queen, saying that a lot of the same food as before had arrived, and then the queen began to release pheromones. All the ants started to move. Here, the company sent a platoon of troops to escort the researchers back to the shelter. Not long after the team left, the ground around the temporary stronghold began to shake. The company commander also felt the movement and asked how to get back after leaving the stronghold. While looking around, before his subordinates could report, an alarm sounded from the surrounding guard towers. The company commander immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and at the same time asked the signal soldiers to guard the signal tower to ensure the safety of the shelters. Communication. As the black torrent in the distance approached, the company commander finally discovered that these black torrents were huge ants. The company commander looked at these big ants and immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, be ready for battle. Fire as soon as you get close to the range." The infantry fighting vehicle drove to the front for me to form a bunker, and the tank's cannon was fired out. In addition, I protected the truck and the communication squad and reported the situation on our side to the shelter. Yes. Subsequently, the infantry fighting vehicle began to fire its machine cannon and saw black ant colonies in the distance being hit by the machine cannon. Ants were constantly being hit and turned into pieces. However, because there were only 2 infantry fighting vehicles, and the most powerful one was just a vehicle-mounted cannon, so it could not stop the approach of the ant colony. As the ant colony entered the range of the rifle, the soldiers began to shoot. However, the company commander saw in the telescope that the shooting effect of the rifle was not ideal. Some bullets were due to the angle. The problem is that after hitting the carapace, it is directly bounced away. After hitting the ants head-on, it often takes more than a dozen rounds to kill the ants. However, as the ant colony approaches, the casualties of the ants begin to rise. Now, as long as the ants are hit, then 5 or 6 rounds can take away an ant, but the company commander is not optimistic because the carapace of these ants is too hard, and only rifles with more power can cause damage to the ants. Later, the company commander saw the ant colony getting closer and closer and knew that he could not resist it. He immediately ordered a retreat. Everyone boarded the truck and began to evacuate. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles began to break away. Later, after losing several people, the company successfully broke away. The battle ended, and the ant colony slowly retreated after chasing for a certain distance. After the company commander returned to the shelter, he reported the specific situation to the general. After hearing this, the general asked the company commander to go back and rest first. There might be a battle later. After the company commander left, the general came to the research institute and found the researchers inside to ask about the situation. The researchers conducted comparisons during this period and determined that the genes of these ants were ordinary ants on the Earth, but after collecting in the ant body fluid samples, dead spores were found, which were slightly different from the spores emitting radiation outside. It was initially inferred that these ants may have grown in size because of these spores. The general then handed over the severed limbs of the ants. Researchers asked them to study why ants' carapace is so hard. In the ant nest in the forest, a large number of ants gathered around the queen. Because of the solar storm, the spores underwent wonderful changes and formed a symbiotic relationship with the ants. The ants' bodies supported the giant ants, the required structure, and when the number increases, the wisdom of the colony begins to increase. This time, because of the death of many ants, the queen ant felt uneasy and felt that these foods were a threat. In order to ensure the safety of the colony, all these foods need to be killed. Then, the ant colony began to continuously transport organic and inorganic matter to the queen, and the queen began to lay eggs. All of these eggs were soldier ants, and a small number of worker ants began to follow the route of the military retreat. The route begins in search of these food nests. A few days later, after continuous egg laying in the ant nest, many soldier ants have hatched. On the other side, the worker ants have found the shelter in Haiphong Port. However, because the walls inside the shelter have been reinforced, so these worker ants can't get into it. In the past few days, the situation in the shelter was not optimistic. The people heard about these giant ants, so under the promotion of some people, the news that the military was defeated by the mutants and was ready to abandon the shelter and escape began to spread. The troops were also waiting to find a way to deal with these ants. After all, their supplies were limited and the ammunition reserves were not very sufficient. Therefore, they would not act rashly before finding the queen of this ant colony. In this way, the situation calmed down strangely, and both sides were stalling for time. In the institute, the general took the report, which said that after research, it was found that the shell on the surface of the ant's limb was integrated with a variety of metal minerals, with a strength equivalent to 3 mm steel plate, and the top of the limb had a very sharp side. After experiments, ordinary bulletproof vests could not resist scratches or punctures. The general took a breath when he saw this result. Now he couldn't understand this world more and more. Ordinary ants could grow so big and so hard. Is there really a future for humans? Afterwards, the general began to prepare for war with all his strength. It was hard to sleep and eat with such a neighbor next to him. Then the general ordered to start the full production of weapons and ammunition, especially large-caliber machine gun bullets and artillery ammunition. In the following days, with full production, they were finally ready to start a decisive battle with the ants. Then, the general ordered all combatants to go out except for some who stay behind. As the army moved forward, the biological instinct of the queen ant felt the danger and began to call all ants back, and then sent out worker ants for reconnaissance. When the troops reached the initial low point of the accident, the ants also rushed over like a tide, and all the firepower began to fire immediately. The artillery in the rear started to fire directly, exploding in the ant colony. One by one, the ants were blown up, but the ants were not vegetarians. The flying male ants began to charge from the air. Amid screams, the male ants were all annihilated. As the artillery fire extended, the ants began to lose strength, and the queen ant also felt that her children had suffered heavy casualties. She became impatient and wanted to escape from this place. However, due to mutation, the queen ant has become very large, and because she needs to lay eggs, the queen ant moves very slowly. So, she began to call on the ants to withdraw to protect herself, and carried herself to open this place. However, after the general saw the ant colony begin to retreat, he guessed that the queen ant might run away. So in order to eliminate future troubles, the general began to chase after everyone. After several hours of intense fighting, the ant colony was finally wiped out, but the army itself also suffered heavy losses. After seeing that there was no hope of escape, the queen ant began to fight to the death and rushed forward recklessly, taking away many people in the end. However, the general felt it was worth it. After all, if the queen ant was given time to grow, it would not be so easy to eliminate her later. Afterwards, the general ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up and at the same time notified the shelter to send more trucks to take back the bodies of the ants, as the ant shells were good stuff. Afterwards, the general drove back to the shelter. On the southwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of soldiers wearing armor were advancing. The squad leader led other members in front and walked along the border. After walking for a while, they came to an abandoned post not far away and prepared to go here. Take a rest. 2 people were left on guard, and 4 people went to look for materials to strengthen the outpost. The squad leader Chen and the technician Dong, he and the squad together. The squad leader opened his individual soldier terminal. After inputting his fingerprint, the computer interface displayed nearby there are small dots scattered along the national border line. These are the motion detectors that the country previously deployed at the border. A layer is arranged along the borderline so that if there's a large-scale immigration behavior, it will be discovered in advance. But now, through Chunji's terminal, we can see that several adjacent detectors on their patrol route are offline. So this time they go out to patrol and repair the offline detectors. After repairing for a while, the team set off again. After an hour of hard walking, they finally reached the vicinity of several offline detectors. Chunji opened the terminal, and based on the positioning between the terminal and the detector, began to move toward the nearest detector. The instrument goes away. After the team members arrived at the location, they found that the detector had been dug out by something and cut into 2 halves. Then, Chunji asked everyone to be alert, picked up the 2-half detector, and observed it. I saw that the fracture surface of the detector was not very neat, and the crack was very strange. Chunji looked at the crack and felt as if it had been torn apart directly. However, Chunji felt that his idea was a bit ridiculous. Except for some professional equipment, in this wasteland, is there anything else in the countryside that can tear this detector apart? It's just like myself, who has so much power when wearing a battle armor. Battle armor? Chunji suddenly realized that it couldn't be the entry of armed forces from another country, right? Then Chunji asked everyone to be alert and began to search for traces around them. As they searched, everyone found strange footprints on the ground. They were not human, but they didn't know what kind of animal they were. Chunji then took photos of the scene and saved them, and sent the photos back to the border shelter. Since no clues were found of anyone crossing the border, Chunji first refixed the good detector at its original location and rushed to the next one. Place. When the headquarters received Chunji's speculation about the illegal armed entry of people from other countries, it took it seriously and immediately launched an armed drone flight search. After Chunji replaced the detector and headed to the next location, not long after, the ground near the detector began to shake, and then a large black pliers poked out from the ground. After they all came out, a black pliers came out. A big ant appeared. If the general of Anon Kingdom saw this ant, he would definitely think that something had slipped through the net and escaped. In fact, this ant belongs to another group that lives in this area. After this ant came out, it first came to the detector and directly tore the detector in half with its front jaws. Chunji walked to the second disconnected location and had just replaced the detector. After starting up, nothing was seen. The previous detector actually went offline again. Chunji reacted immediately and probably destroyed the detector. The culprit is always nearby and never leaves. Later, Chunji led the team members to find a back slope and lay there waiting for the arrival of the culprit. And here, after this ant destroyed the detector, and just after allowing you to return, you felt that another detector not far away was resurrected again. You immediately stopped and turned back to where Chunji and the others were. On Chunji's side, after everyone was ready, they waited quietly. After a while, Chunji saw a black shadow walking over in the distance. Through the zoom function of the helmet, he found that it was an enlarged version of an ant. Chunji immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Here, Chunji opened the battle video, and the video was synchronized to the border shelter base. Later, when the people at the base saw the ants at the scene, they knew the seriousness of the matter, because ants have always been social creatures. So even if it is just one giant ant, there may be an ant kingdom behind this ant. So the superiors immediately ordered Chunji's team not to act rashly for the time being. If they are not discovered, then they should not move, try to maintain restraint, and wait for support. Subsequently, the military commander issued an order for the nearby bomb-carrying drone to go to support first, ordered the armed helicopter to take off immediately, and at the same time assembled troops to go to support. At this time, there were new changes in the picture. The two tentacles on the head of the giant ant in the picture were waving crazily in the air, and then holes began to appear on the ground, and ants crawled out one after another. After Chen saw it at the scene, he reported to his superiors, "Report to the headquarters. I think we may have been discovered. Request air support." "Chen, I am the commander. I will now send you the location of the nearest armed drone team. Once accepted, move closer to the drone team immediately. The armed helicopter has taken off. Please be sure to hold on for 10 minutes. "Yes, Commander." After receiving the order, Chen immediately jumped up and led his team members to evacuate in the direction of the drone. However, an ant suddenly appeared under the feet of one of the team members. The giant ant clamped the team member. However, the quality of the armor was good, and it was just a little deformed by the squeeze. There was no big problem for the time being, but it was a little overwhelmed. Seeing this, Chen immediately picked up the electromagnetic rifle and fired a shot. After the ant was hit, it immediately received fatal damage, and then threw the team member in its mouth out and fell to the ground. Chen looked at the team members in the air and immediately activated the bouncing system in the armor, jumped up, and caught the fallen team member. The two then fell to the ground and rolled a few times, feeling dizzy. Seeing this, the other team members hurried forward to carry the two, turned the power of the armor to the maximum, and ran quickly. From the sky, 6 figures were running wildly in front. 2 of them were a little bloated, and a group of black tides were rushing towards them from behind. Chen changed on the back of the team member, then looked at the situation and immediately ordered the team member carrying him on his back. "Hu Zi, keep your balance. I will change direction on your back and face the ant tide. Is there any problem?" "No problem, squad leader." After getting confirmation, Chen put his hands on Hu Zi's shoulders, loosened the connector between the armor, and changed his face directly on Hu Zi's back, facing the back of their retreat direction. Then connected the connector and fixed the armor, and another team member on the back saw Chen doing this and immediately followed suit. Then, Chen asked another team member to adjust the electromagnetic gun to full power state, so that one-shot kill can be achieved. The next scene is like shooting at a target. When the energy of the team members is 30% left, they finally meet up with the drone team. Not far behind, more than a dozen armed helicopters are rushing over quickly. The rocket nests on the helicopters start to fire rockets. After falling into the ant colony, nearly half of the ants are killed. However, many ants just lose their mobility and do not die directly. Then the drones also start to work hard, and the machine guns hanging below start to shoot. Through the high-definition camera of the drone, the commander and staff of the rear base also see that the power of the bullets has been weakened a lot, so they immediately order Chen team to cooperate with the armed helicopters that dare to come to eliminate this batch of ants. After a period of fighting, the ant colony was finally successfully eliminated. The team members who were caught before found that the temperature in the armor was dropping. The math showed that there were cracks in many places in the armor, and it was damaged. So the commander immediately ordered everyone to take 2 ant corpses and let Chen and others take the armed helicopter for treatment and reporting. When Chen and others returned by helicopter, the other helicopters were all far away from Chen helicopter and several nearby helicopters. Finally, Chen and the helicopter carrying several ant corpses landed in a special place. This base was more sci-fi than the one he was in. Chen sat in the helicopter and watched the helicopter slowly approach an apron. Then, just as Chen was about to jump off, the apron on the ground began to as they descended. Chen jumped and quickly sat down. Then, he watched the helicopter he was sitting on park directly into the ground. Then, a team wearing white protective clothing came over and motioned for Chen and others to follow. Chen and others looked at it and then followed. After walking through a long corridor, Chen and others arrived at a hall. There were 10 doors on the side of the hall. I didn't know where they led to. Then, the team asked Chun-Ji and others to go to the scene. Waiting, he left the scene. After Chun-Ji and others saw this special team leaving, they started talking to each other. Chun-Ji was observing the situation in the hall. There is a round table in the center of the hall with a projection device on it. There are 10 single doors scattered around the hall. Judging from the layout, I don't know if they're the same inside. Not long after, the projection device in the middle suddenly remembered a beeping sound. Then, Chun-Ji saw a 3-person image appearing in the sky. What appeared in it was the projection of the military region commander. Soldier Chun-Ji, I am the commander. Since you're the first contact with this mutated creature, in order to prevent the potential danger of unknown viruses, your team needs to be quarantined for inspection. After hearing this, Chun-Ji said, "Yes, Commander, my team and I will fully cooperate." The commander nodded, then turned off the projection, and then a person wearing protective clothing came to Chun-Ji and said to Chun-Ji, "Squad Leader Chun, you will be required to live here temporarily in the next period of time. 8 of the 10 single doors are your bedrooms, and the remaining 2, one is a fitness training area and the other is an examination area. In the future, you'll need to live here temporarily and undergo regular inspections to ensure that you are not infected with location viruses. You return to the establishment." Chun-Ji looked at the researcher and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, as soldiers of the people, we will fully cooperate." The institute nodded and left here, while Chun-Ji asked the team members to temporarily disband and choose a place to live. Chun-Ji opened the door and saw that the living facilities inside were complete and equipped with a separate bathroom. Looking at the room in front of him, Chun-Ji thought that he had lived in collective dormitories before, and he never expected that he could live in such a luxurious single room. While Chun-Ji and others were being settled, 2 ant corpses were also brought into the research room. Biology expert Zhou Peng and his assistant began to study this giant creature. As the research unfolded, Zhou Peng discovered that this kind of ant is like an enlarged version of an ordinary ant. The internal structure of the body is the same as that of an ordinary ant. The difference is that in order to support the huge body, the ant's skeleton and shell have been modified differently. The degree of strengthening, first of all, is the skeleton of the ant itself. In order to support such a huge ant in rapid movement, the strength of the skeleton is 3 times that of the human skeleton. After the muscle tissue in the body is enlarged, although it is not as capable of lifting as it was when it was small. 400 times its own weight is an exaggeration, but it can still lift nearly 5 times the weight. The shell is actually designed to withstand pistol bullets at close range, which is really incredible. And the formic acid in the ants' bodies can actually corrode metal, but for glass products, on the other hand, did not react. Zhou Peng was now very interested in this kind of creature, so he began to study it without eating or sleeping. In the following days, military districts across the country were scouring the ground, looking for mutant creatures. They found one, killed one, found a group, and annihilated a group. However, according to the data collected from various places, only one has been found so far. A species of ant has mutated and prefers to live in places with dense spores. Zhou Peng's research report has also been handed in here, and he also mentioned that he hopes to send out a special team to capture a live ant for his own research, because Zhou Peng suspects that ants still use pheromones as a means of transmitting information. Maybe he can as a breakthrough point. Special pheromones are produced to induce ants to actively gather. In the report, Zhou Peng reported that a small amount of spore entanglement has been found in ants. In some key parts, the cells and spores in the ants are in a symbiotic state. The ants eat organic matter to use the spores in their bodies, and the spores' special hormones will be released, causing the cells of ants to break through the limits and grow to giant size. In order to ensure their own survival, the spores in different parts of the ants have different functions. In addition to the functions of giantization, such as bones and shells, muscles, etc., Zhou Peng then compared this spore with previously preserved spore samples and found subtle changes. After collecting spores from several surrounding cities, he determined that the spores in the outside world had mutated and the distributed organism's radiation is much less harmful to humans. But it will create a symbiosis with ants, so ants like to stay in places with a lot of spores. After receiving the report, the military dispatched a special operations team to capture a lone ant and then sent it to the research institute. After several days of intense research, they finally found a set of special pheromones that could make ants gather together crazily. Then, the Special Operations Brigade brought the pheromones to a trap built at the border, poured the pheromones into it, and then waited for it. After half an hour, everyone felt the vibration of the ground and found that a large number of ants had come here. After all the ants entered the trap was immediately activated. With a burst of gunfire and explosions, all the ants were killed. Then the Special Operations team brought a set of special instruments to the ant nest, and 4 racks with special instruments were placed around the ant nest, and the equipment was activated. The leading commander was in the communication vehicle, looking at the computer in front of him, which clearly displayed the internal 3-dimensional map of the ant nest. It turned out that this device was called a quantum scanner, which could scan the range, straight line, and designated area in the form of points, lines, and surfaces. After attracting all the ants in the nest, robots were sent to the inside to remove the last queen ant. The queen ant was affected by pheromones and wanted to go, but because she was too fat, she was stuck, so she was easily found and captured alive. After seeing the good results this time, the whole country began to take action and finally temporarily eliminated the domestic ant problem. And the latest report shows that according to internal scans of ant nests, the collective thinking of ant colonies has begun to rise. Several experiments have shown that the larger the size of the ant colony, the more its collective wisdom will continue to rise. According to data models, when the size of an ant colony exceeds 100,000, its collective thinking will reach the level of a puppy, and when the number of ants exceeds 1 million, the entire ant colony can be regarded as an intelligent creature. However, due to climatic reasons, there is no need to worry about this situation at present, because the resource consumption of an ant colony of 100,000 will be extremely terrifying, and they will shrink themselves and enter a state of negative growth because they cannot find more food. On the 20th, after more than 10 days of cleaning up, the area around shelters across the country was finally checked. Basically, a 50-kilometer radius was cleaned up. The penetration of quantum detectors was used to ensure that some high level there are no ants building nests in the radiation area. So if there are some fish that slip through the net, it will not be possible for the time being. The Institute of Biology found that the spore mutation this time was caused by solar storms. The good news is that the current spores can only affect ants. However, most of the ants have not adapted to the severe cold and have been exterminated. A small number of ants, such as those near the shelter, have already cleared the spores around the shelter in the early stage, so they have not mutated. After more than 10 days of inspection, the team members who were attacked by the ants have recovered, and the others have not been found to be infected with the unknown virus after half a month of quarantine inspection. At the same time, due to the rapid response of the entire team, there were no casualties. Information about the mutated ants was provided in time, so it was a blessing in disguise. Squad leader Chen was promoted to 2 levels in a row, and all other team members were promoted to 1 level. Therefore, Chen was happy every day after returning to his original unit. After all, it is not easy to make meritorious deeds in peacetime, and in this era of great catastrophes, they're all natural disasters, so I was lucky enough to encounter mutant ants. Naturally, ordinary people are unaware of these actions of the military, so the news of these mutant ants is only spread among a small number of people. Similarly, major corporate shelters and Chen have also received official notifications. At the same time, for safety reasons considering, the official will exclude some troops from being stationed around official shelters to prevent emergencies. After the corporate shelter received the news, it began to spend materials to strengthen the shelter, then expanded the scope of cleaning the spores, and also built a safe house leading to the ground, which can accommodate everyone, so that if something goes wrong, they can hide directly in the safe room. House waiting for rescue. Chen was still researching artificial intelligence when he received the news. Although he couldn't create something like Jarvis, he must create something like AlphaGo. After reading the official news, Chen also, after jumping down, after checking the patrol log of the drone, I made sure that there was no abnormality in the surroundings, and then continued my research. Finally, after more than 10 days of research, he finally completed the writing of the smart code. Then Chen fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. In the past 10 days, Chen has been studying the artificial intelligence code without sleep and food every day, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a day, just to develop artificial intelligence as soon as possible, so that the time of the last attack can be discovered at the beginning, and then he will have enough he had time to react, whether he called the police or took a preemptive strike, so as not to be invaded into the shelter. Therefore, for the sake of a stable life in the future, Chen would rather work harder now, so that he could develop Chen when the nanocore recognized its master. The brain and body of the brain have greatly improved the brain's thinking and memory capabilities, and the strengthening of the body has given Chen plenty of energy, so he can still sleep during the day, even though he only sleeps 2 or 3 hours a day. Able to maintain efficient work. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 20th, Chen woke up. After a simple wash, Chen came to the studio. After inputting the last bit of smart code, Chen looked at the computer screen and clicked Run. Then he saw a progress bar at the top. When the progress reached 100%, the system started running. Then Chen saw his computer fan starting to run crazily, and the fans in the computer room were also running fast. After 10 minutes, returned to normal. Then a text box was displayed on the computer screen, which said, "Hello, Creator, I am Zero." Chen was extremely happy when he saw this, and then started the audio and video programs to let the artificial intelligence take over. Then Chen said, "Hello, Zero, I am your creator, Chen." "Hello, Creator, what should I do now?" "You don't have to keep calling me Creator. You can just call me Husband. Now I need you to self-check the running status of your program, and then display it on the computer in front of me." Then, Zero began to conduct self-examination, and a few minutes later, Zero began to report. "Sir, due to storage and server limitations, my running program is now restricted and can only run at 30% performance. If, sir, I need to run it at full capacity, I need to expand the server I have." Chen looked at the data displayed on the computer in front of him and smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that the computer room was going to be expanded again. Then Chen looked at the nanocore and found that after more than 10 days, as of 10 o'clock on the 20th, there were already 3240 energy, so expanding a computer room was no problem at first. So Chen put the artificial intelligence on standby first, then walked into the computer room, spent 2,000 energy points, doubled the size of the computer room, and then combined the internal server groups to allow its computing speed is faster. Then Chen returned to the studio and asked about Zero's status. Zero said that it could already run at 60% performance, and that adding more servers would not have much effect. Instead, a more advanced architecture would be needed. After listening to Zero's words, Chen, the first thing that comes to mind is supercomputing, but the internal structure of supercomputing is considered a secret for the country, and it is not easy to obtain. Unless you join the country, you may be given access to it after a period of investigation. So this is still in the future. Besides, 60% performance is enough for the time being. Chen then issued an order to Zero. "Zero, I authorize you to take over all the intelligent programs inside the shelter, optimize all programs, use the data during this period to perform calculations, and find out the best operating plan for each system." "Yes, sir." Then, Chen saw the floor plan of his shelter displayed on the screen. The studio and computer room where he was located were already in green status. Then he saw the planning room, laboratory, processing room, warehouse, living room, bedroom, and kitchen. The power system, the water supply system, etc. turned green in turn, and then the screen became three-dimensional. The ground floor and the hangar on the roof were all taken over. Then the screen turned to show the situation outside the shelter. At this time, Zero's voice remembered, "Sir, all the facilities of the shelter have been taken over. According to calculations, the following systems can be optimized. The power system, planting system, security system, manufacturing system, and ventilation system can be programmed to be optimized. Chen said, "You first optimize the programs inside my RV in the garage, and then you optimize all the optimizable programs found in the shelter." "Okay, sir." Then Chen saw Ling go to make lunch after working. After dinner, after Chen washed the dishes, Ling's voice rang out. "Sir, the program has been optimized. Has the optimization been completed?" 0. Give me a general report. "Okay, sir. The power system has been optimized, improving the power quality, reducing the loss of electrical components, and enhancing the efficiency of the generator. The current power generation power has been increased to 3,000 kWh, and the water supply system has strengthened water quality monitoring and purification. The heating system has distributed heating on demand, and the planning system has fine-tuned the internal temperature and humidity, which can increase part of the output according to calculations. As for the security system that Mr. Attaché is great importance to, I have made major upgrades through the saved war and attack and defense data, conducted tens of millions of simulations within the program, and added many tactical response plans. At the same time, I allocated 10% of the computing power to the security system to ensure that no problems would arise." After listening to Ling's report, Chen felt that this artificial intelligence was done right. Now he can save a lot of things and can do research with peace of mind. Then, Chen asked Ling to pay attention to the situation in the shelter and notify him in time if anything happened. When we arrived at the studio, we were going to research the holographic workbench first. On the 31st, the Longwa Nuclear Energy Research Institute said that since the catastrophe, as the weather has changed suddenly and the temperature has continued to drop, the demand for energy has increased day by day. However, the traditional third-generation nuclear power plant technology is difficult to build, and the nuclear waste produced is very. The utilization rate of nuclear fuel is less than 10%, but the newly developed fourth-generation reactor technology includes fast reactor technology. In the past few years, Longwa has built experimental fast reactors and connected them to the grid to generate electricity. So in the end of the disaster, when it is difficult to collect resources, fast reactor technology that can multiply nuclear fuel is focused on research and development. First of all, the third-generation technology uses uranium-235 as reactor fuel, and after the fission reaction, a lot of nuclear waste will be produced. Moreover, in nature, the content of uranium-235 in natural uranium is only 0.7%, while the content of isotope uranium-238 is as high as 99.3%. This resulted in the accumulation of a large amount of uranium-238, resulting in a large amount of waste, which gave rise to fast reactor reaction technology. Traditional nuclear fission technology uses the chain reaction of uranium-235 to release nuclear energy, which requires cooling fast neutrons into thermal neutrons. Fast reactor technology uses plutonium-239 as nuclear fuel, and the outer layer is wrapped with uranium-238 and then placed in the metallic solution sodium. Plutonium-239 produces a fast neutron through fission, and then uranium-238 absorbs a fast neutron and turns into plutonium-239. In this way, nuclear fuel is consumed and nuclear fuel is produced at the same time, and the production is faster than the consumption. And the heat energy generated by fission is conducted to the outside through the metallic sodium solution to drive the steam turbine to rotate to generate electrical energy. Therefore, in theory, the utilization rate of nuclear fuel is as high as about 70% compared with traditional nuclear power plants, and the uranium-235 in nature is estimated to be 30 to 40 years old. It will be used up in almost every year. Information found on Baidu. Please forgive me for any inaccuracies. Therefore, the Nuclear Energy Research Institute is building a verification large-scale, fast reactor nuclear power plant based on the experience of previous fast reactor experiments. Today is the day for the fast reactor nuclear power plant to be put into operation. Later, the fast reactor nuclear power plant at the junction of the capital of Dragon Kingdom, Min and Ejo began to ignite and operate with a countdown. With the operation of the nuclear power plant, the steam turbines in the station began to be slowly pushed up. Then, after a period of adjustment, the scheduled operating frequency was reached. Then, it was seen that the original high-voltage transmission point network had been replaced and the lines had been replaced with resistant ones. Low-temperature special wires, and the resistance in today's weather is much smaller than copper wires. Then, the electric energy is sent to Tiananmen, the capital, and Sherman, and other places through ultra-high voltage transmission. And this fast reactor nuclear power plant is located in Shoqing on the edge, so this experimental group will provide power for this local shelter. In order to transform the transmission circuit in this area, the country has also spent a lot of resources and manpower. The country's plan is to only build this large, fast reactor nuclear power plant. After this technical demonstration, it will study the technology of small, fast reactor nuclear power plants, later allowing qualified shelters to build small, fast reactor nuclear power plants in their own cities. It is foreseeable that the electrification reform will be comprehensively promoted in the later period and oil will be transformed into pure industrial raw materials. And when the government was experimenting with fast reactor technology, Chen was actually very eager for this technology because he was still short of electricity. Not to mention that after artificial intelligence was developed, its operation would consume a lot of electricity. Even his own RVs consume a lot of electricity. Although you can go out for a long time after charging for 2 or 3 days, it still consumes a lot of electricity when it is fully charged. So now my life is relatively dull. I don't know if this will be known to others. I won't beat him to death. Chen then took a brief look at the technology of fast reactors. He knew the principles and schematics, but he didn't have the raw materials, so he let it go for now. Then Chen began to study the holographic workbench. Chen's ultimate goal was to realize the workbench like Iron Man in the movie. Anyway, Chen was very envious when he saw it. Afterwards, for more than 10 days, Chen immersed himself in a laboratory. After more than 10 days, he finally created the theme of the holographic workbench. However, the function was not satisfactory, so he could only when it reaches a usable state. With artificial intelligence, most experimental simulations can be done. But now Chen's work has become much easier. After Zero took over the manufacturing system, Chen can directly send the drawings to Zero and let Zero carry out production, so the efficiency is much higher. Chen looked at the time. It was already 12 noon. After looking at the nano core, there were already 3,900 points of energy. This energy could allow Chen to do many things. Then, Chen handed over the technical information of the holographic workbench. Input the nano core. Use 1,000 energy points to make the key equipment of the holographic workbench, and then use 1,000 energy points to conduct the deduction. Since the technical information is complete, Chen found that the time was greatly shortened, and the deduction could be completed by tomorrow morning. Afterwards, Chen went to have lunch first, and then continued to study robot-related technologies. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Chen woke up and found that the nanocore had been deduced. He found that the deduced holographic workbench was much more sci-fi than the one he had made, and the performance was much better than his own. Then, Chen assembled it by himself. The holographic workbench was packed and prepared to be used for transactions with the official later. Then he looked at his energy and found that he already had 2,100 energy points. Then he used 1,500 energy points to create the latest version of the holographic workbench and placed it on it. Once inside the laboratory, let Zero take over. Then Chen began to test. He first took out the drawing of the drone, looked at the three-dimensional image of the drone displayed on it, and zoomed in on one of the rotors with his hands, kicked out the external parts, and only kept the motor inside the rotor. Then Chen began to improve the motor. After entering the data, he began to make various modifications. Every time a modification plan was completed, it was inserted into the drone for overall test flight verification. After many experiments, no good plan was found for the time being. Just when Chen was patiently preparing to start the game, Zero's voice sounded. "Sir, Zero suggests that you can send the required data directly to me." After calculation and deduction, the experimental effect will be better. After listening to Zero's words, Chen couldn't help but pat his head. After doing research for a long time, his brain became dull. Then Chen entered his own assumptions and drone parameters into Zero's server, allowing Zero to fully deduce while keeping the shelter equipment running normally. Chen also wanted to see how far Zero's ability could reach. After watching Zero's deduction, Chen had nothing to do for the time being, and he didn't want to do research for the time being, so he started playing with drones. He released his micro-drone out of the shelter and began to fly along the shelter, preparing to see if there was anything interesting around the shelter. After a round of sightseeing, he found nothing. After Chen let the drone return, he was ready to go back and think about the next development. In fact, there was no abnormal situation around Chen. With Zero's monitoring, Chen would be notified directly if there was any abnormal situation. So it was possible that he had been doing research for a long time and his brain was a little confused. Chen also thought of this when he was lying in bed, so he didn't think about the idea of thinking about the next development for the time being. He planned to drive out to stroll around after the drone was upgraded and go to a farther place to wander around after the robot was built, and by the way, see where it was suitable to open a branch base. Thinking about it, Chen realized why he was thinking so much again, and then quickly covered himself with a quilt and went to sleep first. On September 2nd, after getting up, Chen checked the progress of the drone's high-lift rotor deduction and found that Zero had already deduced 3 plans. One was to increase the ceiling to 4,000 meters, and the power consumption was higher than before, 50%. The second one is that the ceiling is raised to 6,000 meters, on the basis of the 50% increase in power consumption. The manufacturing cost is also increased by 50%, while the last one is higher. The ceiling is raised to 10,000 meters, while power consumption and manufacturing costs were increased by 100%. Chen saw this data, thought about it for a while, and finally chose the second option, which increased manufacturing costs and power consumption by 50%. The first data increase was too low and would have to be improved again later, while the second option was 1,000 meters is enough. As for the last ceiling of 10,000 meters, it is a bit wasteful. 10,000 meters is equivalent to 10 kilometers, which is a distance of 10 kilometers. The electromagnetic gun that comes with the rotor drone is redundant. With the size of the drone, it can evade most attacks at a height of 6,000 meters. But wouldn't it be nice to use a fixed-wing drone at an altitude of 10,000 meters? So after choosing the second option, Chen manufactured a batch of new rotors and replaced all 4 drones patrolling outside. The rotors of the replaced drones were not scrapped. After all, their performance was pretty good. Chen restored and packaged the replacement rotors and prepared to go out in a few days as exchange materials. After all, the previous drones may not be usable on this day. Chen then planned to study fixed-wing drones. Currently, fixed-wing drones use petrol power, electric power, and petrol-electric hybrid power. Electric power drones have a shorter range, so the mainstream ones are still petrol power, and gasoline-electric hybrid power. What Chen currently lacks is fuel, so he can only vigorously develop electric engines. Chen checked the relevant development history of drones through Zero and also found some information on electric engines and turbojet engines for research. Through research, Chen found that the electric turbojet engine he originally thought of was currently not possible. The traditional turbojet engine enters the air through the air inlet and then transports the pressurized gas into the combustion chamber. After the gas is heated and expanded, the gas is sent to the turbine for discharge. If electric power is used, the gas can also be heated and expanded to reach such an effect. However, cannot achieve a better cost performance than using fuel turbojet due to the existing battery energy density and heating methods, so it is currently only in the state of laboratory research. Chen then searched for piston engines from the Second World War and found that the performance of the piston engines could meet his current requirements. For example, the Mustang fighter jet can reach a speed of 703 kilometers per hour and has a ceiling of 12,800 meters. The range is more than 1,500 kilometers. Judging from this data, based on your current needs, it is still possible to apply the technology to fixed-wing drones. Chen then logged into the current Longwood network through the quantum communication network and found information about the Mustang fighter, mainly its aerodynamic layout. Then Chen began to design the drone with the help of Zero. First, he calculated the previously calculated data. The third type of rotor was modified and turned into a propeller aircraft motor, replacing the piston engine. Then the fuselage began to be designed with reference to the Mustang's aerodynamic layout. Hidden weapons also needed to be installed, including high-altitude fast cameras, which were also studied. After a day and night of research, Chen finally designed a propeller drone. Looking at the weird drone on the holographic workbench, Chen always felt a little awkward. The pigs in the science and technology novels I read before feet, which one is not capable of flying in the air every second. Why is it so difficult when you practice it yourself? Chen sighed, authorized Zero to log into his account, and continued to search for information on the network. Due to the solar storm, the last remaining wired network was destroyed. Although the database was protected and everything was fine, the data transmission lines were destroyed. So Longwood used the existing quantum communication network to rebuild a small-scale local area network and then re-uploaded regular data into it. And major companies also use quantum communication to re-establish their own websites. Since Chen's previous transactions were of great concern to the state, Chen was given an account to log into the electronic library established by the state. With Chen's authority, except for some confidential high-tech technical knowledge, all theories were available. It is open to him, and the country does this in the hope that Chen can make more inventions, so that both parties can be mutually beneficial and get what they want. Now Chen lost his account to Ling and asked Ling to find some information on electric arrow engines on the internet and in the library, including concept drawings, etc. With Zero's search, the storage content in the computer room in the shelter is gradually increasing, and Zero's database is also constantly enriched. After a while, Zero has downloaded the data of the electric arrow engine, including the layout of some arrow engines conceived by others, and used them as data for deduction and calculation. Finally, Zero provided Chen with two feasible solutions. One solution suitable for small and medium-sized fixed-wing UAVs is to use electric duct fans, which can be directly used on small and medium-sized UAVs. Because the thrust is limited, it was directly abandoned by Chen, while the other is to use vortex fans. The working principle of the jet engine is based on the above, but on this basis, the combustion chamber is replaced by an electric heating chamber. Efficient electric heating is used to heat the compressed gas and discharge it from the turbine. This conversion will cause a certain amount of energy loss, and the efficiency is higher than that of the traditional. The turbojet engine is much cheaper, but the advantage is that it can use pure electric power without using fuel. However, after asking Zero to make calculations, Chen found that with his existing technical reserves, he could not realize this idea. The power supply and energy were too low to meet the requirements. However, Chen saw an introduction to the ion engine in Zero's database. The prospects are very good, but we will talk about this later. After there was no better electric engine, Chen began to change his original intention of using fixed-wing drones. The original idea was to use a fast support equipment to make up for his shortcomings in long-distance support. However, for the time being, he can only use propeller drones. If you have a gunship, you can refer to the AC-130 gunship. Chen also knew about the mutated ants previously reported by the official. Later, he asked the officials for the video of the battle at that time. Looking at the ant nest and the bait trap, Chen felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Although the territory of Dragon Kingdom was basically cleaned up, but there is no guarantee that no fish will slip through the net. And if new mutant beasts appear in the future, can we only rely on official rescue? Moreover, Chen has received official authorization and a license to manufacture and develop weapons. This is a privilege for geniuses. Some important corporate shelters also have gun licenses, but they are only for pistols. Even so, If Lu Chen built a killer weapon like an aerial gunship, the officials would probably be upset, so Lu Chen was also considering what price to pay to get the officials to relent. Of course, when considering these, Lu Chen did not stop and continued to design with Ling's cooperation. After several hours of adjustments and modifications, Lu Chen designed the prototype of the unmanned gunship and then began to simulate flight on the holographic workbench. The final data displayed was that the ceiling was 10,000 meters and the flight speed was 600 kilometers per hour. The empty takeoff weight is 700 kilograms and the range is 3,000 kilometers. The fully loaded takeoff weight is 2 tons and the range is 1,500 kilometers. Finally, Lu Chen combined his own electromagnetic gun technology with Gatling gun technology to create a multi-barreled electromagnetic gun using 10G projectiles with a firing rate of 2,000 rounds per minute. Later, Lu Chen built an unmanned gunship after modifications. 2 multi-barreled electromagnetic guns were installed on each side of the gunship. Lu Chen then added 100,000-pound bullets and an automatic ammunition supply device. Finally, the wind weight reached 1.8 tons. Lu Chen looked at the big killer in front of him and started to conduct simulation tests on the holographic workbench. He input some data of the mutant ants that he had obtained before, and then asked Zero to start the simulation on the holographic platform. Finally, Lu Chen saw that there were more than 10,000 mutated ants in an ant nest, and then 2 unmanned gunships were hovering in the sky. They began to frantically think about outputting firepower, and because of their condescension, the ants could not, there was nowhere to hide, so he could only be passively annihilated. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction when he saw this. At present, it seems that he can deal with the ants. Then Lu Chen began to manufacture a small, fixed-wing drone with built-in quantum communication to ensure real-time, remote control. It was equipped with high-performance batteries and high-speed cameras, and was ready to fly abroad to see if there was any ant infestation. He could do it for free, help them clear it, but due to communication problems, we may not be able to notify them. Later, Lu Chen used his own technology to design a small drone. Because it uses high-tech batteries, it can fly at a speed of 700 kilometers per hour, with a flying height of 12,000 meters and a flight radius of 2,000 kilometers. It is enough it took off from here to the surrounding Sun Country and Kimchi Country. Lu Chen defined this drone as a light reconnaissance drone and named it the X-1 reconnaissance aircraft. In the future, small will be represented by X, medium by Z, and large by USD. The following number represents the generation. Later, Lu Chen asked Ling to first manufacture 2 of the designed X-1 reconnaissance aircraft, and then connected them to the system and sent them to Kimchi Country and Sun Country. With a drone speed of 700 kilometers per hour, it only took 2 hours to get there. What Lu Chen didn't know was that the quantum communicator he used was based on quantum satellites in the sky, so in theory the official could see the movement information of each quantum communicator in the background. In fact, the official also had personnel, according to the situation in the background of the followers. Lu Chen's 2 drones were discovered when they started flying from China to abroad. Because now, due to the influence of volcanic ash, the current large aircraft cannot take off and will inhale the volcanic ash at high altitudes. Entering the engine causes damage. For rotor drones and helicopters, one motor drives the rotor and the other flies low, so the impact is not very great. First of all, not to mention that the speed of rotor drones is the lowest. Even helicopters dive. The maximum speed is 400 kilometers per hour, so when Lu Chen's speed was 700 kilometers per hour and it was a fast object flying from China to abroad, people immediately became nervous. After checking, he determined the location where it first appeared. Then reports began to be reported, and the government responded quickly. They immediately contacted the shelter in the area and asked them to find where the fast-moving object came from. Based on the object's speed and movement trend, it was initially inferred that it should be in the air. According to the movement trajectory of the object, it was found that one of the 2 objects would pass through Kimchi Country and the other would pass through Sun Country. Therefore, the official shelters on the straight line were mobilized and the military shelters on this straight line were required to confirm what this object is, and at the same time order the Coastal Air Defense Base to transmit the target identification code. Once it appears in the Air Defense Identification Zone, it will be shot down before leaving the country. After the drone flew out, Chen started to contact Yang Ming and told Yang Ming the rough data of his gunship. He told him that he wanted to experiment with this gunship and said that he would not conduct experiments in China. After Yang Ming received Chen's message, he was shocked after hearing what Chen said. He felt that he had already underestimated Chen, but he didn't expect that Chen would give him such a big surprise. After confirming that Chen was not after joking, I came to Chen's shelter. After the shelter today, Yang Ming also noticed Chen's holographic workbench and was shocked again. Then the two began to talk about Chen's gunship. Chen demonstrated the gunship to Yang Ming on the holographic platform. He then said that he had sent 2 drones to go abroad to see where there were mutant ants. If the country allowed it, he would prepare to build 2 gunship drones for experiments as a technical demonstration, and that after the experiment, these drones could be used. 2 gunships and related manufacturing materials were traded with the country. Then Yang Ming said that he wanted to ask his superiors for instructions, and Yang Ming also noticed the endurance of this gunship. As a fully electric drive, the energy density of this battery is terrifying. On the side of Yang Ming's aisle, before he could report to his superiors, the communicator rang. After Yang Ming connected it, he received a notification from the military about 2 drones. Yang Ming quickly asked Chen for confirmation. Brother Chen, you said before that you sent 2 drones to conduct reconnaissance abroad. In which direction were they sent? There are 2 drones. One is flying to the Kingdom of the Sun, and the other is flying to the Kingdom of Kimchi. What's wrong, Brother Yang? It's nothing serious. Just wait a moment, and I'll make a report. Although Chen didn't know the situation, he nodded. Yang Ming then reported the situation here to his superiors. After the superiors heard about it, they immediately sent the outline of the drone provided by Chen to those shelters. After confirming that it was indeed Chen's aircraft, they lifted the alarm and began to investigate. Chen was very interested in the technology displayed this time, and then asked Yang Ming to agree to Chen's experimental idea, and said that the official manufacturing materials could be provided, but the military would send a working group to Chen to observe on the spot. After relaying his superior's words, Chen was very happy to hear that, so he could let go and do his work. Yang Ming asked Chen for a list of supplies and began to notify the shelter to mobilize the supplies on the list to Chen's shelter. He also prepared some meat as a gift for Chen. Chen was also very happy after hearing this. After all, he hadn't eaten meat for a long time and was very greedy. Then, the computer prompted that the drone had arrived at the location. Chen called up 2 screens and saw the current status of the Sun Country and the Kimchi Country. Some of the land near the Dragon Country in the original Sun Country had been submerged. When Chen just saw it, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. It was Yang Ming who told him that it had been submerged. Chen didn't quite believe it until he saw the Sun Country holy mountain at the foot of the submerged mountain. Then Chen and Yang Ming confirmed the location of the mutant ants in the 2 countries and let the drone return. A few days later, the military arrived, and during these days, Chen also made 2 unmanned gunships using the materials provided by the government. Now, the 2 gunships are quietly parked at a temporary airport not far from the shelter. This airport was rushed out in the past few days. Fortunately, the drones are not very large and do not require a high runway. Chen met with the military personnel, and this time there were also people from the security department accompanying him. Then the military introduced the purpose of the security department's visit. Mr. Chen, can your gunship experiment reach Hokkaido this time? The straight line distance for me to Hokkaido is this 2,000 kilometers, and the fully loaded unmanned gunship has an operational radius of only 1,500 kilometers, which is still okay if the return trip is not considered. The security department nodded, and then said, then if I build an airport and charging equipment in Hokkaido, it should be fine. Yes. After getting a satisfactory answer, the The security department returned to the team with satisfaction. Then, the military and Chen started this experiment. Watching the two gunships slowly take off, Chen and the military came to the shelter to see the combat effect. Then, while waiting for the drone to arrive, Chen and the military initially finalized the transaction matters regarding graphene, lithium-ion batteries, holographic workbenches, and electric propeller aircraft engines. Kimchi Country, Seoul. In a city covered with ice and snow, two figures were walking through the streets. After walking for a while, they arrived at a shopping mall. After entering the shopping mall, the cold wind outside was finally blocked, and the two people leaned against each other. Resting on the pillar, one of them spoke. "Brother Jinyu, are you sure there are still supplies in here?" "Zaishi, I also accidentally saw a person transporting a lot of things in before. When everyone finally entered the shelter, I didn't see this person transporting things out, so I came here to try my luck, just in case something happened. If we're still there, we can get through this difficult time. Brother Jinyu, let's search quickly, otherwise it will be difficult to go back when it gets dark." These two people are Li Jinyu and Lu Zaishi. They have been married for a few years and live with their parents. Since the country is controlled by consortiums, the government's underground shelters have limited capacity. In addition, their family background is average and they cannot bribe officials. So I lost the lottery immediately. In the end, I had no choice but to go back home and join my parents in the old house in the countryside. They started to expand based on the previous kimchi-making cellar, and the old house on the ground was also reinforced and plastered. They used foam agent for insulation. The family also saw some expert predictions on the internet, so they also made some preparations. However, due to insufficient domestic supplies, the family did not collect many supplies. The food was probably only enough for their own family. The family of 6 survives for half a year, and the food they stock is all staple food. Fortunately, they can eat some kimchi. Before the disaster, the family worked day and night to expand the basement with a bedroom and a living room. They then placed 2 stoves in the living room and bedroom, and the pipes were connected to the outside. In this way, the family used ambient heating for daily heating. The wood in the woods needs to be cut down every day and then placed in an old house on the ground to dry. Then when it is almost ready, it can be taken out and used as fuel for heating. It can usually be used in half a month. When Li Jinyu and Lu Zaishi went out this time, it was because Zaishi's father had a cold and a fever, so they planned to go to the city to try their luck and see if they could find some medicine. Otherwise, under the current conditions at such an old age, it would be really possible for them to go directly. Yes, while the two were looking for a pharmacy, Li Jinyu passed by a shopping mall and suddenly remembered that when he was collecting supplies, he saw a man transporting a lot of supplies to a nearby shopping mall. And the last time he saw it, that people entered the mall directly. I don't know if they're still there. Then Li Jinyu told Lu Zaishi what he had discovered, and the two of them discussed it and decided to take a look after finding the medicine. If the real supplies were still there, see if they could exchange something with that person. Then the two began to look for pharmacies based on the marks on the map. After determining the location of the shopping mall, the two began to plan a walking route. Finally, after searching several pharmacies along the way, the two arrived at the mall. Place. After entering the mall, the two found a place to take a rest and then started looking for supplies with their bags on their backs. However, during the search process, they found that not a single wooden product in the mall was seen, and some shops had been violently raped. It was torn apart, and all the usable things inside were looted. Brother Jinyu, do you think the things inside were taken by the person you mentioned? It's possible, and in such a cold weather, he probably burns wood to keep warm like us. Brother Jinyu, I think maybe we can look for a store that hasn't been damaged. Maybe he is there. Li Jinyu thought it made sense, and the two began to search upstairs from the first floor. However, they did not find it when they reached the top floor, and all the shops had been demolished. Finally, the two of them came to the underground parking lot to see if it was in the underground parking lot. In the underground parking lot, the two of them searched for a while and finally found a frozen body in a warehouse. Through identification, Li Jinyu determined that it was the person he saw at that time. Then the two checked the warehouse and found that there were some frozen xiang in the corners. There are also some domestic garbage, and there are not many supplies left. Then Li Jinyu and Lu Zixi collected all the supplies, found a new place to put them, and then started to return to their residence with the things they were looking for. In the evening, Li Jinyu and Lu Zixi returned home. After giving the old man medicine, they added some firewood and went to bed. Lying on the bed, Li Jinyu and Lu Zixi talked about today's events. Brother Jinyu, do you think we will become like that person today? Zixi, no, we will get through it. At least we can rely on the woods behind us, so we don't have to worry about heating. As for daily necessities, we can go to the city a few more times to look for them. Now, the people in the government are all you don't have to worry about running into them while hiding in the shelter. After listening to Li Jinyu's words, Lu Zixi nodded, and then the two hugged each other and fell asleep. The next day, Lu Jinyu and the two went to the city again, preparing to take away all the supplies that they had not taken away yesterday, and to see if there was anything else that could be collected. When the two arrived at the mall and found the supplies they had hidden yesterday, they went to the place where the body was found to pay homage and thank him for the gift. Then they took the supplies and started looking for anything useful. When they walked to a private house, a man suddenly jumped out from the corner. This man had a gun in his hand and pointed it at the two of them. You two be honest. I only want money, not life. But if you're not honest, don't blame me for being rude. Don't kill me. I'll give you all the supplies. Zixi, put down your backpack. Upon seeing this, Li Jinyu immediately raised his hands and placed his and his wife's backpacks on the ground. You two slowly back away, don't do any tricks. Seeing this, Li Jinyu slowly retreated with the trembling Lu Zixi. After seeing the two retreating to a safe distance, the robber took their backpacks and ran away. After Li Jinyu saw the robbers leaving, he collapsed on the ground, feeling that he was soaked in cold sweat, and then said to Lu Zixi, Zixi, are you okay? You're really lucky this time. I was just asking for money and didn't kill us too. Lu Zixi was also in shock and almost thought he was dead. Then the two of them sat on the ground and relaxed. Then they helped each other stand up and decided to go back first. But before the two of them could leave, they suddenly heard the screams of the robbers, which made them jump. Then Li Jinyu got excited and pulled Lu Zixi into hiding. Then I saw a huge ant carrying half of the gangster's body walking away, followed by several ants, one holding the rest and the other holding two backpacks. Seeing this, Li Jinyu cheered up and took the almost paralyzed Lu Zixi back bit by bit. Finally, when he felt that he was far enough, Lu Zixi also slowed down. The two began to rush home quickly, and they did not dare to run fast for fear of being discovered. When the two people left the city, they immediately started running wildly. When Li Jinyu retreated, one of the ants in the ant team noticed the scene. After searching for a while, he determined the place where Li Jinyu had been. Then he returned to the team, his antennae danced, and then the leader ant also started dancing. Then one ant broke away from the team and started tracking Li Jinyu, and the other ants returned to the nest with their loot and reported to the queen. And just when Li Jinyu quickly returned to the shelter, the second largest island in the Kingdom of the Sun is the only remaining large island in the entire country. Many shelters have been built here. However, due to its dense population, the living conditions of the people at the bottom are worrying. At the northernmost tip of the entire island, the tsunami did not reach here due to the obstruction of the entire island's inland, so the stronghold built by the Dragon Kingdom here is still intact. On a cliff near the seaside, through the rocks of the cliff, you can see a relatively large space with relatively complete shelter facilities inside. At this time, in the living room of the shelter, 3 middle-aged men were sitting on the sofa, looking sad. Zhou Yong looked at the other 2 people and said, You too, the fuel in the shelter can still last for another 5 days. After 5 days, the shelter will no longer generate electricity. Let's discuss what to do next. Let's continue. Hold on and wait for organizational rescue, or give up this last stronghold and find a way out. Zhou Yong, I think we should make 2 preparations. While waiting for rescue, we should find a way out first. In addition, Wang Haiyang, aren't you good at mechanical modification? I will go to the ground to find a car in the next few days and see if it cannot be modified to install our signal transmitter. Wang Haiyang on the side nodded, indicating that it was no problem. In that case, I will go around to investigate in the next few days to see which gangster shelters there are. If we can't survive anymore, we will rob these people first, and then change places to continue to lurk. At this time, Zhou be brave enough to say something. Li Chao and Wang Haiyang nodded. It will be most appropriate for Zhou Yong to do this. Among the three, Li Chao and Wang Haiyang are intelligence officers who came from other places. Among them, Li Chao is a well-known designer. He opened a studio of his own and undertook the design work of some commercial companies. As a genius with an IQ of over 200, also possesses extremely high emotional intelligence, so he chose to become a famous person as a cover for his identity. Because of his talent in mechanics, Wang Haiyang chose to work as a repairman in an auto repair shop. He quickly relied on his professional knowledge and talent to get along like a duck in water. However, he was usually taciturn, so he didn't attract many people's attention. Notice, Zhou Yong is a fisherman, responsible for receiving some supplies at the beach and delivering some goods. He is good at makeup reconnaissance and unarmed combat. Now they're staying in the original safe house. But because of the disaster, the country began to make arrangements in advance, secretly sent a lot of supplies, and built several bunkers. However, due to the tsunami, the shelters of Li Chao and Wang Haiyang were unavailable. They could only use special contact information to find Zhou Yong, and Zhou Yong also determined their identity codes in the last call. However, this resulted in the materials that could have been used by Zhou Yong for half a year reduced to only a few months, and he had to save money to survive until now. Now, the fuel will also be exhausted. Except for some necessary vehicle fuels saved, other fuels can only keep the generator running for another 5 days. So the three of them began to discuss a way out. After finding a way out, they took the necessary communication equipment and supplies and left here to find a new foothold. After discussing the specific plan, the three began to implement the plan in real time. First, Wang Haiyang began to prepare materials and tools for transformation, while Zhou Yong and Li Chao came to the ground. They found a commercial vehicle on the side of the road, and the two of them worked together to push it back. Fortunately, the ground had been frozen for a long time, so there was a lot of strength left. Li Chao then stayed at the shelter to discuss the renovation plan with Wang Haiyang, while Zhou Yong began to secretly investigate the current situation of the surrounding shelters. While the three people from the Sun Kingdom were working hard, Li Jinyu also returned home from the Kimchi country. After arriving home, the two of them didn't bother to rest. They quickly told their parents what they saw and heard, and asked them to start strengthening the house at home. But what the two of them didn't know was that on the edge of the city, an ant had already followed the traces of the two of them. When a group of them started to strengthen the house, giant ants were lurking in the woods. After seeing these people, they did not rush out, but slowly retreated back and then rushed towards the city. The next day, in the Kingdom of the Sun, at the shelter of Zhou Yong and others, after a night of work, they initially completed the transformation of this commercial vehicle. The luck was also good. This vehicle should not have been driven for a long time, so there is no volcanic ash inside the engine, but some is attached to the air inlet. After cleaning, it can be used normally. Wang Haiyang then removed all the electronic systems in the car, retaining only the electronic ignition and air conditioning systems, but not the other central controls. Because the outside temperature is very low, it is difficult for ordinary vehicles to start. So after experimenting that it could be started in a shelter, Wang Haiyang installed the signaling device on the vehicle, but for the time being, he still used the power supply in the shelter. Zhou Yong, on the other hand, found several abandoned shelters in the surrounding shelters, and also found a lot of supplies inside. Then he left nothing behind and transported them all back. Li Chao started preparing equipment, such as disposable batteries and thermite in a simple laboratory. The thermite was used to break doors, as well as some plastic explosives. The Holy Mountain of the Sun Country, a new shelter was opened here as the last refuge for the royal family. And because the ground is close to this active volcano, there is no need to worry about heating. However, the warmth here has driven some animals to approach here, including some mutant animals. Due to some early laboratory leaks, some animals have mutated under the dual effects of viruses and spores, and the strength of the spores has absorbed some characteristics of the virus and formed a symbiosis with these animals. It was also the volcanic eruption that wiped out many animals, leaving only a few mutant animals. After these mutant animals ate the ordinary animals, it was difficult to find food. The appearance of mutant ants provided a food source for mutant animals. Because of the mutation, the hardness of the skin on the animals is comparable to steel, and the sea of insects tactics no longer work. However, because the ants themselves are very hard, they are relatively easy to bite. Humans became the favorite of these mutant beasts. At this time, there were several mutant beast corpses lying beside a wall around the Holy Mountain shelter, and more human corpses were lying on the wall. Commander, the battle is over, and we have lost more than a dozen people. Thank you for your hard work. Clean up the battlefield first, and send the mutant beasts to the Research Institute. I'll ask you to continue to hold on here. Yes, Commander. Then, the soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Looking at the group of soldiers in front of him, the officer felt very sad. They are all elite warriors left by my Yamato nation. They're lost here like this. I feel so helpless. The commander threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. He was ready to go to the Research Institute to see the progress of the research on mutant beasts. In the country of Kimchi, Li Jinyu's family got up and started cutting wood in the woods to make traps and reinforce houses. At the edge of the city, an ant nest composed of more than 1,000 ants was moving towards Li Jinyu's home. Just as the Sun Country and the Kimchi Country were taking action, Lu Chen's 2 gunships were about to arrive. At this time, Lu Chen was sitting in the shelter. Opposite him sat Li Yunpeng, the leader of the military region's liaison team, and next to him was his deputy Xiaolon. On the other side was Bai Xiao from the intelligence department. Yang Ming sat between them as a bridge for communication. Team Leader Li, the gunship will take more than 2 hours to reach the destination. So let's talk about the transaction while we still have time. Mr. Liu, I have reported this transaction to my superiors. My superiors attach great importance to this transaction. So Mr. Lu Chen can put forward any requirements. We will try our best to meet them. If there are any deficiencies, we can negotiate and reach a condition that both parties are satisfied with. After listening, Lu Chen thought for a while and said, since Team Leader Li said so, then I will just say that I hope the country can give me a higher level of authority in the library. After all, I don't have access to some cutting-edge knowledge, so I hope to get help from the country. Secondly, I hope to get an air route. Team Leader Li, I also know that the domestic mineral resources are under control, so I won't ask the country for resources, but I hope the country can open an air route for me so that I can go abroad to mine by myself. Do you think it's too much? Just these 2 conditions. What do you think, Team Leader Li? After listening, Li Yunpeng looked at Lu Chen and said, I need to report these 2 requests to my superiors. After that, I walked aside to ask for instructions from my superiors. After Li Yunpeng went to ask his superiors, Bai Xiao looked at Lu Chen and said to him, Mr. Liu, I am Bai Xiao from the security department. Hello, Mr. Bai, why are you here this time? Mr. Lu Chen, I heard that you used a reconnaissance drone to go to the Sun Country before, right? Bai Xiao knows all this now. Worthy of being from the security department. Mr. Lu Chen, I'll be frank with you. I wonder if I can know how far your drone can reach in a straight line. The flight radius is 2,000 kilometers, and it can fly about 4,000 kilometers if recovery is not considered. Then, Mr. Lu Chen, I hope to use your drone to complete a task, and it may not be able to fly back afterwards. Lu Chen, if you have any requirements, please let me know. I will try my best to satisfy you. Lu Chen looked at Bai Xiao and thought for a while, then said, Mr. Bai Xiao, I'm going to study the spores outside recently, so I hope to get some biological tissue samples for research. Okay, this request is no problem. In fact, Bai Xiao did not agree casually. First of all, mutant biological tissue samples are precious and not precious. Bai Xiao knew that it was easy for Lu Chen to get mutant biological tissue samples, so the condition he proposed was acceptable. Then Lu Chen handed a reconnaissance drone to Bai Xiao, and Bai Xiao took the drone and contacted his superiors. Later, Bai Xiao put something in the fuselage of the drone and then let the drone fly outside the corridor. Then Lu Chen's earphones received a 0 report, and he had lost control of the drone. Lu Chen looked at Bai Xiao, who had returned, but ignored him. At this time, Li Yunpeng had finished his report and walked back, then sat down opposite Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen, I have reported your conditions to my superiors. In principle, we agree with your request, but we need to add some requirements. Li Yunpeng looked at Lu Chen, paused, and Lu Chen signaled Li Yunpeng to continue. First of all, the National Library can upgrade Mr. Lu Chen's authority, but for the cutting-edge technology being researched in those universities, only Mr. Lu Chen can talk to them himself. We can provide you with contact information, and Mr. Lu Chen has the authority to view all the scientific and technological knowledge owned by the government, including that of the Lonka Institute. Li Yunpeng paused. After a pause, he continued. Regarding the second point, the country has no objection and can open a route for you. But if the country needs any scarce resources in the future, it hopes to get priority purchase rights from Lu Chen. The above is the request agreed by the superiors. After listening to it, Lu Chen thought about it and agreed directly. After all, this is already good. After he has a route, he can go abroad to mine openly. Looking at the resources in the sea, Lu Chen has been drooling for a long time, but he didn't have the technology before, and now the technical reserves are sufficient, so it is no problem to design a seabed mining equipment. Then the two parties finalized the terms of the transaction, and Lu Chen also handed over the relevant technical information to Li Yunpeng. At this time, the computer prompted that the unmanned gunboat was approaching the destination, and then Lu Chen and Xia Lan, who had been sitting next to him without speaking, sat on the operating table. With the access of the screen, the automatic was switched to manual, and everyone saw the current situation of the two countries. Li Jinyu was cutting down trees when he suddenly felt the ground shaking slightly. Li Jinyu thought it was another earthquake and was about to ask his family to take shelter when he saw a black line coming towards him from a distance. Li Jinyu was a little surprised and didn't know what it was. He picked up the single-channel telescope he carried with him and found that it was actually a group of giant ants. Li Jinyu was shocked and quickly called out to his family. Everyone saw the black line in the distance. When his family was stunned, Li Jinyu didn't stay still and directly pulled his family home. After running home, everyone hid in the basement. Li Jinyu closed the metal door between the basement and the ground tightly, then asked everyone to keep quiet and then quietly listened to the movements outside. After a while, Li Jinyu felt that the vibrations were getting louder and louder, but suddenly the vibrations stopped, and there was the sound of things hitting the ground again, as well as the screams of mutant beasts, and he felt that the house above him was also hit by something. Middle. At this time, Lu Chen was operating the gunship to hover in the air, then selected autopilot and switched to the weapons interface. Two rotating electromagnetic guns appeared on the screen. Lu Chen licked his lips, looked at the mutated ants on the ground in the screen, and pressed the fire button. I saw the electromagnetic machine gun firing projectiles into the ant nests on the ground, splashing bursts of unknown liquid from time to time. Lu Chen was very excited when he saw the ants on the screen being shot with severed limbs. The unmanned gunship has an ammunition load of nearly 100,000 rounds. Each of its 4 electromagnetic machine guns has a firing rate of 2,000 rounds per minute. With full firepower, it can provide fire support for more than 10 minutes. Generally, it only requires one side. The 2 machine guns fire, so they consume 4,000 rounds of ammunition per minute and can support more than 20 minutes. With Lu Chen's operation, these ant nests were quickly wiped out. Then Lu Chen took a look and saw that 70% of the ammunition was left. Then Lu Chen flew the drone to the city ahead and began to search for the ant's nest. After searching for a while, I found that it was difficult to find the ant's nest in the city due to the obstruction of high-rise buildings. I only saw scattered ants on the street. Lu Chen lost interest after seeing this. After switching the program to run automatically, he asked Ling to operate it secretly. Then Lu Chen came behind Xiaolan and looked at the situation on her side. He found that the situation in the Kingdom of the Sun was different. There seemed to be new mutant beasts, and it seemed that they were mammals that were symbiotic with spores. Therefore, Lu Chen felt that it was very valuable and planned to build a batch of drones to capture these special animals. Mutated animals. Then Lu Chen saw that Xiaolan skillfully controlled the drone and began to shoot at the mutant beast below, and the power of the electromagnetic gun directly beat the mutant beast to pieces. When the local people in the Kingdom of the Sun saw it, they were so frightened that they ran back to the shelter. After all, Xiaolan's attack didn't matter whether you were fighting mutant beasts or not. This time it was just for testing weapons. After the test, Lu Chen sent the 2 drones back home, and the military was very satisfied with this weapon. At a time when fighter jets cannot take off, this kind of rapid air support is still very important. Taking the data hard drive and the control rights of the 2 drones given by Lu Chen, the military team returned to the base. After making a copy of the data in the base, several special operations squadrons were dispatched to escort the data to Lonka, the capital. Hospital. After everyone left on the way back, Xiaolan entered the control code, changed the return location of the 2 drones to a nearby Air Force base, send the identification code to the Air Force base, and ask them to pay attention to receive it. Yes, team leader, the identification code has been sent and the return location has been changed. In addition, inform the researchers to prepare to replace the control board, replace it with our control board, and rewrite the program. After watching Xiaolan record everything, Bai Xiao said to Li Yunpeng, "Team leader Li, wait a minute. You need to give me a drone. This is a transfer order. The paper files are already on the way. In addition, I need to recruit staff from the Air Force Base to modify the drone. It also takes a while. Batch of supplies." After finishing speaking, Bai Xiao sent the transfer order to Li Yunpeng's personal terminal. After Li Yunpeng saw it, he logged into his account to confirm the transfer order and said to Bai Xiao, "Comrade Bai Xiao, make sure the order is correct. I will fully cooperate with you." "Thank you, Team Leader Li, for your cooperation." Li Yunpeng nodded and then said to the driver, "Go to the nearby Air Force Base." "Yes, Team Leader." Then the car fell into silence, and the entire convoy directly changed its direction and drove towards the nearby Air Force Base. After everyone left, Lu Chen immediately came to the holographic workbench. 0. Open the mineral resource distribution map in Southeast Asia. "Sir, it's open. We will screen out the minerals in Southeast Asia within a radius of 2,000 kilometers centered on the sanctuary, and then mark them so that I can use them later. In addition, we have retrieved the data on the robot, as well as the technical data on the mining equipment and smelting equipment. Now that the country allows us to go out for mining, we will make preparations before the notice comes down." "Okay, sir. The required information has been retrieved. In addition, the last reconnaissance drone will be sent to the Annam area in Southeast Asia to have a look. I saw that there's a large iron ore plant in the Hatin area over there. Let's see if there's anyone there. If there is no one, we will follow up. If you want this, then bring up the blueprint of the gunship and let me modify it." Later, Lu Chen removed all 4 electromagnetic guns of the gunship in the holographic projection and then added 2 electric aerospace generators. The entire fuselage was also modified. After modification was completed, Lu Chen looked at this small the transport plane, nodded with satisfaction. Lu Chen looked at the data of this unmanned transport aircraft. It had a load capacity of 5 tons and a full load navigation radius of 3,000 kilometers, which was enough for his current use. Then Lu Chen asked Ling to do some calculations and found that his current material reserves were only enough to build 1 such transport plane. Seeing that he could still make one, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just one. At worst, he just had to make a few more trips. Then Lu Chen started researching mining equipment. On the other side, in Hokkaido, the Kingdom of the Sun, Zhou Yong and the others were staying in the shelter. They had prepared all the things they needed to prepare, and if they waited for 2 days and there was no news, they would have no choice but to go out and look for a way out. Li Chao and Wang Haiyang were sitting in the living room, while Zhou Yong was cooking lunch in the kitchen. Suddenly, the signal receiver in the shelter received a weak response. Li Chao jumped up and ran to the signal receiver. After observing for a while, he saw another weak response, and then Li Chao was sure. Not an illusion. Then he called Zhou Yong and Wang Haiyang to come over. After a while, the signal received by the signal receiver became stronger and stronger, and then Li Chao began to decipher the content. Codename, hometown letter, location, express delivery. As each sentence was translated, Li Chao said, "A letter from my hometown is coming. I need to know the location before I could deliver the express to my door." When Zhou Yong saw this, he knew that this was the agreed-upon practice when he couldn't be contacted. Zhou Yong stood up and said to the two of them, "I need something eye-catching to mark as a guide. It may be something from my hometown." When the two of them heard this, they also became excited. "Zhou Yong, are you sure?" "Li Chao, this is an opportunity. Whether it is or not, we have to go and have a look." "Wang Haiyang, you are guarding the shelter. If we don't come back at night, you will evacuate immediately with your things, and you can't stay here anymore." Wang Haiyang nodded. Later, Li Chao found a bright red national flag from his luggage and handed it to Zhou Yong. "Li Chao, there is a hillside nearby. It is of a decent height. It is close to the sea on one side and is not easily seen by people at the bottom of the mountain. Let's go there." Li Chao nodded, and Zhou Yong left the shelter and rushed towards the hillside. After the two of them rushed to the hillside, they spread the national flag on the ground and waited. On the other side, the security department, after Bai Xiao handed over the drone control authority, the security department took over directly. At this time, the program prompted that an abnormality was found. The drone program detected that someone had made a mark on the ground. The operator then switched to manual mode, flew near the sign, and found two people. Using the camera carried by the drone, he identified the identities of Zhou Yong and Li Chao, and then reported it to his superiors. After the head of the security department found out, he came behind the operator and asked the operator to park the drone on the ground in front of the two people. The two people here saw the drone hovering in front of them. They didn't know what was going on, but they didn't act rashly. After a while, they saw the drone parked directly on the ground in front of the two of them, and the rotors were turned off. The two looked at each other, and then Zhou Yong stepped forward and picked up the drone. Li Chao also stepped forward to take a look. Zhou Yong checked the drone and found signs of disassembly at the bottom. Then he fumbled to open the bottom of the drone and found a note stuffed inside. There is a paragraph written on it in the internal secret language of the Ministry of Security. Zhou Yong handed the note to Li Chao, and relying on his memory, Li Chao translated the secret message. "Please do not dismantle this drone. Find a flat area with a length of more than 500 meters and build a temporary runway. Support will arrive tomorrow morning." Listening to what Li Chao translated, Zhou Yong was very excited. "Finally, the wait has come. The country has not abandoned us. Quick, Li Chao, I'm going to put the flag away and tell Wang Haiyang the good news to the shelter." Li Chao nodded, and together with Zhou Yong, he packed up the things at the scene, erased the traces, and quickly returned to the shelter. In the shelter, Wang Haiyang was very happy after hearing the news. Then Li Chao asked Zhou Yong where there was a flat area over 500 meters nearby. Zhou Yong thought about it, and thought of a seaside where there is a cliff directly facing the sea. The flat area is more than 800 meters, which is enough. Then the three of them brought 2 boxes of self-spray paint, rushed there overnight, and started marking it. Finally, in the middle of the night, they marked a simple runway. Then the three of them returned to the shelter and drove out the modified car, put on camping equipment, and waited at the scene. At the Air Force base nearest to Lu Chen's shelter, after the 2 gunships landed, the person in charge of the Air Force base looked excited and asked Li Yunpeng when they could be installed. However, Li Yunpeng told him that it would take some time. The 2 gunships were experimental model. Then Li Yunpeng asked the Air Force base to dispatch personnel to start modifying one of the gunships according to Bai Xiao's requirements. At this time, Bai Xiao also knew about contacting the intelligence personnel, then began to mobilize living supplies, mainly fuel and food, and also specially placed 3 electromagnetic guns and matching 3,000 rounds of ammunition, protective armor, etc. Then, after the supplies arrived, it was almost morning. All the supplies that could be loaded within the weight limit of the drone were loaded on it. Then the drone started to start, and after a while, it glided and flew into the distance. Here in the Kingdom of the Sun, after a night of taking turns on duty, Everyone had rested for a few hours, so they were in good spirits. 2 hours later, according to the positioning of the reconnaissance drone, the drone transporting the supplies arrived. After landing, the three people opened the hatch and saw the supplies inside. Zhou Yong and others were very happy. Then the three of them saw the words on the fuselage that said fully charged and transported back to the landing site. Zhou Yong and others smiled and hung the drone in the parking space, dragging the drone towards the shelter. In the capital of Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Academy, a convoy arrived in front of the shelter of Dragon Academy. After the guard saw it, he stepped forward. After checking the procedures, he notified the internal guard. After a while, a team of internal guards arrived at the scene. After taking the suitcase from a member of the escort team, they saluted each other. Subsequently, the inner guard used the quantum scanner to check the suitcase. After confirming that there was no problem with the suitcase, he opened his personal terminal. After confirming that the reception was successful, the escort team leader opened his personal terminal. It showed that the task was completed. Then the escort team began to return, and the inner guard he entered the institute with his suitcase. After entering the institute, the Long Academy experts received the suitcase from the inner guard and returned to the laboratory. In the laboratory, a group of relevant experts gathered together, opened the hard drive in the suitcase, looked at the information on it, and kept sighing. Seeing the special structure inside the graphene lithium-ion battery, energy experts marveled at the wonderful ideas. After seeing the information on the holographic platform, combined with the use of videos, these researchers felt suddenly enlightened by the technologies used in several technologies. In fact, in addition to battery technology, other technologies, such as electric arrow engines and holographic platforms, are about to be developed after the development of weak artificial intelligence. However, some key technologies have stumped researchers. After seeing Lu Chen's physical objects and research materials, it was like piercing a layer of window paper, and I immediately knew how to solve it. Among them, Lu Chen's arrow engine is not just as simple as electricity driving the motor to turn the propeller to provide power. It also has a transmission device inside. Otherwise, wouldn't it be cool if it couldn't accelerate during the battle? Due to the limitations of his previous knowledge, Lu Chen only knew the name of other high-tech energy storage batteries and did not know anything else. So he only used lithium ions and graphene to create this high-energy battery. But Lonka Academy is different. It has cutting-edge battery technology. Although it is only prepared in the laboratory, after reducing some performance, it is possible to create batteries with higher energy density by referring to Lu Chen's graphene battery structure, eliminating a roadblock for future large-scale equipment. At present, Lu Chen's technology has made the battery density reach 200 Wh/g, which does not seem high at first glance, but converted to 200 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. But the data also mentioned that this was prepared in the laboratory. If large in large-scale production, it may be reduced, but even so, 1 ton of batteries can store 200,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity, and the minimum for mass production is 150,000 kilowatt-hours. So if used on a large transport aircraft, it can be fully loaded with a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. The combat radius on a fighter jet can reach 4 to 5,000 kilometers. 2 days later, after the researchers had a thorough understanding of the battery technology, they began to modify the production equipment at the nearest battery factory. At the same time, they sent modification plans to research bases in various places so that such high-energy batteries could be used in various places. After mass-producing a batch of batteries, the researchers tested it. Due to mass production, the average density of this batch of batteries was 150 kilowatt-hours per kilogram, so it was still very objective. Although the loss was a bit much, the energy density was still very big. A few days later, at the Air Force manufacturing base in the capital, a Y-20 was lying quietly in the hangar, and technicians were undergoing modifications. Now the power unit of the Yun-20 has been removed, and a new battery weighing 1 ton has been installed. When fully charged, it can store 150,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. After reinstalling the electric aviation engine designed by Lonka Academy, it is ready to conduct a test flight. After emergency modification, testing will finally begin today. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the hangar door slowly opened, and AY-20 slowly drove out and then arrived at the runway. At this time, the airport runway has been specially modified, so there is no need to worry about icing. Following the order, the Y-20 slowly took off. After taking off, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After taking off, the transport aircraft began to accelerate and soon rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters because the ceiling was well done. Volcanic ash in high altitude cannot enter the transmission system. After a series of tests, the Y-20 returned. After landing, it parked in the hangar, and researchers came up for inspection. Finally, after a night, the test report came out the next day. The report shows that after yesterday's test, the modified Y-20 has a ceiling limit of 15,000 meters and a transportation radius of 6,000 kilometers. If the power is sufficient, it will take 2 hours for the battery to be fully charged, and the load has also changed. The previous takeoff weight was 200 tons, and the payload was only 66 tons, and the internal equipment accounted for half of the weight. After the electric modification, the takeoff weight reached 300 tons, and the payload reached 150 tons, which is a huge improvement. So the transformation was considered a success. After the successful transformation of the Y-20, since it was impossible to modify the fighter's turbojet and turbofan engines, aviation researchers settled on the next best thing and regained the propeller aircraft. However, this propeller aircraft has been magically modified, except for the way it flies. It's the propeller, and the rest is not much different from modern fighter planes. External air-to-air missiles, air-to-ground missiles, air-to-ship missiles, etc., as well as modified firing regulators and high-power electromagnetic machine guns installed. There are also long-range bombers using high-energy batteries. Although they fly slowly, they can fly far. The bomb load reaches 20 tons, which is far more than the 10 tons of the H-6K. The bombing range reaches 12,000 roads, which is 3,000 kilometers more than the H-6K. When all these are completed, Longwa has returned to the blue sky. The next step for researchers is to study high-speed aircraft engines based on high-performance batteries, so that the speed of the aircraft can reach the speed and maneuverability of modern fighters again. For a period of time, all aviation personnel entered a busy state and began to transform all the Y-20s, while fighters and bombers transformed half of the aircraft, ensuring that if the volcanic ash is eliminated in the future, if the high-speed electric aircraft engine is not developed, the original fighters can still be used for combat. After transforming a batch of transport aircraft, the connection between the various military regions has become closer, and the thoughts of some ambitious people have been extinguished, seeing the country's foundation and the will of the people. As time went by, more and more planes appeared in the sky. These were civil airliners that had been transformed and were flying back into the blue sky. However, they were now under military control and had been used for military mobilization. During this period, Liu Chen's aviation license was also issued, and some resources were given to thank Liu Chen for his contribution to the country. These resources helped Liu Chen solve his urgent needs. During the period of national transformation, Liu Chen also developed mining equipment. However, because he had manufactured transport aircraft, he had no resources to manufacture mining equipment. The country happened to send a batch of resources, so he directly manufactured a set of mining equipment. Liu Chen also explored the Anshi mine in Annan. It was covered with heavy snow and empty. So after Liu Chen asked about the country's overseas strategy, he prepared to occupy the mine directly and communicated with the military. The military also thanked Liu Chen. It was just a mine, nothing. Not only Liu Chen wanted to occupy the mines abroad, but the government also wanted to do so. However, the government reactivated the mineral resources purchased by the state-owned enterprises and sent troops to guard them. Now that they have air transport power, they can achieve direct control. At most, they can provide some technical support or resource transactions to the shelters in the host country for humanitarian reasons. But it is not free and requires resources or technology in exchange, especially for countries in the Mediterranean region. When Liu Chen was looking for information, He found that the performance of the military's large transport aircraft was better than he thought. So he mentioned it to the military, hoping to get the data of the specific transmission device to study and see if his aircraft could be improved. Finally, the military gave Liu Chen the relevant data in consideration of Liu Chen's intelligence and future cooperation. Liu Chen modified his unmanned transport aircraft based on these data. After adding a large number of transmission devices, after simulation tests, it has been able to reach a ceiling of 10,000 meters. The flight speed has not changed, but the load capacity has been greatly improved to 10 tons. Because it is unmanned, part of the load capacity is occupied by the server. By copying a simple program of Zero, it can fly automatically without occupying Zero's computing power. While transport aircraft are being transformed, exoskeleton armor and combat robots based on high-energy batteries are also being researched simultaneously. The initial exoskeleton research by the Robotics Research Institute and the military has solved many problems. The remaining problems are only the problems of energy and control programs. The battery technology provided by Liu Chen for the first time has basically solved the energy problems of these two projects. Problem, coupled with the weak artificial intelligence developed by the Institute of Artificial Intelligence of the Academy of Sciences, this project has basically been completed. However, due to energy issues, the robots and exoskeleton armor are currently only used as guard equipment, and the ability to sustain combat needs to be improved. This time, after receiving Liu Chen's latest research results on batteries, these two projects have been approved for use in the Army. In an experimental site of the military, two people wearing exoskeleton armor were conducting tests. After putting on the exoskeleton armor, they reached 2 meters tall and held the latest version of the electromagnetic rifle in their hands. Standing at the entrance of the experimental site, the two of them were eager to try. Following the order, the two began to rush into the experimental site. Following the smart display in the panel, a route was seen, and the simulated attack devices along the way were immediately marked when they were raised. The two people also reacted quickly and immediately turned their guns to shoot, but after all, things happened. My reaction speed was limited, which resulted in me being hit by several attack devices. So when I arrived at the exit, there were several white marks on the exoskeleton armor, indicating that I had been hit by simulated attack equipment. After the first test was completed, several other tests were conducted, including jumping ability, marching speed, life support function, identification of friend or foe, etc. After the final test was over, the researchers and military observers said with a smile, "Look, we have copied the mobile infantry in the Starship Troopers anime." Yes, the mobile infantry is out, but there are no Zerd to practice their skills, the observer joked with a smile. After the test was completed and the relevant test reports were submitted, after discussions with several big guys, it was concluded that the individual combat armor equipped in its current form can still meet the requirements for the time being. So this set of exoskeleton armor will only be produced in small quantities. Elite troops are deployed for actual combat testing, and some are stored as inventory in combat readiness warehouses. In the Special Operations Brigade of the Southeast Military Region, Ma Xian, the captain of the Special Operations Brigade, received a notice from their superiors, asking them to receive a batch of equipment and familiarize themselves with its use as soon as possible. After receiving the order, Ma Xian summoned the team members and took them to receive the equipment. He was accompanied by a technician to instruct them on how to use the equipment. At the indoor training ground, Ma Xian accompanied the technician who was accompanying him this time. "Technician Yin, this equipment is pretty advanced this time, right? Otherwise, technicians wouldn't be sent to guide us." "Captain Ma, the superiors sent me here this time because they are afraid that you will not be able to use this batch of equipment. This batch of equipment is the latest research results of the above research institute. The test results are very satisfactory to the superiors. This selection of you is based on your strength. I hope you can get familiar with this equipment as soon as possible." "Technician Yin, don't worry. I will urge the team members to get familiar with it as soon as possible." After the two talked for a while, the team members also opened the boxes containing the equipment. Looking at the exoskeleton armor inside, all the team members exclaimed, attracting Ma Xian's attention. This, Technician Yen, does this equipment really belong to us? Captain Ma, this depends on the effectiveness of your training. If you are unable to form combat effectiveness within the specified time, the headquarters will take back this batch of equipment and look for new combatants. Technician Yin, don't worry. I guarantee that the team members will be able to use it skillfully and form combat effectiveness within the specified time. After hearing the stern statement, Ma Xian decided to train these team members well, but the team members who were surrounding the exoskeleton armor suddenly shuddered, always feeling that something bad was going to happen. Then Ma Xian began to call the team members over to listen to Yan's introduction. Comrades, the equipment issued this time is a mechanical exoskeleton armor, which is similar to the individual combat armor you used before, but this one is more powerful. After wearing it, you can carry 500 kilograms at 80 kilometers per hour. It can run continuously for 2,000 kilometers at a speed of 2,000 kilometers. The exoskeleton has a built-in 50-kilogram new battery with a power storage of up to 7,500 degrees, which is enough for you to carry out a fierce battle for a month. Looking at the Special Forces team members, Yen continued. In addition to these, the exoskeleton armor is equipped with a new type of electromagnetic rifle, which is distinguished according to the combat style of each of you, such as fireman, blaster, sniper, etc., with different weapon configurations. In addition, the exoskeletons on the back, we installed 8 small missiles with a range of 5 kilometers and a killing range of 300 meters. And because of the built-in bounce device, it is enough to jump to the height of 5 or 6 floors. There is also a built-in shock absorber that allows you to jump from 50 meters fall from height without getting hurt. Listening to the stern introduction, the team members couldn't help but shine with their eyes. In addition, due to the strong load-bearing capacity of the exoskeleton armor, you can carry more combat supplies. I don't mind even if you bring mortars, as long as you don't think it's in the way. The team members smiled and then began to put on their armor under strict instructions. In the next few days, the team members were familiar with this exoskeleton armor. Since they had used individual combat armor before, they quickly got used to it. Then Ma Xian reported the training situation to his superiors. The next day, a new order was issued, requiring the team members to gather and fight at a foreign location. After arriving at the Air Force Base, the team members took a transport plane to an oil field in Central Asia. After getting off the plane, they learned that this was an oil field bought by a state-owned enterprise before the end of the world. Because of the end of the world, this oil production site was temporarily abandoned. But now that the country has stabilized, thanks to the technology provided by Chen, it can arrive here in advance and reactivate this oil production site. After arriving at the underground shelter of the temporary facility, they met with the person in charge here. The person in charge on the scene said that there was an ant nest in a forest 50 kilometers south of the oil field. This time, they were transferred here to solve this ant nest, which not only ensured the safety of the oil field, but also tested the actual combat capability of the exoskeleton armor. The person in charge handed the intelligence he had detected to Ma Xian. After determining the location of the ant nest, he set off with the team members. The person in charge watched the Special Forces team members go away and prayed for their safe return. If the Special Forces team members failed, they would have to send a large army. By then, the construction period here would probably be delayed again. In the snow, Ma Xian led the team members to rush to the target location quickly. Half an hour later, they began to encounter sporadic mutant ants. After dealing with these ants, they completely alarmed the ant nest. The entire ant nest moved in an all-out manner. All the worker ants and some soldier ants rushed towards Ma Xian and others. Ma Xian shouted to the team members, "Buffalo, it's up to you. Don't worry, Captain, leave it to me." I saw a team member holding a multi-barrel electromagnetic gun walk to the front of the team, aiming at the ant tide in front. As the muzzle began to rotate, with a burst of swoosh sounds, bullets leaked out. Ma Xian saw that part of the ant tide in front disappeared directly. But after all, there was only one machine gun, so the ants in other directions continued to rush towards the team members. Then Ma Xian turned on the small missile and fired it directly at the ant colony. Seeing this, other team members followed suit. With a burst of explosions, the ant nest was basically wiped out, and the sporadic escape fish were also killed one by the team members. Then Ma Xian led the team members to continue moving forward and soon reached the ant nest. After 2-by-2 cooperation, they directly killed the queen ant. So far, this operation ended. After the battle, Ma Xian led the team members back to the shelter beside the oil field, reassured the person in charge, and told him that it had been cleared. The person in charge was very happy and immediately announced that there would be an extra meal tonight to celebrate. Ma Xian received a notice from his superiors. Because the effect of this operation was very good, Ma Xian's team was ordered to continue to clear out the mutant beasts nearby and collect actual combat data to ensure that there were no mutant beast nests within 100 kilometers of the oil field. At the same time, he said that the intelligence would be delivered in a timely manner to provide them with the coordinates of the mutant beasts. In the Kingdom of the Sun, 5 days have passed since the last support. On the day when the support arrived, after dragging the unmanned transport aircraft back to the shelter, Zhou Yong and the others classified the materials in the unmanned aircraft and naturally found quantum communication among them. After entering his contact code, he contacted his superiors and confirmed that the 3 people were the surviving intelligence personnel of the Sun Kingdom. The personnel in other areas had sunk into the sea along with the land, so this group of people were posthumously identified as the martyrs, and their families are well taken care of. Zhou Yong and the others felt heavy when they heard the news, but they quickly adjusted their abilities. Today, the power of the generator in the shelter finally fully charged the drone. The 3 people drove the drone and dragged it to the place where it landed before. After contacting their superiors, the 3 people stayed away from the drone, watching the drone slowly start up, and after a sprint, it flew into the sky and gradually disappeared. The 3 returned to the shelter and continued to lurk. Longhua, the Robot Research Institute, developed a guard robot after obtaining Lu Chen's battery technology. It used simple artificial intelligence programs, quantum communication technology, and Lu Chen's battery technology to realize this robot. And because of the powerful battery technology, the robot's battery life has become extremely long-lasting. The built-in battery can store 8,000 degrees of electrical energy. There's a simple plug-in device on the back, which can be used according to different usage scenarios. For example, for close combat that requires fire support, an ammunition box can be directly plugged in, and then multiple tubes can be installed. An electromagnetic gun can be used for fire support. If you need long-range support, you can install a small electromagnetic gun, which is very powerful, or add a rocket nest, which is no problem. The same goes for tanks and armored vehicles. Although they have been electrified before, the battery life is a bit short due to poor battery density. So after replacing the new batteries this time, the battery life has been greatly improved. Similarly, many military equipment and facilities in other departments have been realized because of the high-energy density batteries provided by Lu Chen. Now the Robotics Research Institute has made up for the last shortcoming in energy, so the robot project has officially entered the testing stage. The same experimental site, but this time it is no longer a simulated attack device, but a real gun. But it is not an electromagnetic gun, but the previous gunpowder weapon, and this time the outside of the robot has the same protection as the exoskeleton armor. After the test started, the technicians watched the feedback of the robot test on the computer indoors. They saw the robot rushing forward quickly under a hail of bullets. It continued to perform tactical evasion during the advance, and encountered situations where it was impossible to evade. Next, the program will avoid minimal damage based on the stakes. Finally, when a robot appeared at the exit of the test site, it was seen that the robot was hit by bullets in some places, but no vital parts of the body were hit. After calculation, it was concluded that the robot still had 70% combat capability. The military officer who was watching on the sidelines was very happy when he saw it, and then decided to conduct a practical test, choosing a site for a battalion of infantry to be stationed, and the robot needed to break into the battalion's defense, attack the designated target, and then return. A few days later, after a simple arrangement, a battalion was placed on a high ground to perform defensive tasks, and the robots were placed at the foot of the mountain as the offensive side. However, this time the defensive troops were all live ammunition, the basic version of the electromagnetic gun, and the team support weapons, RPGs, artillery, and other support firepower are also normally equipped, and the robots use empty shells used in exercises, so there's no need to worry about casualties and the soldiers shoot without scruples. The test began. People from the military and the research institute were watching the test from a distant fortress. I saw the Guardian robot starting to run quickly. After entering the range of its own firearm, it used its high-definition telephoto camera to capture the soldiers in the trench in the distance. The gun in its hand did not stop. Through the China Unicom installed on both sides, the arm's ammunition supply device can continuously fire thousands of projectiles without having to replace them. What's more, thousands of rounds of bullets are enough in a battle. This kind of robot is positioned as a guard, and it is to work with human soldiers. Those performing patrol duties are rarely used alone. When the robot fired, the soldiers in the distance also saw it, but there is still a difference between machines and people. It is difficult for the soldiers' marksmanship to hit the robot without a magnifying glass at a distance of 1,000 meters. Occasionally, sharpshooters hit the robot. After the robot, not only was the robot fine, but it began to move irregularly. After seeing this, the on-site instructor immediately ordered the frontline soldiers should not shoot for the time being and order the artillery battery to blow up the labor force. I don't believe it. How can a small robot escape the fire coverage? After seeing that it was unable to kill the target remotely, the robot was about to move forward when the built-in radar suddenly detected incoming artillery fire. The robot raised its head and found the incoming shell through the high-speed camera. After calculating the impact point, it found 2 locations. In the gap between the landing points, he quickly lay down and, at the same time, calculated the position of the artillery battery, directly lifted the rocket nest on his back, and quickly launched it. At this time, the military observers in the distance were amazed. It was a battlefield weapon. Then the director decided that the artillery company of the defending battalion had been annihilated. After the rocket nest was launched, the Guardian robot detached the empty rocket nest directly from its body and then continued to rush forward quickly. When it rushed to a distance of 400 meters, the team's support weapons began to fire, and the robot scanned the attack. After reaching the location, he conducted tactical evasion according to the ballistic trajectory while continuing to shoot with a firearm in his hand. Many people raised their eyes. Soon, the robot broke through the first level of the position. When the commander saw this situation, he immediately began to adjust the defense method and arrange the entire defense into a pocket shape. In the end, the robot was destroyed because it could not avoid the simultaneous attacks of so many people. After seeing the battle end, the military personnel applauded and praised the technicians. Although the robot was destroyed in this test, this time it was 1 to 500, and the whole battalion could be lost before it was destroyed. With more than half of the combat effectiveness, it can be seen that this robot has achieved great success. The military personnel present recalled the last scene of the robot crawling quickly on the ground after it lost its ability to move. They were thankful that this war machine was developed by them. The technicians also modestly said that there are still many areas that need to be worked on, and they will continue to improve various robot technologies in the future. When testing exoskeletons and robots, thanks to the holographic work platform provided by Chen, after it was deployed in various research institutes, the progress of scientific research was greatly improved. In the past, experiments required a lot of experiments, which required a lot of money, a lot of resources, but now the cooperation of artificial intelligence and holographic platform not only saves a lot of resources, but also makes the experiment very fast. Finally, after discussion with the Superior Department, it was decided to grant Liu Chunlong the title of Academician of the Academy of Sciences. So when Liu Chun was researching mining and metallurgical equipment, the relevant certificates were sent to Liu Chun. Liu Chun didn't expect that he would be awarded the title of Academician, and felt that he would be honored. In an oil field in a country in Central Asia, Massian Special Force also received 2 Guardian robots. After the control rights were transferred, they patrolled with the team as a team member. The Ministry of Security also requested 2 robots and 3 sets of exoskeleton armor, plus a batch of supplies, and sent a second batch of supplies to Zhou Yong and the others from the Kingdom of the Sun. After Zhou Yong and others received the supplies, they also lamented that the Motherland's technology has developed so fast that it can even manufacture exoskeletons and combat robots. After using the vehicle to drag the drone to the shelter again, Zhou Yong and the others also received new instructions from their superiors. October 1st is the usual National Day Golden Week. In the past, there were so many people in the scenic area that there was no trace of human beings. Chen was bored, watching the situation of various scenic spots in the drone, and thinking about the poem written by the poet in the past. Thousands of birds fly away, and thousands of people disappear. When he was a child, he didn't understand this sentence in class. Then, when I grew up, I was busy surviving in society, and I didn't have the time to appreciate this kind of artistic conception. Now, looking at the scene below from the air, I can finally feel the loneliness in it. Now the Dragon Kingdom is deserted for thousands of miles. Checking the time, the drone had almost arrived at the location. Chen's first choice was the Anshi iron ore plant, which has abundant iron ore resources. According to the information found, the Anshi iron ore reserves in Annan and Hot Tin are 544 million tons, and the first phase of the previous construction project is expected to obtain 370 million tons of iron ore by digging 500 meters of soil. So after seeing this data, Chen decided to directly occupy the mine in this area. Since this mine is very close to the Dragon Kingdom, the government also wants to occupy it, but after all, it is not his own country, so he still has to consider the international impact. But it doesn't matter if it's privately occupied. There are no legal provisions in this regard in the country. Besides, who knows who occupies it? It's all automated machinery. Because of the lack of resources in his own shelter, Chen came here with a drone this time. After loading the mining and smelting equipment into the drone, he also entered the drone warehouse and asked Zero to activate the drone. The man machine flew to the Anshi mining area in Annan. After more than 3 hours of flying, Chen finally saw the Anshi mining area below. After finding a relatively flat area, Zero controlled the plane and started to land. With a burst of shaking, the plane landed safely. Chen first got off the plane, took out the map, and found a nearby hillside. Then he found a suitable location, took out a nano insect nest, activated it directly, and dropped it on the selected location. After a while, as the nano insect nest was fully deployed, an inconspicuous shelter door appeared. Chen walked into it. There was only one space inside the door. Then Chen took out a few more nanohives and expanded them into power rooms, bedrooms, warehouses, and other places. After the construction of these places was completed, Chen entered the empty warehouse, built a long passage behind the warehouse, diagonally inserted out of the other side of the mountain, and then built a semi-permanent runway on the spot, and the mountain exit next to the runway was built into an internal hangar. When everything was completed, Chen calculated that he had spent a total of 3,000 energy points. Chen felt that his energy was too low. He only had 7,800 points at 8 o'clock in the morning. Now he lost 3,000 points. Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He came to the power generation room in the shelter, took out another nano insect nest, and threw on the ground. Gradually, the outline of a generator appeared. Finally, Chen took out 2 more nano hives, throwing one on the ground and one on the wall. Seeing the nano insect nest unfolding, Chen walked out of the shelter, carried all the small mining equipment from the drone, and then dragged the equipment to the mine not far away. After arriving at the edge of the mine, I found a mine cave, threw a nano insect nest into it to reinforce it, and then dragged the equipment in. After installing all the relevant equipment, Chen looked at the nanocore. There were still 1,300 energy points in it. In addition to the 3,000 points for building the shelter, there were also 1,000 points for the generator, internal wiring of the shelter, heating, and water storage. The system and mine reinforcement totaled 1,500 points, and a total of 5,500 points were used. Chen looked inside the mine and returned to the shelter first. After seeing that the infrastructure inside had been built, he spent 1,000 energy points to connect the power supply between the shelter and the mining equipment in the mine, so that the mining equipment could run normally. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the remaining 400 points of energy, Chen temporarily stopped working and dragged the drone into the hangar behind. After charging, Chen ate some cans and rested after a busy day. At 9 o'clock in the morning on October 2nd, Chen got up and went to the mine. He spent 150 points to expand his storage area to store the smelted iron or ingots. Then he returned to the shelter and used the last 400 points of energy to build a server. After importing Zero's simple program, he began to control the operation of the mining equipment in the mine. After Chen saw that everything was on track, he came to the hangar. Seeing that the battery of the drone was almost replenished, he walked into the drone and notified Zero to start returning. At around 12 noon, Chen returned to his shelter. After a simple meal, Chen began to go out to look for some scrap tractors. Chen plans to use the skeletons of these tractors to modify them and build 2 or 3 transport vehicles. After they're manufactured, they'll be transported to the mine using drones as vehicles for transporting ore ingots. After several hours of searching outside, I finally found a few tractors that could be used, and the load capacity was pretty good. What Chen found was just an ordinary walking tractor with a load capacity of about a few tons. After some estimation, it should be able to carry a load of 5 tons. After dragging all the tractors back to the shelter, Chen had a simple dinner and then rested, preparing to complete all these things tomorrow. On October 3rd, after Chen got up, with the cooperation of Zero, he modified all the tractors to use powerful electric motors and then let Zero control the drone. Due to the size limit, only one tractor could be transported to the mine at a time, so it was not until the morning of the 4th that Chen woke up and transported all 3 tractors to the mine. Through the data connection, after a few days of mining and smelting, a batch of iron ingots have been accumulated. Through the opportunity of transporting tractors back again and again, this batch of iron ingots was transported back to shelter number 0. The area within the Dragon Kingdom will be called shelter number 0. The area within the mine will be called shelter number 1, and so on. Chen looked at the 10 tons of iron ingots in the warehouse and felt a sense of accomplishment. This was the starting point of his ideal of the Sea of Stars. Due to the use of small mining equipment and the use of electric metallurgy, the production capacity is limited and only about 5 tons of iron ingots can be produced every day. Moreover, these iron ingots are only preliminary smelting. If large-scale explosive industry is to be launched in the future, this batch of iron ingots needs to be further smelted. So recently, in addition to the research on seabed mining robots, smelting equipment also needs to be studied and manufactured. Chen felt that he had never been idle. He was either busy or on the way to being busy. Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about these for the time being. Speaking of which, this batch of vegetables seemed to be ripe. Chen asked Ling, and Ling said that it had been collected by the robotic arm and stored in the warehouse. He also reminded Chen that he could build an ice storage on the ground. It did not require electricity. The low temperature on the ground could form a natural ice storage. After Chen let Ling build it himself, he thought about whether to go to the government to exchange some poultry for him and add some meat. Recently, his meat has almost run out, and the dog has eaten a lot of good things during this time with him, and his body has become stronger. When the dog saw Chen looking at it, it wagged its tail and ran over. Chen touched its head and remembered the 2 dogs he had raised before. One was hit by a car and died, and the other was lost. He couldn't help but say to Takshu, "You should thank the current environment for saving you. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't live long. You love to play so much that you don't even know if you run out and get caught." After playing with the dog for a while, Chen took the vegetables to the government shelter. After arriving at the shelter, he found Yang Ming and explained to him that Yang had exchanged this batch of vegetables for a batch of chicks and some meat. After returning with this batch of supplies, it It was already 11 o'clock in the morning. He took a look and found that there were exactly 500 energy points. Chen then expanded a breeding farm, put this batch of chicks in it, sprinkled some grains in it, and watched the chicks eating happily. Chen thought that he would have eggs to eat later and couldn't help thinking about 100 ways to cook eggs. Then Chen looked at the dog beside his leg and said to it, "Takshu, you'll have chicken bones to eat later. Are you happy?" The dog looked at its owner and kept rubbing its head against Chen's legs. Chen also smiled, touched its head, and went to the studio to continue his research. Based on the intelligence collected in the recent period, Longhua has basically figured out the current world intelligence. Except for the Dragon Kingdom, the situation of the other 4 major council members is not very good. Due to the volcano, half of the country cannot survive. There's a flood of refugees. Coupled with the lack of preparation in the early stage, the current major asylums are overloaded. However, due to the previous technological background and capital oligarchs, the overall strength has not declined much. According to intelligence, Eagle Sauce is beginning to evacuate troops stationed in various regions around the world under the leadership of icebreakers. Because of the previous escort operations, the first island chain has become useless. In addition, the losses this time are too large. Some continents in the country are showing signs of independence under the instigation of thoughtful people. Therefore, this time the troops are withdrawn globally to ensure domestic security. Because of the severe cold in Siberia, the woolly bear has good frost resistance, so under the leadership of the emperor, he embarked on the path of the Dragon Kingdom, and everyone built shelters. However, because the effort was launched late, there was still a lot of loss of manpower and material resources. Europe is the worst. Because of the previous reception of refugees, many shelters are now occupied by refugees. These people are not productive and have a lazy temperament. So many shelters now refuse to accept refugees. Therefore, riots often occurred in this area at this time, and those abandoned shelters could not be replenished because their internal resources were exhausted by refugees, which triggered a greater refugee flow. So now there is too much to take care of. Needless to say, other small countries. Due to the years of war in Central Asia, not many people can survive this time. Southeast Asia is slightly better, but they still have too much to take care of themselves. Coupled with the intrusion of mutant ants, there is some shelter. The place has been breached. That's why no one stopped Chen's mining behavior in Hot Tin this time. Needless to say, the African continent is similar to Central Asia, but because it is rich in mineral resources, European consortiums have sent troops to occupy many mining areas. The Dragon Kingdom has also made great moves recently. After establishing air routes, it began to gradually regain the previously evacuated mining areas and sent troops to station them to ensure that mining would not be disrupted. However, some local shelters had no time to take care of these things due to their own technical reasons. When they saw that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were living well, they instead asked the Dragon Kingdom for help, hoping that the Dragon Kingdom could provide assistance. Longhua said that at most it would only help clean up the mutated ants, and the others were unable to carry out additional rescue due to insufficient resources. With the efforts of Longhua researchers, offshore oil production equipment in the South China Sea is being transformed. Although the sea surface freezes due to temperature problems, since the pipeline has already been built, oil production operations can be resumed after the original pipelines are used for corresponding cold-resistant modifications. As for Longhua's actions during this period, he also encountered unreasonable people, and through his own efforts, he has convinced the other party. While Yingjiang was withdrawing from the army, the country was also stepping up the construction of new shelters and some production bases. In order to ensure their own status, the upper-level rulers could only compromise and build more shelters to appease the people. But Chen doesn't care about these things here. If he hasn't reached that status for the time being, he won't care about it. The country is still supporting him. On the 6th, Chen did not continue his research after getting up because the arrival of the previous batch of iron ingots alleviated his immediate needs. Therefore, in order to continue to utilize these resources, Chen planned to build a small blast furnace in the outdoor yard. Come and make iron. Let Zero drop the blast furnace data, replace the heating equipment with electric heating, and then simulate it on the holographic platform. And then let Zero start building related parts. When making parts, Chen first went up to lay the foundation, then moved the parts up and assembled them. After the assembly was completed, Chen transported the 10 tons of iron ingots from below and started making steel. This small steel-making furnace designed by Chen can produce some special alloy steels. Depending on the trace elements added inside, different types of alloy steels can be produced. In order to facilitate future expansion, Chen also reserved interfaces during the design, so that trace elements can be replaced at will according to different needs. While waiting for the alloy steel to be smelted, Chen began to design robots to assist him in his work. Some time ago, Chen was studying robot technology every day. According to his own needs, Chen designed a 6-legged robot. 3 of the legs are used for support and walking, and the other 3 are used as multifunctional arms that use motor power. Carry out work. This robot uses a 10 kilograms battery as its energy source and uses an ordinary steel skeleton, but its 3 robotic arms are prepared to use special alloy tool steel to make tools. Inside the robot skeleton, there's a small tool library. When dealing with different working environments, you can freely switch tools. Due to the lack of chips, these robots can only be controlled by Zero and cannot recognize complex instructions themselves. After smelting 10 tons of iron ingots, Chen got 8 tons of special alloy tool steel. Then Chen carried the 5 tons of crude iron ingots that had just been shipped back to the steel-making furnace to prepare a batch of structural steel for smelting. Making the robot skeleton. After a period of waiting, Chen received the delivery of 4 tons of structural steel. After everything was ready, Chen ordered Zero to start manufacturing. With a robot weighing 200 kilograms, Chen could make 20 such robots. Chen thought to himself that he had finally begun to explode into the sea of robots. During the production period, Chen was not idle. Based on the existing robot data, he designed a seabed mining robot. However, considering that it needed to withstand the heavy pressure of the seabed, it had to use high-strength resistance. Pressing material. After using his authority to find relevant information about Jiaolong, Chen used the relevant information on the robot. Because it is a robot, there is no need to consider the tolerance of the human body. Therefore, in theory, this seabed mining robot can dive deeper, but it will only be known after experiments. After Chen completed the design, he stored it in Zero's database and looked at the production of the robot. It was estimated that it would not be completed until tomorrow morning, so Chen went to rest first. The next day, after Chen got up, he looked at the rows of robots in the warehouse. He was extremely happy. After admiring his labor for a while, he asked Zero to send the robots to the transport plane. Not far behind the house on the first floor of Chen's shelter, a large lifting platform dragged the unmanned transport aircraft up slowly. After the platform stopped, the drone slowly drove onto the runway. After a burst of acceleration, it headed towards shelter number 1. During Chen's research, he suddenly received a notification from Zero. He found Ingjiang's fleet next to the flight route. However, there were many transport ships in this fleet. He didn't know what they were for. Chen was very nervous when he first heard about it. After all, the flying height of the drone was only 10,000 meters, and it had no stealth coating. It was probably already illuminated by radar. However, Chen was only worried that there were anti-aircraft guns in the fleet that would shoot down the drones. Chen was not worried about the rest. The global electromagnetic wave interference is serious now. Maybe if he flies more, they won't be able to see it. And if he flies at this height now, no one would turn on a high-power radar 24 hours a day to enhance the detection range. Thinking of this, Chen felt relieved, and then he sent a message to the military to inform him of the incident. After the drones arrived at Shelter 1, Chen asked the 20 robots to start expanding Shelter 1 and build a sub-base with similar facilities to Shelter 0. Let them build a steel-making furnace first to ensure that the strength of the main structure of the shelter meets the requirements. After this task is completed and the infrastructure of Shelter 1 is improved, a few more transport planes will be built, and the resource consumption during this period will be materials are extracted from the ground. Half of the mining output is transported back to Base Zero, and the other half is smelted again and used for the construction of Shelter 1. After arranging these, Chen lay on the bed, preparing to study the prospecting technology next. Otherwise, the seabed is so big, and it would be impossible to find it if he searched aimlessly. Thinking about this, Chen slowly fell asleep. On the 7th, after Chen got up, he simply mixed some lean meat and cooked a pot of porridge. After eating, he gave the excess to the dog. Looking at the dog's head buried in the bowl, he thought about eating porridge with a side dish, which would not be too satisfying. Thinking of the pickles he had made before, Chen was about to make a move. After considering your own technical strength, prepare to pickle a batch of pickles first. I found a dozen cabbages, washed them with water, and started kneading them with coarse salt. After kneading it evenly, Chen put the pot of cabbage aside. If there was sunshine, he could put it in the sun to dry, but the current conditions did not allow it, so he could only dry it like this. Wait until tomorrow. After pouring out the pickling water, rub it with coarse salt. Wait until the 3rd day and put it in a jar. Add water to cover the cabbage. Seal it for 15 days, and you can eat it. I remember the pickles an aunt brought me when I was at work, and I can't help but salivate. After wiping his saliva, Chen was ready to continue research, this time to develop prospecting equipment. After searching for information, Chen understood the working principle of the prospecting instrument. Compared with the working environment in the deep sea, he made some modifications to the prospecting instrument to adapt to the seabed environment. However, Chen first made a batch of prospecting equipment and transported it to Shelter Number 1, because Chen learned that titanium ore existed in Annan. The performance of titanium alloy is still very good, and it can be used as the shell of deep-sea mining robots. It can well resist the pressure of the seabed and the corrosion of seawater. After Shelter Number 1 received this batch of prospecting equipment, 10 robots were separated and set off with the prospecting equipment. While Chen was looking for titanium ore, the Dragon Kingdom Ship Research Institute's recent transformation of warships also produced results. As mentioned before, at the beginning of the cold winter, the Dragon Kingdom called for all warships to return to port for nuclear power transformation. In addition to small frigates, some large 052D destroyers, comprehensive supply ships, and other warships have also undergone nuclear power transformation. Now, there is a comprehensive supply ship, 2 landing ships, and a large drive that have been renovated and officially delivered to the Navy. The Aviation Research Institute also used the high-energy batteries provided by Chen to manufacture a batch of electric helicopters to equip these ships. Because it uses nuclear power, it can be charged directly on the ship, which can save a lot of space for carrying fuel and carry more living or combat supplies. Moreover, using the special winding method of the electromagnetic gun provided by Chen as a reference, a ship-based electromagnetic gun was designed with a theoretical range of 2,000 kilometers and a shooting interval of 5 seconds. Therefore, when there is a breakthrough in energy and materials, it will be a breakthrough in science and technology. For example, if there is a breakthrough in room temperature superconducting technology, large-scale industrial production can be carried out. Then, controllable nuclear fusion can be realized. And after controllable nuclear fusion can be realized, many new materials can be smelted with its high temperature of 100 million degrees. So this time, because of the high-performance batteries provided by Chen, many technologies have entered the electrification era, greatly reducing their dependence on oil. Most of today's petroleum is used as chemical raw materials, and only a small part is used as fuel. Some shelters still use fuel generators. Because I have special skills and use my advantages to exchange materials from the government or others, I also live a very comfortable life. For example, Li Ji, who had previously traded with Chen, had an orchard plantation, so in the current environment he used fruits to exchange with others for a lot of materials, and his life was very nourishing. There are many such examples. At a military port in Hainan, due to cold weather, the offshore area has completely frozen. Therefore, in order to ensure the normal use of the military port, after spending a lot of manpower and material resources, the military established a road from the military port to the depths of the ocean. Straight lines of water remain in a flowing state, preventing them from freezing. Today, after receiving these warships, Hainan Military Port transported a large amount of construction materials and living supplies aboard. After everything was installed, these warships, led by icebreakers, sailed to the self-built islands in the middle of the South China Sea Islands. As the largest artificial island, Yongshu Island has comprehensive infrastructure. Therefore, after the transport aircraft became available, helicopters were used to transport a group of personnel to the site to clean up the airport runway, and then multiple batches of transport aircraft were used to transport personnel and materials to the island. Superior. After this period of construction, the original building has been renovated and a large above-ground shelter has been completed. At the same time, the area where Yongshu Reef is located has been basically connected due to ice problems. Although tanks cannot be driven, ordinary armored vehicles can still be used. After expert analysis, if the temperature continues to drop, the tank will definitely be able to drive in a later stage. Because the transportation capacity of the transport aircraft is limited, in addition to testing the performance of the warship, this time there is also the task of transporting supplies. At this time, Gao Yun, the captain of the 052 cruiser, was watching the mission briefing on the bridge. Due to the good handling of the previous evacuation incident, coupled with many years of experience as a captain and his own military industry, Gao Yun changed from the original, the frigate Ly, was transferred to the 052 large-scale destroyer Nanchang to serve as captain. After reading the mission briefing, Gao Yun ordered the fleet to move forward at full speed and reach Yongshu Island as soon as possible. When the fleet arrived at Fiery Cross Island, due to the ice on the sea surface, it had to wait for the icebreaker to break the ice floes around the port before docking. After the warship docks, all personnel, except those stationed on the warship, will immediately classify the supplies and then begin in-depth renovation of the shelter here, striving to build a permanent fortress. Later transportation of supplies will be carried out using transport aircraft. These warships are about to conduct long-distance voyage tests and explore the specific conditions in other parts of the world. At the same time, they have also prepared many communicators to be handed over to intelligence personnel staying in other countries. One day later, the warship continued to set sail and sailed into the depths of the ocean. Gao Yun stood on the ship, looking at the dock that was gradually disappearing. He took a deep breath, turned around, and walked into the bridge. After this trip, he would not be able to come back for half a year. At the Hainan Military Airport, the transport planes for transfer were fully charged and ready to take off at any time. After the ground staff checked that there were no problems, 10 transport planes flew into the air and headed for Yongshu Island. On Lu Chen's side, after several days of searching, he also found an ilmenite ore near the iron ore area. Only then did Lu Chen realize that iron ore not only produces iron, but also many other ores, associated ores, but because of the high specific gravity of iron, people who don't know better think that iron ores are iron elements. Because of the existence of associated ores, Lu Chen was able to find ilmenite not far from the iron ore area. After modifying the mining and smelting equipment, the modification plan was sent to the Simple Intelligent Program in Shelter Number 1, and it was asked to remanufacture the smelting equipment according to the modified plan and build a mining equipment in the ilmenite area. Then Lu Chen asked Ling to do some calculations and found that after adding a set of equipment, the metal resources that could be transported back to Shelter 0 every day exceeded the previous 2 tons of iron ingots and about 1 ton of titanium, or could be extracted from the 5 tons. Titanium. In addition, there is currently only 1 unmanned transport aircraft, so metal resources are usually transported every 2 days. After Lu Chen was busy with all this, he came to the kitchen, found a glass jar with the pickled vegetables, and put it in. Then he poured water in, covered the cabbage, sealed it, put in a cool place, and waited for half a month. Then open it and taste it. On the high seas, Gao Yun led the fleet to a sea area, found a small island, set up a target on the island, drove the fleet out of sight, and then used the coordinates provided by the target reporting personnel, start shooting experiments. After the electromagnetic gun was fired, after a while the observers saw that the target on the island was directly destroyed. Distance 200 kilometers, hit with one shot. As the target reporter reported, everyone lamented that this electromagnetic gun not only hit far, but also hit accurately. Then Gao Yun found another island and reef on the map. After marking several islands and reefs, the fleet drove out to a distance of 400 kilometers and began to experiment with the ultimate range. In the sound of explosions, the island was completely destroyed, and the fleet also obtained the data it wanted. After sending it to the naval headquarters, Gao Yun led the fleet to continue sea trials. The fleet led by Gao Yun also has another secret mission, which is to contact intelligence personnel isolated overseas. Of course, the official also knows that there are agents inside, but at this stage, apart from those who have been discovered, other agents who have not been activated are not known. Of course, the Ministry of Security has also prepared some baits. Due to the interruption of global electromagnetic wave communications caused by solar storms, support can be sent to places connected by land. In other places across the sea, only a few support supplies and contact devices can be sent through drones. This time, there was a secret warehouse in Gao Yun's fleet, which contained a group of intelligence personnel and special equipment. They just took advantage of the opportunity of this sea trial to transport personnel in. On the bridge, Gao Yun handed over the command to the first officer and then returned to his captain's room. After closing the door, Gao Yun opened a hidden secret door at the back. After entering it, Gao Yun came to a password door. After scanning and identifying it, the door opened. Gao Yun walked inside and met Li Xiao, the commander of the operation. This group of intelligence personnel boarded the ship when Gao Yun arrived at Yongshu Island. The personnel were in different containers and batches and did not see each other. They only knew their own missions and did not know that the same people had boarded the ship with them. However, Gao Yun still knows these permissions. After all, it is his own ship. He doesn't know what extra things he is wearing. So he, the captain, can go home and take care of his children. Comrade Li Xiao, let me inform you that we will be approaching the Australian mainland in a few days. Understand. Thank you, Captain Gao, for your cooperation. Just notify me when you arrive in Australia, and the fleet can sail normally. Okay, I understand. I will inform you personally when I arrive. Li Xiao nodded, and Gao Yun also walked out of here and returned to the captain's room to rest. A few days later, the fleet approached the Australian mainland. At night, Li Xiao activated the special cabin corresponding to the intelligence officer and opened a gate at the bottom of the comprehensive supply ship. There were rows of cabins inside, and one of the cabins lit up. After receiving the green light, it immediately detached from the ship and slid into the water without attracting the attention of the fleet radar personnel. The team members in the cabin continued to wait after the cabin entered the water. With a soft sound, the cabin fell into the seabed. After the fleet was far away, the team members in the cabin turned on the start switch and saw that the cabin exploded directly, revealing the small submersible inside. This kind of cabin is specially designed. There is a small two-person submersible inside. It is fully electric-driven and makes very little noise. It is difficult to be detected by sonar. After determining the direction, the two drove the submersible forward. After 2 hours of driving, they controlled the submersible to surface and saw the intelligence personnel who came to respond. After the three people worked together to push the submersible ashore, they activated the internal transformation button, and 4 wheels appeared underneath. Then the 3 people squeezed inside and drove towards a stronghold. After arriving at the safe house, the 2 support personnel discovered that it was inside a small farm. There is a single-family villa on the edge of the farm. After the 3 entered the villa, they took off their protective clothing, sat in the living room, and began to introduce each other. 2 comrades, I am the one left behind here. Just call me Falcon. After the 2 team members looked at it, one of them said, Hello, Falcon. Just call me Fox. This is my partner, Squirrel. Thank you to the organization for sending 2 people to support me, so my pressure will be much less. Looking at the 2 people, Falcon continued, because I am the only one staying here in this area. I used the accumulation of the past few years to renovate my safe house so that I can survive temporarily. But because due to the official resource control here and my identity as an Oriental, I don't have the authority to purchase many supplies. Fortunately, I contacted the organization some time ago, and I was able to wait until you 2 came to support me. This is the general situation here. The fox looked at the squirrel and said to the falcon, Comrade Falcon, thank you for your contribution. Your superiors are also aware of the situation here, so this time we brought a small amount of supplies here, which were loaded on the vehicle just now. Inside, the organization is now opening up transportation routes from here in China, and it is expected that large-scale transportation of materials will be possible in half a month. The fox took a sip of water and continued. Due to the impact of the solar storm, global communications are now interrupted. Fortunately, our technology is powerful and we can maintain normal communications. Therefore, our superiors are preparing to take advantage of the communication blind spot during this period to transport a large amount of materials here. Then establish a permanent intelligence base on the edge of the continent. So, Comrade Falcon, we will be very busy next. After listening to what the fox said, Falcon also understood the country's courage, but it was good, given the current environment, it would basically not be discovered. Galleon's fleet is also continuing its own tests, but there are many countries along the test route. Everywhere it goes, the comprehensive supply ship has 1 less cabin. When all the cabins are put in, Galleon also official sea trials of warships began. As a seaport, Nishigawin City, the shelters here have been wiped out by mutant ants. After receiving the news, other shelters began to collect supplies and evacuate inland, and establish defense bases in some mountain pass areas to hinder these mutated ants. At this moment, a swarm of aircraft flew over the port, and the entire city has been occupied by ants. Underground, invisible to outsiders, the ants have developed a certain ability to be self-sufficient. Through the wisdom of the swarm, they have begun to cultivate fungi, and raising mutated aphids has basically achieved self-sufficiency. The escort fighter planes in the air began to clear the airborne area. After clearing the area of ants, the paratroopers began to implement the airborne landing. Under the protection of sky fighter jets, the paratroopers successfully airborne and assembled. Then the fighter jets began to return due to insufficient power, and a 3rd Parachute Regiment began to set off towards the airport in Colin City. Along the way, with the firepower of infantry fighting vehicles, the paratroopers successfully arrived at the airport. After occupying the terminal, they began to quickly establish a defense line. Chen, commander of the Parachute Regiment, quickly ordered in the terminal. The 1st and 2nd Battalions will build defensive positions on the spot, and the 3rd Battalion will clear a runway as soon as possible to provide conditions for subsequent air transportation of supplies. After receiving the order, the 1st and 2nd Battalions quickly built a simple defense line with local materials, while the 3rd Battalion, all officers and soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, armed with shovels, quickly cleared one of the runways based on a snowplow. After Chen saw the whole regiment getting busy, he continued to issue orders. Guard platoon, come with me to find the emergency generator here. Yes, Captain. A group of people left the terminal and began to look for the backup generator here. After a while, the diesel engine room was finally found in a basement. After inspection by technicians, it was determined that the equipment could no longer be used normally and needed to be repaired and replaced with internal parts, which was expected to take about 2 hours. Then Shenzhen asked the security platoon to separate ordinary people to guard the scene and took the other half back to the terminal. At this time, a technician came to report. Report to the leader. After inspection, the lines in the terminal have been damaged and cannot be repaired. If you want to use the diesel generator room to charge subsequent equipment, you need to change the lines. Shenzhen thought for a while and asked someone to notify the people below to repair the diesel generator as soon as possible. Then the superiors were notified of the situation here. Finally, the the superiors decided that after the runway was cleared, the technicians would be the first to arrive at the scene with materials. They would establish a temporary survival base based on the terminal building as soon as possible, and then transport materials and construction machinery to the airport. A semi-permanent, large-scale underground shelter will be built nearby, striving to complete the project during global electromagnetic interference recovery. After the first batch of personnel arrived, they quickly cleared several other runways and established temporary shelters so that the soldiers could take turns to rest. At night, Chen saw many transport planes arriving here. After recharging, they continued flying south. Australian intelligence officers were also notified that a group of personnel and materials would arrive at the scene in the evening, allowing 3 people to mark and guide them on the ground. Longo has been envious of Australia's mineral resources for a long time. It just took this opportunity to reach in. According to the research progress of seabed mining technology, it is estimated that after Australia reacts, it will be able to mine on the seabed. We need the minerals over there. Construction of permanent underground shelters in Australia has also begun. After receiving the first batch of airdrop supplies, the 3 Falcons entered the life of workers. The first is to excavate the base. Because it is close to the equator, the temperature is not particularly cold, so it is much easier to break ground. However, despite this, 3 shifts have exhausted the 3 of them. Finally, after receiving another batch of materials, we finally had a small construction machine. The progress of the project was greatly accelerated. Now the underground space has been dug out. The next step is to rest and slowly expand the interior. While the Dragon Kingdom military was making these big moves, Chen was not idle either. On the 7th, the last day of the National Day holiday, after obtaining pure titanium metal, we quickly developed a titanium alloy. This titanium alloy can withstand a pressure of nearly 800 atmospheres before deforming slightly, but it will recover after the pressure disappears. It is also very cold-resistant and corrosion-resistant, and it still maintains its original metal properties in an environment of minus 150 degrees. However, it is difficult to manufacture this kind of titanium alloy, which exceeds Chen's current technical reserves, and the manufacturing cost is huge. So Chen is prepared to cheat. After inputting the manufacturing process of this titanium alloy into the nanocore, it was prompted that optimization requires 1,000 points of energy. After checking the energy reserve, he found that there were 1,200 energy points by 9 a.m. Chen saw that the energy was sufficient and determined the optimization. After seeing that the optimization in the nanocore would take 24 hours, Chen got up and started eating breakfast. After a delicious meal of egg, lean meat porridge with pickled vegetables, he started today's work. Chen walked into the studio and asked Zero to report on the situation at Shelter 1. Sir, after the construction of robots in the past few days, a planting room, a small processing assembly line, and defense facilities have been built based on the original ones. Recently, according to my calculations, under the best consideration, Mr. Zero suggests that in Shelter Number 1 has established a robot production line and a transport aircraft production line, which can effectively utilize local resources and avoid insufficient transportation capacity. Chen thought about it and felt that what Ling said made sense. Zero, create a log. From now on, Shelter 0 will be used as a living base, and Shelter 1 will be used as a production base. Establish a construction queue. The robot production line you mentioned before will be built after Shelter 1 is completed. At the same time, use Shelter 1. The resources delivered by the base will be used to expand the number 1 planting room in the number 0 shelter, expand the vegetable base, and use soilless cultivation technology for subsequent expansions. They are all in the Culture Medium database, and you can configure them yourself. After Chen finished speaking, he modified the 6-legged robot and created a crawler robot and a robot with a simple skeleton. After sending the data to Zero, Chen ordered, Zero, on the robot production line, after the manufacturing is completed, make a few of the crawler robots just given to you to serve as peripheral guards, while you will equip the pure skeleton robots with your own weapons and be responsible for the internal defense of Shelter 1. Sir, The log has been recorded and the development direction of Shelter 1 has been updated. Chen nodded, took the only batch of titanium alloys he had made, and built 2 seabed prospecting robots. After the robot was built, Chen asked Zero to control the robot onto the drone and start transporting it to Shelter 1. After lunch, Ling told Chen that the 2 robots had been delivered to Shelter Number 1. Chen then asked the seabed prospecting robot to select the prospecting equipment at Shelter Number 1, and then started to head to the seaside to explore the coastal areas of mineral deposits. The next day, when Chen got up, he saw that the titanium alloy production process had been optimized. After sending the process to Zero for calculation, he reported to Chen, "Sir, after calculation, the optimized titanium alloy production process can achieve a daily production of 1 ton when the raw material supply is sufficient, which can meet our current use. In addition, compared with the production processes of other titanium alloys, this kind of the titanium alloy process can be used as a reference to greatly increase production capacity." Chen nodded. It's not bad that 1,000 points of energy can be optimized like this. This kind of titanium alloy is stronger than other titanium alloys, so the output is very low. Before optimization, it was already very good to be able to produce 100 kilograms of titanium alloy per day. Optimization would directly increase the production by 10 times, and it would be profitable no matter what. Let Zero send the undersea robot and this titanium alloy production method to Shelter Number 1, and ask there to produce 10 prospecting robots after the preparations are completed to detect the seabed mineral deposits along the Annan coast. On the 12th, in the past few days, using the new production process, Chen produced another batch of titanium alloy and then upgraded his protective armor to exoskeleton armor, which was very similar to the official exoskeleton armor, and abandoned it. That kind of big round head, the whole helmet looks like the mobile infantry in the Starship Troopers anime. After some testing, Chen was very satisfied with the performance of the armor. The strength of the titanium alloy made him immune to ordinary gunpowder bullets. If the previous armor was designed with a sniper rifle at close range, it would still cause harm to him. Damage, but after replacing it with titanium alloy, an internal shock-absorbing device is installed, and it can be shot directly against the sniper rifle without being harmed. When I develop a practical ion thruster later, I could be like Iron Man. Then Chen took off his armor and came to the studio to ask about the recent situation at Shelter 01. "Sir, after these few days, the survival facilities of Number 1 Shelter have been improved. The first robot production line has been completed. The production of 6-legged robots has begun, and prospecting equipment has been carried to search for other mineral resources in nearby areas. Currently, Number 1, there's already a batch of metal resource ingots in stock in the shelter, and arrangements have been made to start the production line of unmanned transport aircraft." After Chen heard this, he said to Ling, "Now that the drone production line has begun, the hangar over there will also be expanded simultaneously. By then, there will only be aircraft and no hangar to park. The sky is outside. The lifespan is too short. It's better to put it in a hangar." "Okay, sir." In addition, according to the statistics of prospecting robots, oil, aluminum, copper, molybdenum, and other metals have been found within a range of 400 kilometers around Shelter Number 1. There are also submarine prospecting robots that have also discovered corresponding metals in nearby waters. Resources, and I also accidentally discovered Annan's offshore oil production platform in nearby waters. Zero sent a robot to occupy the oil production platform. After occupying it, check whether it can operate normally. If not, list the problems and I will solve them. In addition, don't give up on the oil resources on land. I currently have no energy in resource area research, ion engine, so I am preparing to start the turbojet engine project, and I also got news that the Academy of Sciences has recently made a breakthrough in the removal of volcanic ash, which may be put to use soon." "Okay, sir." The log has been created. Chen nodded, and then asked some other information. Suddenly, Ling said to Chen, "Sir, there is something you need to decide here. The computing power of the simple program of Shelter 1 has occupied 80%, and it needs to be solved as soon as possible Otherwise, Shelter 1 will not be able to continue to develop. What's going on? Why is the computing power not enough? Sir, because we are unable to produce high-precision chips. We have always used relatively low-end 28-nanometer chips, which are still insufficient when used on robots. So each robot will occupy the center of Shelter 1. The computing power of intelligent programs. At present, 80% of the computing power of the central program in Shelter 1 has been occupied, of which the robot alone takes up 40% of the computing power. So Mr. needs to decide whether to replace it with a higher-end chip to allow the robot to act autonomously or to expand the central computer operation upper limit. After listening to Ling's explanation, Chen thought for a while and asked Ling to call up information on chip production and supercomputing. After reading the information, I thought for a while and decided to upgrade the chip manufacturing process and use the supercomputing architecture to upgrade the hardware of the central computer in the shelter. After searching for a while, Chen set his sights on the nearby treasure island, but before that, he needed to order a batch of chips from the official. Just when Chen was thinking about whether to make his own chips, his seabed prospecting robot made a new discovery. Sir, there's an important discovery here. Chen stopped thinking as he remembered Zero's voice. Zero, what did you find? Sir, the prospecting robot on the seabed discovered a small, open pit uranium mine in a trench. Real? Yes, sir. Tell me the location now. After finishing speaking, the holographic map of the Annan region was displayed on the holographic platform. In a place outside the sea area of Annan Kingdom, a red dot flashed. After Chen zoomed in on the red dot, the specific image was displayed. Looking at the images transmitted back by the robot in real time, deep in a trench, a small piece of uranium ore was exposed. After detecting it with a prospecting instrument, it was found that the uranium ore reserves are about 1,000 tons. If all of them are mined and refined, you can get about 700 kilograms of enriched uranium, of which only a few kilograms of uranium-235 are available, and the rest is uranium-238. Chen had wanted to upgrade the power system before, but the current geothermal generator was only enough for the shelter's own equipment. Recently, a lot of electrical equipment was manufactured, so power has begun to be scarce. Just now that there is this uranium mine, Chen is planning to verify the fast reactor technology in the database around Shelter 1. Although Longhua has already built a test reactor, whether he has done it himself, he has to do a verification first. Chen planned to wait until the fast reactor nuclear power plant in Shelter 1 was completed and the technology matured before building it in Shelter 0. Now keep one seabed prospecting robot, and the other robots will change equipment to mine all the uranium ore in this area and then build uranium or purification equipment far away from Shelter 1. In addition, we will suspend the transportation of metal resources from Shelter 1 to our place and make every effort to ensure the construction needs of purification equipment. By the way, after the uranium ore is purified, uranium-235 and uranium-238 are separated, and the uranium-235 is temporarily sealed. This thing is a bit sensitive, so I'd better not let others know about it for the time being. When the technology is verified and mature, I will start from my side. The government purchases uranium-238, which cannot be used as nuclear weapons and is not very sensitive. As Chen spoke, he opened the fast reactor data and began to study this technology in depth. Because I just took a general look at it before and didn't do any in-depth research, but I didn't expect that I would encounter uranium mines so soon. After having uranium mines, as long as the fast reactor can be successfully operated, there will be no restrictions on energy for the time being. While Chen was researching, Ling was also taking action. After receiving Chen's instructions, the instructions were conveyed to Shelter 1. Then, all the six-legged robots on the periphery of Shelter 1 returned to the shelter, began to transport materials, and began to build separation 2 kilometers away from the inner shelter. Purification equipment, and except for one of the underwater prospecting robots that continued its offshore exploration, all the other robots began to return. After the seabed prospecting robot returns to the shelter, it will install the digging equipment that has been prepared on itself and start charging. At this time, Zero reported to Chen again, reminding Chen that if he needed to mine quickly, he needed to provide enough power for the robot to use. Previous prospecting operations were in a low-power operation state. New commands were rarely sent, and they just moved in one direction. After detecting metal resources, the location was recorded and continued. The data will be uploaded every time you return a charge. Nowadays, mining needs to be controlled in real time, so power consumption has greatly increased. After Chen thought for a while, he checked the resource reserves of Shelter 1 and ordered Zero to have Shelter 1 start producing a batch of spare batteries. In this way, add a set of batteries to the undersea robot to increase its mining time to 1 day, and then establish a battery replacement station on the seaside so that the robot can replace the battery directly here, and then let the six-legged robot replace it regularly. After Chen continued his research, Zero began to allocate resources and carry out tasks on multiple fronts. Soon, some of the six-legged robots took materials to the beach to build a battery replacement site. At the same time, spare batteries began to be produced in Shelter 1. Some of the six-legged robots went to build purification equipment 2 kilometers next to the shelter. The next day, after a night's rest, Chen got up energetically. At this time, Ling reported on yesterday's construction progress. Sir, the purification equipment will be built in 2 days. At the same time, the first batch of ore has been mined and piled up next to the battery replacement station. A tractor separated from a mine was already operating at full capacity, but the capacity was still insufficient. In this way, there should be a lot of trucks at the mine. Check to see if any have not been driven away. Modify them and use them to pull ore. After the resources are sufficient in the future, search the entire mining area and bring them to the mine. All the heavy-duty trucks that can be found are converted into electric drives so that these trucks can be used normally. After receiving the order, Zero began to make arrangements. As for Chen, after yesterday's in-depth research, he already knew how to build a fast reactor. He was just waiting for the materials to be ready to start the experiment. It's okay today. Chen is going to adjust the chicken farm. The previous free-range breeding model is not suitable for underground and needs to be adjusted. Because the chickens are free-range, it is difficult to clean the inside of the chicken house. Chen plans to divide the chicken house into 2 parts, a small part as the resting area for the chickens, and a large part as the activity area for the chickens. Then the ground will use an automatic cleaning system. In this way, the activity area will be cleaned when the chickens rest, and the rest area will be cleaned when they go out. The sewage will flow into the biogas tank to produce biogas, and a small cycle will be completed. A few days later, when the chicken house was renovated, Chen put the locked chickens back into the chicken house. After the chickens regained their freedom, they ran back and forth happily in the activity area. Chen scattered some food again, and after watching the chickens fight for food normally, he returned to the studio. In the studio, Chen asked about the recent situation of shelter number 01. Sir, after several days of construction, the purification equipment has been installed and officially put into use. By searching the entire mining area, 10 trucks with different loads were found, with a total load of 500 tons. One of the heavy mining trucks reached a load of 100 tons, and the others were trucks with a load of dozens of tons. Now it has a 40-ton truck has been transformed and can be used normally. Very good. I finally heard good news. How is the progress of seabed mining? Because the energy supply is guaranteed, the progress of seabed mining is very fast. 50 tons of ore can be transported back to the seashore every day. After a few days of accumulation, 100 tons of uranium ore have accumulated on the seashore. Very good. In this way, the first pile can be built soon. Zero, you continue to mine, and I will find a way to deal with the plutonium-239. You continue to keep up the progress. Okay, sir. After Zero was busy, Chen thought for a while and decided to find an official to exchange plutonium-239. After making the decision, Chen took out the communicator and contacted Li Yunpeng, the leader of the military team from last time. After a few pleasantries, Chen got straight to the point. Literally, I found a small uranium mine in Annan. After purification, I can get about 3 kilograms of highly enriched uranium. I wonder if the military is interested in a deal. After hearing this, Li Yunpeng was also shocked. Highly enriched uranium can be used to make nuclear bombs. What does Lu Chen want to do? However, thinking that Lu Chen dared to speak out about this matter, it proved that Lu Chen had no bad intentions. Mr. Lu, this matter is too big. I don't know what you need to trade. I will report to my superiors here. Don't be nervous, Team Leader Li. Although I'm not a good person, I can't make a big killer like a nuclear bomb. This time I mainly want to solve the electricity problem of my shelter once and for all. So I'm going to make a fast reactor, which requires some uranium-239, and I don't need uranium-235, so I want to trade with the official and exchange some plutonium. Then, Mr. Lu, wait a moment. I will report to my superiors. After Li Yunpeng reported the matter, the central government was also shocked, but after understanding the situation, they decided to exchange after a little discussion. After receiving the notice, Li Yunpeng informed Lu Chen that he could trade after he was ready. Sometime later, as time went by, Shelter 1 dismantled several hexapod robots and rebuilt 2 undersea robots. Finally, on the 20th, all the uranium ores on the seabed were mined. In these more than 10 days, Shelter Number 1 has transformed 10 mining trucks. Among them, the mining truck with a load of 100 tons was the materials are not very sufficient, and no electrification transformation has been carried out yet. We just insulated the equipment inside the truck so that it could be started. It still uses fuel. However, due to insufficient fuel collected locally, this Hercules cannot be used for a long time. However, there's another good news. The previously discovered offshore oil production platform has completed preliminary cold-proof transformation. Coupled with the automation transformation, it can be equipped with 2 robots for work. Because Lu Chen does not have crude oil transportation and refining equipment, the current oil production platform has only been modified but has not been started. It just so happens that this uranium or matter needs to be traded with the authorities. By the way, crude oil can be used to trade a batch of fuel and lubricating oil. On the 24th, Lu Chen asked Ling to seal the 5 kilograms of highly enriched uranium-235 and transport it back to Shelter 0. He also contacted Li Yunpeng so that it could be traded tomorrow. On the morning of the 25th, Li Yunpeng brought his team members to Lu Chen's shelter. After entering the shelter, Li Yunpeng and Lu Chen talked about the transaction. Mr. Lu, regarding the last uranium enrichment matter, my superiors have given me full responsibility for this transaction. That's great, Team Leader Li. I just want to build a nuclear power plant. So these uranium-235 are not of much use to me. So I might as well trade with the country and exchange some plutonium-239 for use in building a nuclear power plant to solve my power problem. Mr. Lu, we understand your requirements, but I still need to say that private possession of nuclear weapons is not allowed in the Dragon Kingdom. Please, Mr. Lu, not to embarrass us. Don't worry, Team Leader Li. Lu Chen said he understood when he heard Li Yunpeng's tone increased in Dragon Kingdom. In addition, Team Leader Li has something else that I need to discuss with you. Mr. Lu, please speak. I wonder if the government still needs crude oil now? An oil field was recently discovered outside. I can provide a batch of crude oil here. After Li Yunpeng listened, he found that every time he met Lu Chen, he would give people a little surprise. Nowadays, domestic crude oil consumption is very large. Since it is difficult for external crude oil to come in, a large part of it is consuming inventory. Although the output of domestic oil-producing areas has increased, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to the entire country. Now that he heard that Lu Chen could provide crude oil, Li Yunpeng was still very surprised. Even if it wasn't much, it was still better than nothing. How much can Mr. Lu provide? I can provide 400 tons of crude oil every day, but because I don't have a crude oil tanker, the government needs to send people to transport the crude oil. Mr. Lu Fengxin, in this case, should Mr. Lu use resources to trade with each other for this batch of crude oil, or should we pay credits? Lu Chen thought for a while and decided to use credit points, But if he could exchange for a 28 nanometers process chip production line, he could use this transaction directly. Please report this matter to your superiors in advance. After all, producing 400 tons per day is not a small matter. After Li Yunpeng listened to Lu Chen's request, he went aside and reported to his superiors. After understanding the situation, his superiors ordered Li Yunpeng to agree to Lu Chen's deal, saying that he could provide a 28 nanometer chip production line and send people to install it. Li Yunpeng also felt that the official gesture was a bit generous and directly provided a chip production line, but he was relieved after considering some of the technologies provided by Lu Chen. He told Lu Chen the official decision and asked him to prepare the site. After getting the crude oil trading location, Li Yunpeng said that a 10,000-ton cruise ship would arrive at the location in a month, and then he and his team members would bring 5 kilograms of package concentrate. Uranium begins to return. Soon, not long after the convoy left, they met up with the team that came to meet them, and together they sent the enriched uranium to the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. After Li Yunpeng and others left, Lu Chen asked Zero to notify Shelter Number 1 to open the oil production platform and set up a storage warehouse next to the oil production platform, waiting for the crude oil tanker to arrive for transportation. Also, Zero, you can find a factory around our shelter, renovate it, and use it as our chip production line installation base. Yes, sir. Then the door of the shelter opened, and 3 six-legged robots came out of the shelter and found the factory where Lu Chen had been transporting battery production equipment. After cleaning the equipment in the factory, they reinforced and renovated the factory building, adding warmth preservation measures to ensure that the equipment could normal operation. 2 days later, a motorcade arrived in front of Lu Chen's shelter. Lu Chen saw from the surveillance camera that after Li Yunpeng got out of the car, he immediately left the shelter and met with Li Yunpeng. Mr. Lu, this time I have brought a chip production line here, as well as the corresponding installation and debugging personnel. It will take about 2 weeks to install and debug, but I need you to provide food and accommodation. Thank you, Team Leader Li. Don't worry. These staff members will never suffer in my place. Food and drink will be provided in sufficient quantities, and accommodation has been arranged. They will not be frozen. Li Yunpeng nodded, and then, under Lu Chen's leadership, he came to the factory. After the command personnel moved all the equipment into the factory, Li Yunpeng asked the technicians to work inside, closed the factory door, and started talking with Lu Chen. Outside the shelter, Li Yunpeng's team took down a lead box from the car, and then returned to the shelter with Lu Chen. Sitting on the sofa, Li Yunpeng said to Lu Chen, Mr. Lu, this lead box contains the 2 kilograms of plutonium-239 fuel rods you need, plus the chip production line. We have completed the transaction here. In a month, we will send a crude oil ship to your oil platform to transport the first batch of crude oil. For the next batch of crude oil, we will directly transfer the credit points to your account. Thank you, Team Leader Li, and I wish us a happy cooperation this time. Happy cooperation. Everything that should be said has been said, and Li Yunpeng did not stay for long. After again reminding Lu Chen not to treat these commissioning personnel unfairly, he got on the car and left the shelter. After Li Yunpeng left, Lu Chen came to the factory and met with Wang Chong, the person in charge of the on-site commissioning. Mr. Wang, thank you for your hard work these days. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. This is what we should do. But Mr. Lu, I want to know where we usually eat and rest. I looked around. There are 10 people here. Robots will deliver meals to you. After leaving the back door of the workshop, there will be a passage leading directly to the dormitory area. The dormitory is for 2 people and has a separate bathroom inside. Thank you, Mr. Lu. This condition is much better than where we worked before. By the way, Mr. Wang, I can provide robot assistance to assist you in debugging. Many repetitive tasks or things that need to be moved can be directly handed over to them. After that, Lu Chen asked a 6-legged robot to come to the scene. Wang Chong looked at the tall 6-legged robot in front of him and was a little shocked. Although he had seen many robots, this flexible one was the first time he had seen one. Then Wang Chong saw the 3 tool legs on the robot and was surprised. Mr. Lu, to be honest, I am shocked. But with this kind of robot, the progress of the project can be accelerated a lot. I wonder how many units Mr. Liu can provide. I can provide you with 3 of these robots. How long will it take you to finish the work? Mr. Liu, with 3 robots as auxiliary. If we work in 2 shifts a day, it will take about a week to debug. So fast. Mr. Liu, you have to believe in our strength. First of all, this is only a 28 nanometer production line. With your robot, 1 week is just a conservative estimate. Looking at Wang Chang's confident face, Chen nodded. At this time, Wang Chang tactfully asked about the standard of food. It's like this, Mr. Wang, I'm not that kind of granddad, but I don't have much meat, so I can only provide some rice and vegetables for 3 meals a day, plus a small amount of meat. So you need to overcome it a little, but don't worry, the quantity is enough. After hearing this, Wang Chang was still very surprised. It was actually better than in the official shelter. In fact, this was also because Chen didn't understand it clearly. He just thought that ordinary people in the official shelter would not live well, but technicians like Wang Chang should eat well. However, he didn't expect that due to the lack of resources, Wang Chang and his friends could only eat vegetables once every few days, and it was impossible to eat every day. After everything was explained, Chen returned to the shelter. After Wang Chang told the technical staff the news, everyone immediately began to direct the 6-legged robot to debug the equipment with great enthusiasm. After arranging the accommodation for the commissioning personnel, Chen returned to the shelter. Wang Chang led the commissioning members to start a week of work. As the workshop door was closed, the temperature in the workshop began to rise and soon reached a suitable level for the human body. The commissioning personnel also took off their protective clothing, commanded the robots to remove the protective layer of the equipment, and began to install the production line. While the technicians were busy, Ling had already dispatched robots to start transforming the accommodation conditions to fulfill Chen's promise. Another part began to transform the factory cafeteria. After transporting the materials to the cafeteria, Ling controlled the robots to prepare meals according to the existing resources on the recipe. Of course, Chen also tasted it first. It was not very delicious, but it was still acceptable. That night, after the technicians arranged the production line equipment according to the production process sequence and adjusted the level, Wang Chang asked everyone to go back to the dormitory to rest and start working in 2 shifts tomorrow. After everyone finished dinner, they took their personal belongings back to the dormitory to rest, and Wang Chang followed them to rest. Pushing open the door of the dormitory in front of him was pitch black. He found a switch next to the door and turned on the light. What came into view was the neat and tidy living room, and then there were 2 rooms next to the living room. There was a kitchen in the depths of the living room, and there was a bathroom next to it. Wang Chang looked at the dormitory and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Is this a dormitory? He had never seen such a factory dormitory. Then he walked into the living room and opened the door. He found that the bedroom inside was not small. There was also an independent bathroom, a double bed, a wardrobe, and everything else. Wang Chang looked at all this and thought helplessly that he still couldn't keep up with the thinking of these big guys. Such a factory dormitory, let alone the end of the world, has never been seen before the model. This kind of dormitory is probably only owned by those high-level people, but people like that don't have several properties outside, so don't they need to live in such a dormitory? Actually, Wang Chang misunderstood Chen. According to Chen's idea, the internal space of his shelter is limited, and it is for his living. However, he has limited energy, so he must recruit other elite talents to work for him. So he must have good conditions to attract people. In addition to the guarantee of food, accommodation conditions are also one aspect. After all, now is not as good as before the doomsday. For example, those academies and researchers like Wang Chang's current living would definitely not even look at it before the doomsday. But in this situation, living comfortably and having a full meal every day is already a life that many people dream of. As for those repetitive labors, Chen plans to use robots to replace ordinary workers. So the personnel hired in the future will either be technicians or researchers. When Wang Chang and others were surprised, in Chen's shelter, The large lifting platform behind the warehouse opened, and the only unmanned transport aircraft in the shelter began to rise to the ground. After the platform stopped, the plane carrying nuclear fuel rods flew into the sky and went to shelter number 1. 0. After the drone arrives, start building the fast neutron reactor according to the information, and let shelter number 1 continue to produce the corresponding robots, but reserve the chip space and temporarily store it in the warehouse. After our chips are put into production, we will send a batch over first. Okay, sir. After Li Yunpeng got the highly enriched uranium, he met with the Special Forces team members and started to head to the nearest airport. On the way, Xiaolan, who was sitting on the side, suddenly said, "Team leader, is it really okay to have the ability to refine nuclear weapons materials privately?" Xiaolan, you still don't see far enough. If you are not sure, do you think the big guys above will agree to this deal? Then team leader, what if there's a problem? Hee. The mathematical model of Lu Chen has been established long ago from the 2 collected before 0 years of life experience data. People like Lu Chen are what we used to call angry young people, typical nationalists. Do you think such people will do things that harm their compatriots if they are not provoked? Besides, you can see that he can develop to this level without the help of others. He is definitely not an ordinary genius. The country can't protect such people in time, let alone make enemies with Lu Chen. Li Yunpeng suddenly felt a little hungry, took out a pack of individual rations and ate it, and continued. So maybe we will get more advanced technology from Lu Chen in the future, and now the city where Lu Chen is located has stationed many security personnel and military special forces to protect Lu Chen. The above has also done deductions. If Lu Chen continues to develop at the current speed, it is very likely that he will be the one who can lead us out of the current predicament, so your worries are unnecessary. Seeing Xiaolan nodded after listening, Li Yunpeng continued. Many things will become very transparent once they enter the eyes of the big guys above. Standing at different heights, the scenery you see is different. Xiaolan nodded as if she understood, and Li Yunpeng smiled helplessly when he saw it, and then ended the topic. 2 days later, Li Yunpeng returned with plutonium-239 and chip production lines to Lu Chen. Anamhot 10, shelter number 1. The interior of the shelter has become a huge factory. Except for the sealed living area, other areas have been expanded a lot. The original small assembly line has been expanded to a large assembly line, and battery, robot, and other production lines have been established. Outside the shelter, the original small mining and smelting equipment has been replaced by larger equipment. An area has been planned for the runway in the distance. This area is used as a future spacecraft manufacturing plant. Lu Chen listened to Zero's report on Base 1 and felt that machines were powerful. With the help of artificial intelligence, he built a small industrial area in a short period of time. He was also glad that he had developed artificial intelligence and robots in advance. After sighing for a while, Lu Chen asked Zero about the progress of the reactor. "Sir, the construction of the reactor has been advanced to 70%, and it will be completed in 2 days." "Very good. Make sure the construction is safe." 2 days later, Lu Chen came to shelter number 1 in person, preparing to watch this great moment for him up close. "Zero, are you ready?" "Sir, the preparations are complete. Do you want to start it yourself?" In shelter number 1, Lu Chen nodded, then came to the studio, looked at the red start button on the console, put his hand on it, and pressed the button solemnly. In the shelter, after a while, Lu Chen, who was waiting nervously, heard Ling's report. "Sir, the reactor has been activated and is currently running well and has reached a stable state." "Okay, Zero, continue to observe. I'll take it easy." Hearing the good news about Zero, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. There was no problem in starting up, and it can run stably, so there won't be any big problems later. After calming down for a while, Lu Chen began to ask about the performance of this reactor. "Sir, after calculation, the power of this reactor is 100 megawatts. It is a small reactor. It is expected that the plutonium-239 that will breed within 2 years can build such a reactor again." "Very good. It means that this nuclear power plant is successful." Zero, save the relevant data to the hard disk. It will be useful to me. In addition, since the experiment has been successful, I will go back first. Okay, sir, I have prepared a hard drive in Shelter Zero and am downloading the data. It is expected that the download will be completed after you arrive. Very well. Prepare for the flight to return. Zero responded and started getting ready. Returning to Shelter Zero, Chen saw that the energy of a nanocore had reached 5,800 points. Unknowingly, it was already October 30th, which happened to be already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen input the technical information and experimental data of the fast reactor into the nanocore and selected optimization. It was prompted that 2,000 energy points were needed. It is expected that after optimization, general commercial technology can be realized. Chen thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had technical information and experimental data, otherwise he would have had to double the amount if he only had technical information and no experimental data. After choosing optimization, Chen took a look and found that it would take 2 days to complete. He did the math and found that it happened to be at this point in the afternoon on November 1st. After finishing his work, Chen saw that nothing was going on for the time being and went to finish his meal. Outside the shelter, the original small mining and smelting equipment has been replaced by larger equipment. An area has been planned for the runway in the distance. This area is used as a future spacecraft manufacturing plant. Chen listened to Zero's report on Base 1 and felt that machines were powerful. With the help of artificial intelligence, he built a small industrial area in a short period of time. He was also glad that he had developed artificial intelligence and robots in advance. After sighing for a while, Chen asked Zero about the progress of the reactor. Sir, the construction of the reactor has been advanced to 70%, and it will be completed in 2 days. Very good. Make sure the construction is safe. 2 days later, Chen came to Shelter Number 1 in person, preparing to watch this great moment for him up close. Zero, are you ready? Sir, the preparations are complete. Do you want to start it yourself? In Shelter Number 1, Chen nodded, then came to the studio, looked at the red start button on the console, put his hand on it, and pressed the button solemnly. In the shelter, after a while, Chen, who was waiting nervously, heard Ling's report. Sir, the reactor has been activated and is currently running well and has reached a stable state. Okay, Zero, continue to observe. I'll take it easy. Hearing the good news about Zero, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. There was no problem in starting up, and it can run stably, so there won't be any big problems later. After calming down for a while, Chen began to ask about the performance of this reactor. Sir, after calculation, the power of this reactor is 100 megawatts. It is a small reactor. It is expected that the plutonium-239 that will breed within 2 years can build such a reactor again. Very good. It means that this nuclear power plant is successful. Zero, save the relevant data to the hard disk. It will be useful to me. In addition, since the experiment has been successful, I will go back first. Okay, sir, I have prepared a hard drive in Shelter Zero and am downloading the data. It is expected that the download will be completed after you arrive. Very well. Prepare for the flight to return. Zero responded and started getting ready. Returning to Shelter Zero, Chen saw that the energy of a nanocore had reached 5,800 points. Unknowingly, it was already October 30th, which happened to be already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen input the technical information and experimental data of the fast reactor into the nanocore and selected optimization. It was prompted that 2,000 energy points were needed. It is expected that after optimization, general commercial technology can be realized. Chen thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had technical information and experimental data, otherwise he would have had to double the amount if he only had technical information and no experimental data. After choosing optimization, Chen took a look and found that it would take 2 days to complete. He did the math and found that it happened to be at this point in the afternoon on November 1st. After finishing his work, Chen saw that nothing was going on for the time being and went to finish his meal. At noon on November 1st, Chang contacted Chen. Mr. Liu, after a week, we have completed the installation and debugging of the chip production line. We're going to start trial production at noon today. Mr. Liu, do you want to come over and watch? Really, it's so fast. Just wait a moment, and I'll be there right away." After Chen got the news, he immediately got up and put on protective clothing, left the shelter, and headed towards the factory. When Chen arrived at the factory, Wang Chong and his team were already waiting at the scene. Seeing Chen's arrival, Wang Chong stepped forward with a smile on his face. After all, he had eaten well and slept well here this week, all provided by the boss in front of him. To be honest, many installation teams can install the 28 nanometers process chip production line, but thanks to Li Yunpeng, I received the project myself. And because of Chen's trust, I was able to work in such a good environment. Therefore, after establishing a good relationship with Chen, if there are any other projects, there is a high possibility that he will be asked to do it again. "Mr. Liu, we have installed and debugged here. We're just waiting for trial production. After the trial production is completed, we will check the film yield and then make fine adjustments." "Well, you did a good job. Now, let's start trial production." "Okay, Mr. Liu." After getting the signal, Wang Chong said to the technicians, "Everyone, get moving and start trial production." "Received." After a neat reply, everyone began to prepare for the trial birth. Wang Chong took Chen to the control room outside, pointed to a green button in front, and said, "Mr. Liu, the site is now ready. Press this button and the production line will start." Chen nodded and pressed the button. In the workshop separated by glass, as raw materials were added, the production line began to move. Seeing the orderly operation of the machines inside, Chen was also very happy. As long as after the trial production is successful and the film production rate is guaranteed, then your own robot army can be formed. As for why we didn't ask for a higher nanometer process from the official, it's because the most advanced one in Longhua is 14 nanometers. Baodao has 7 nanometers, but we can't get it ourselves for the time being. First of all, without chips, our robot army cannot develop, and with advanced chip production lines, our robots cannot play with this, so we could just use 28 nanometer chips with mature technology. And the more advanced the nanometer level, the weaker the anti-interference ability. Moreover, Li Yunpeng gave himself a military-grade production line, which is more stable and has stronger anti-interference ability. After the trial production was successful, all the debuggers present clapped their hand happily, and Chen was also very satisfied. Wang Chong was a bit calmer. After checking the batch of general-purpose chips, he found that the yield rate of this batch of chips was not high. Only about 80%. Wang Chong called on the debugging personnel to continue adjusting the production line. After an afternoon of debugging, the yield rate was finally increased to 93% in the evening. Theoretically, this production line was considered qualified. Chen also felt that this number was enough. After all, he only needed information in physical objects and would still have to cheat later. However, Wang Chong did not know these things. So after seeing that Chen had no objection, he announced that the trial production was successful. That night, everyone held a celebration banquet in a dormitory. Chen thanked everyone for their hard work. After having a meal with everyone, he left the group to rest in the dormitory and returned to his room. Shelter. That night, Chen contacted Li Yunpeng and told him that the chip production line had been debugged and could operate normally. He said that he could send someone to pick up the technicians. Li Yunpeng also said that he would send a car to pick them up tomorrow, and then the two of them chatted casually. After a few words, they all hung up the communication and went to rest. The next day, after watching the group of technicians leave, I returned to the studio of the shelter. 0. Have you recorded all the installation and debugging this time? Sir, everything has been recorded, including the solution to the low yield rate caused by certain defects in the process during production operation. Very good. If I ask you to build this batch of equipment again, can you do it? Sir, for the equipment, I only learned about the relevant installation and debugging methods through monitoring. If you give me a similar equipment, I can calculate the best installation and debugging method. I also understand the process flow of producing chips. If I have enough time and computing power, I can figure out how to make a device that can achieve this effect. Okay, I get it. In fact, after listening to Zero's statement, Chen was not too disappointed. After all, there was a lack of specific data, but he had a plug-in, so it was time to activate it. After taking a look at the nanocore at 9 o'clock in the morning on the 2nd, there were still 4,440 energy points. Chen felt that this number was unlucky and was ready to use it. After scanning the equipment of the production line and inputting the process flow and debugging data into the nanocore, he selected optimization and was prompted to provide 2,000 energy points for this optimization. After Chen selected it, it was prompted that it would take 24 hours to complete the optimization. Chen took a look and realized that he had nothing to do for the time being. So he returned to the shelter and started designing chips, striving to produce a qualified robot central processor. At 9 o'clock the next morning, after Chen got up, he checked the optimized production line performance. I saw the basic data after optimization displayed on the nanocore. First, the 28-nanometer process was improved to 20 nanometers. Second, it was fully automated and the yield rate was increased to 99.99%. Seeing this, Chen was already very happy, and what happened later was that the previous mold-making equipment was changed to 3D printing mode for mold-making. After it is no longer used, it can be broken into pieces and reused as materials. Chen felt that his 2,000 points were not in vain. After downloading the manufacturing information included in it, he passed it to Zero and asked him to start manufacturing the corresponding production line in shelter number 1. After completing this, Chen came to the factory, spent 2,500 energy points to create a nano hive, and began to transform the production line. Zero, you will start manufacturing 2 more unmanned transport aircraft. Take a group of robots to the Muas Desert in northern Shaanxi to collect sand, screen raw materials, and start refining monocrystalline silicon. After the renovation here, the refined monocrystalline silicon will be bring it all here. Okay, sir. The CPU used by the robot has been designed. Do you want to tape out the performance to test it? Well, after the transformation here is completed, you can control the robot over there for a tape-out test. I will go back to the shelter to solve the problem of transportation capacity. Okay, sir, just leave this to me. Chen nodded and drove back to the shelter. After Chen left, Zero began to control the small assembly in the shelter and began to produce transport aircraft. At the same time, he built a temporary hangar on the runway on the ground. After Chen returned to the shelter, he began to think about the power problem on his side. The fuel rods exchanged before had been used in Shelter 1. If he just waited for the fuel in Shelter 1 to multiply, it would take too long. After thinking for a while, looking at the robot on the side, he suddenly thought that he was now the owner of titanium alloy, so it would be okay to use this finished titanium alloy as a trade, right? Chen was not sure whether it would work. After thinking about it, he decided to use pure titanium as a trade. Anyway, he was not going to heaven now, so he could only make some tools and undersea robots, which would not be used elsewhere for the time being. After checking my inventory, I found that 10 tons of pure titanium had been stored. After contacting Li Yunpeng, he expressed that he wanted to exchange for another plutonium-239 fuel rod and said that he could exchange it with pure titanium. After listening to this, Li Yunpeng was a little speechless. Do you think fuel rods are just cabbage? If you want it, you can have it. However, he was speechless and still reported the situation to his superiors. The bosses at the superiors were also a little bit embarrassed to smile. This Chen was so good at causing trouble. He didn't know what good things he was hiding, and they would suddenly appear. However, the superiors did not pay too much attention to it, and finally agreed to exchange 2 tons of pure titanium for a 3-kilogram plutonium-239 fuel rod. After Li Yunpeng and Chen discussed the transaction price, Chen was also very happy. After confirming the transaction time, Chen happily went to prepare supplies. On November 5th, Li Yunpeng led a team to escort the plutonium-239 fuel rods to Chen's shelter. After meeting with Chen, he handed the fuel rods to Chen, and then Chen moved 2 tons of pure titanium out. After loading the 2 tons of pure titanium into the car, Li Yunpeng said to Chen, "Mr. Liu, after this transaction is completed, I hope that Mr. Liu can make good use of nuclear fuel. We know that you are building a fast reactor nuclear power plant, So we hope that if there are new breakthroughs, we can exchange technology with Mr. Liu or purchase corresponding technology with materials or resources. Team Leader Lee, do the higher-ups really believe that I can make a breakthrough? Mr. Liu, you don't need to belittle yourself. Through our recent transactions, I think your intelligence has been seen by everyone, so the higher-ups still have high expectations for you. Then thank you for the trust from above. If I make a new breakthrough here, I will notify Team Leader Lee at that time. Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Good. After ending this conversation, Chen also knew that his strategy was basically successful. People often say that a tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, but when you're so strong that the wind cannot blow it away, you can see a different scenery. Now that Chen has entered the senior management site, it is equivalent to having a backer. As long as he does not seek death, there will be no problem. After Li Yunpeng arrived, Chen started asking for change and asking about the manufacturing status of fast reactor parts. Sir, the fast reactor parts for Shelter 1 have arrived. The large parts have been manufactured locally and can be manufactured at any time. Well done. Let a robot come over and take this fuel rod over and build it according to new technical standards. Okay, sir. Then a six-legged robot came to Chen and took out the lead box containing the fuel rods. Not far from the shelter, a construction site was built. The area where Chen's shelter was located was in a hilly area, and a clearing was cleared around the shelter to ensure a wide field of vision. There's an industrial park about 3 kilometers around, so there are many factories left behind. After the deal with the government, all the land around it has been contracted through the government, so it is possible to build around it. When Zero started to take action, Chen was not idle either. He took the harvested vegetables to the shelter where Yang Ming was. Director Yang, I'm here to deliver food to you this time. Mr. Liu, welcome. I haven't seen Mr. Liu for a long time. What have you been busy with recently? I've been busy lately. When I came here this time, in addition to delivering food, I also wanted to buy some resources from Director Yang. I wonder what resources Mr. Liu needs. I may not have some resources here. Director Yang, I want to buy some rare earth resources from you this time. Yang Ming looked at Chen and said, Mr. Liu, with your authority, you can still buy some rare earths. I don't know what kind of rare earths you need. Are there any rare earths like europium? I've been researching chips recently, so I want to do some research. Mr. Liu is really lucky. I happen to have this kind of resource here. I will ask someone to get it. Mr. Liu will wait for a while. Chen nodded. Sure enough, there was someone in the court who was easy to get things done. If ordinary people wanted to exchange rare earths, they wouldn't even have a means. After waiting for a while and getting the rare earths he wanted, Chen said goodbye to Yang Ming and returned to the shelter. After returning to the shelter, Chen stored the rare earths and checked the information. He found that there were also rare earth mines in the Annan area in the south, as well as other metal minerals and rich oil and gas resources. 0. After the chips are manufactured, we will increase resource mining in Annan, prepare a large amount of iron ore, and prepare to verify the construction of transport ships. Okay, sir, the log has been added. Also, how is chip production going? Sir, the raw materials have been screened and monocrystalline silicon is being produced. The central processor made from the existing materials has been tested and can allow the robot to act autonomously. At present, 10 samples have been produced using the original materials, and the performance is stable when installed inside the robot. Well done. How is the construction of the chip production line in Shelter 1? Sir, the chip production line in Shelter 1 is currently at a standstill due to lack of raw materials. I have arranged a search for corresponding materials in the area. Well, in this way, the chip production line in Shelter Number 1 will stop equipment manufacturing and then continue to build robots and store them. After our chips are put into production, they will be shipped there first. After all the robots are equipped with chips, send the robots to the big island next to it to find the chip manufacturing factory and pull their equipment back directly. After completing the plan, Chen began to research the ion thruster. On the morning of the 10th, after Chen got up, he had a simple breakfast and came to the studio. 0. How's my robot transport team doing? Sir, after several days of emergency manufacturing, the manufacturing and chip installation of 100 robots have been completed. Where's the transport equipment? Currently, 10 transport aircraft have been prepared, and the load capacity of each transport aircraft has been increased to 20 tons, which is enough for this operation. 100 robots are not enough. How many robots do we have here? Sir, in addition to the necessary use of facilities, we can deploy 50 six-legged robots for support. Then transfer all 50 of them and equip each robot with an electromagnetic gun. Sir, what are the standards of conduct? As long as they don't hinder us, don't worry about them. If they obstruct us, shoot the first shot in the sky as a warning. If you don't listen to dissuasion, shoot directly at the limbs. Understand, sir. Robots have been arranged to provide support. Very good. Soon, in the afternoon. Sir, Shelter 1 is ready and ready to go. Now that you are ready, let's go. Yes. Sir, the first batch of 2 drones has already taken off. When all 10 drones take off, they will complete the formation in the air and head to the destination. Looking at the 2 unmanned transport planes taking off on the runway in the surveillance screen, Chen nodded. Soon, the unmanned transport aircraft flew eastward after forming a formation in the air. After a while, when the plane entered the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom, it was immediately detected by the Air Force. 2 modified fighter jets immediately took off and began to approach the transport group. After approaching, they reported the situation to the Ground Air Traffic Control Department. Chen also received the report and couldn't help but patted his forehead. I was so excited that I forgot about it and didn't report it. 0. Contact Team Leader Li Yunpeng quickly. Receive contacted. Team Leader Li, I am Chen. I have something to report to you. Mr. Liu, you call me suddenly. Did you have anything good again? I may disappoint Team Leader Li. That's the case. I was planning to go to the nearby island to borrow 2 photolithography machines for research. However, there were too many things going on, and I forgot to report them to the Air Force. Now I'm being watched in the air. See if you can help solve this problem. I will definitely not forget to report it next time. Mr. Liu, you did this. Now I will report it to my superiors and call the Air Force to ask them not to act rashly for the time being. What do you think? Thank you, Team Leader Li. By the way, I have recently made some new discoveries about fast reactor nuclear power plants. If you're free, you can come to my place to take a look. Mr. Liu, I will visit your place in a few days. I may bring a few people with me. Do you have any objection? No problem. Let's just say it. I'll wait for your good news. Mr. Liu, wait a moment. Then, not long after, Chen saw the fighter jets in the sky starting to return. This was when Chen received a communication from Li Yunpeng. Mr. Liu, the matter has been resolved. I hope you can report next time. You just shocked the Air Force. I'm very sorry. It won't happen like this next time. Mr. Liu, when you are free, I will take someone to your place to visit. Let's do this. Can it be no more than a month at most? I'm building a verification facility here. I'll let you know when it's done. Then I will wait for Mr. Liu's good news. After Chen said hello, they hung up the communication. 0. If there is an inbound flight operation later, remember to remind me to report it to the military. Okay, sir, it has been recorded. The formation is now close to the destination. Very good. After arriving at the location, find a nearby flat place. Airborne all the robots, build a temporary airport, and then let 20 robots defend this place, and the others will find the chip factory. In addition, let the drones return after airborne and put the 3 robots back to the ground. A tractor was transported there to transport the equipment. After 0 received the instruction, he began to implement it. After the plane arrived at its destination, it lowered its altitude, opened the door, and each robot began to airborne. I saw umbrella flowers blooming in the sky. The 6-legged robot above kept turning the camera to observe the terrain. Soon, when the robot was about to reach the ground, a blade popped out from one of its limbs, quickly cutting off the parachute rope. It hit the ground with a dong sound, and then began to quickly assemble and run towards the already determined temporary airport location. Past. After releasing the robot, the transport plane in the sky began to return, and the executor gave the next instruction. Here, As the robots ran wildly on the streets, the few surviving people looked at the streets from the windows of their shelters and saw that it was actually a robot. They were so frightened that they thought aliens had invaded, and they hid in their houses and did not dare to come out. Voice. This situation provided a good cover for Chen's actions. As a result, no one noticed that the chip factory was moved. It was not until much later that the chairman of the original chip factory came here to move the equipment and found that only the entire factory had been moved. An empty shell on Baodao Street. Teams of six-legged robots were moving. According to the map stored in the memory, one team of robots was the first to find the chip factory. After entering the factory, a robot came to the gate, turned on the power to the gate, and then opened the gate. Other robots in the team began to enter the factory one after another. After 20 robots entered the factory area, the remaining robots began to return. The robot in the factory began to look for the chip production line workshop. After finding it, the robot opened the door. Since the factory area is well sealed off, the equipment in the workshop is basically not damaged, but many electrical components have been damaged by the solar storm. So it was a pity when Chen found out. However, Chen didn't mind it and ordered all the equipment to be shipped back. At worst, it would be repaired with nanoworm nests when the time comes. After the order was delivered, the robots in the factory were divided into two parts. One part entered the workshop and began to dismantle the equipment, while the other part was on guard outside the workshop. While this team of robots was dismantling things, the robots that had withdrawn earlier began to repair the ground in a relatively flat, open space. After the ground was continuously compacted and reached a certain hardness, it was almost time for the next batch of transport planes to arrive. The robot lined up a runway on part of the airstrip and turned on the searchlight on the top as a light guide. When the transport plane landed smoothly, other robots present quickly stepped forward to carry the materials in the warehouse. After all the supplies were moved, you could see that the entire airport was occupied. There are a lot of construction materials piled on the ground, as well as a fuel generator, charging piles, transformers, etc. There are 3 tractors on the outermost edge that have been driven out, but no one is operating them. It would probably scare a lot of people if they saw it at night. Each tractor will be followed by a robot escort. Other robots began to build airstrips, paving the original dirt runways with asphalt to improve the quality of the runways. The runway is constructed to high standards and can take off and land large transport aircraft. It is still possible for aircraft like the Y-20 to take off and land. After I finish moving my things, it is quite exciting to think about handing over this place directly to the military. When the runway construction began, a small model house was built on one side of the runway, with a generator and charging equipment installed inside. After all these facilities were built, the runway was almost completed. Then a team of robots walked onto the runway with guidance lights and began installation. When everything was built, an airstrip without a terminal was completed. It was already evening, and the first batch of equipment had been packaged and pulled over. At this time, the tractor had already gone to the factory for the second time, and the robots left behind began to move the equipment into the transport aircraft. In addition to the warning and transportation robots, about 50 robots were sent out to search for other supplies. After a day and night of moving, the equipment in the factory was finally moved, and a lot of polished monocrystalline silicon rods were also found in the warehouse. Chen was particularly surprised when he found out. There was also an unexpected gain. After all the supplies arrived at the airport, the robot transport team was too efficient, resulting in insufficient capacity for the 10 drones, and a lot of equipment was queued up. The entire airport was brightly lit. Chen urgently mobilized 2 transport planes from Shelter 0 to provide support, while Shelter 1 also urgently produced 3 drones to provide support. At this point, Chen did not let Zero continue to manufacture this kind of unmanned transport aircraft. The initial plan was to redesign a large unmanned transport aircraft. Taking the Y-20 as an example, in the original data, the takeoff weight was 200 tons. The load capacity is only 66 tons, but the modified Y-20 has a takeoff weight of 300 tons and a load capacity of 150 tons. Therefore, Chen's standard is to have a transport capacity of at least 50 tons. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. When he was just preparing to design, many things came up, which naturally delayed him. Now, he urgently needs planes to transport the equipment back, so he manufactured it first. Let's talk about how many of them are used. First, solve the issue of availability, and then the issue of whether they are good or not. On the other side, 50 robots scattered throughout the city are still very few. On a street, a six-legged robot was walking. It walked into a nearby store to check if there were any available supplies. Of course, Chen was not so ruthless. He wouldn't go in if there were people there. He didn't need the supplies. In fact, what Chen hopes most is to find some missing warehouses or something. But Chen has come to the right place. Due to the short-sightedness and arrogance of Baodao management personnel, a lot of supplies were not collected, but a lot of food was collected. Therefore, many people had no food and had to go to official shelters to survive, eating a little food every day, hungry to death. The robots in the industrial area discovered something. In a special alloy factory, they found 50 tons of special metal, while another group of robots found a lot of machine tools being assembled on the production line in a machine tool yard. There are many more discoveries to come, such as a lot of discoveries in some semiconductor production factories and a lot of semiconductor raw materials. In the eyes of today's Baodao people, these things are not as good as a mouthful of rice. It was this kind of thinking that made Chen come here this time with a full collection of goods. Chen never expected that he would discover such a treasure through an unexpected move. It seems that he will need to take good care of it when he goes to other cities in the future. After searching, many people behind wanted to find some supplies, but they ended up facing an empty warehouse. During the subsequent search, Chen discovered several semiconductor factories one after another. After checking, he found out that Baodao's pillar industries were semiconductors and precision machine tools, as well as some display screen companies. But these are no longer important to Chen. If such precision equipment is not protected in advance, it will be difficult to survive the solar storm. This resulted in Chen basically not finding the intact equipment, and all the high-precision electronic components inside had been burned. However, we found a lot of raw materials, such as some semiconductor raw materials and special steel for manufacturing machine tools. Seeing how big the delivery was this time, Chen quickly asked Zero to trim a few more warehouses next to shelter number 1. And the aircraft directly added 5 more planes into the transport queue. At this point, Chen's Air Transport Brigade already has 25 transport planes. In addition to 20 transporting materials from Treasure Island, the remaining 5 are transporting back and forth between Shelter 0 and Shelter 1. With the expansion of the mining base next to Shelter 1, Chen has also increased material support for Shelter 0. Today, minus the used ones, the metal resources in stock have reached 70 tons. Chen planned to hoard resources and then find an abandoned ship to renovate and accumulate experience in shipbuilding. After all, the ship still carried a large carrying capacity, although it was a bit slow. At this time, at the temporary airport in Baodao, you can see that from the airport to the city, a line of robots are carrying small supplies in an orderly manner. From the sky, they look like a row of ants. Transporting food returns to the nest. The tractors going back and forth next to it seemed particularly abrupt. Chen also felt that these 3 tractors now seemed a bit useless. First of all, the load capacity is not high, only 5 tons. The other is that the vehicle body is too long. Basically, after the current drone is loaded on a tractor, it cannot load other things. It is true that some things can be loaded on the backseat of the tractor, but if it exceeds 5 tons, it will cause damage to the frame of the rear compartment. The load capacity of my drone is 20 tons, so after adding the weight of the tractor, it is at least 14 tons. Of transport capacity was wasted. As long as a tractor is, he can completely modify a small truck with a load of more than 15 tons, and he can directly drive the truck filled with supplies into the transport aircraft. It not only saves time, but also does not waste too much transportation capacity. But I will use it this time. After the material transfer is completed, the tractor will be rebuilt. After 2 days and 2 nights of transportation, all the available materials in the entire semiconductor industrial park were finally transported to the airstrip. At the moment, most of the materials piled up beside the airport are raw materials, and the complete equipment has already been transported to Shelter 1. Although these available equipment are only some internal parts that can still be used, such as some optical components, ordinary motors, etc. Among these parts, especially the lens and the photolithography machine is a very precious part. Although you can make it yourself, it only consumes energy to create a nano hive to produce this kind of lens, so you can save what you can. At this moment, the airport is transporting this raw material. In the distant mountains, the robot discovered a nest of mutant ants. After Chen found out, he felt that this was a good opportunity to test the robot's combat effectiveness. So he temporarily told these robots not to act rashly and waited for the material transfer to be completed before taking action. After 3 days of extreme transportation, all the supplies were finally delivered to the shelter. The space base didn't know what Chen was doing after seeing Chen's crazy flying these days. So the Air Force Base sent fighter planes to follow them. They happened to see Chen transporting the last supplies from the airport to the drone. After reporting to the base, he saw that the supplies had been transported, so he sent the plane back first. And here, after the last batch of supplies was shipped on the plane, Chen asked the robot to start clearing the mutant ants in the mountainous area to eliminate hidden dangers in the city below. Although every time he watched the Bao Dao program, he watched it as a crosstalk, but the people at the bottom still innocent. As the robot advanced, the mutated ants were gradually eliminated. The queen ant sensed the massacre and began to prepare to escape, but in the end she did not run away and was caught by Chen. Looking at the queen ant in front of him, Chen felt a little uncomfortable and took her back to Sanctuary Number 1 and immediately ordered the queen to be eliminated. After eliminating the queen ant, all the robots began to board the plane and return home. At 10 o'clock in the morning on the 12th, Chen got up. After having breakfast with Takshu and a dog, Chen came to the studio. 0. Report the gains and losses of our operation this time. Sir, this operation took 6 days, and a total of 25 transport planes were used. After statistics, the materials delivered to Shelter 1 were 300 tons of raw materials. Among them, there are 200 tons of semiconductor raw materials, 50 tons of special metals, and more than 50 tons of various rare earths. If nothing else, this rare earth harvest can support our own rare earth production. What about the others? In addition to raw materials, statistics of other production line equipment indicate that a total of 4 semiconductor production lines can be formed. However, the internal electronic components of these equipment have been damaged, so they are expected to be used as parts to assemble a production line. But this needs to be verified. Very good. Store these supplies. Let's start assembling these parts over at Shelter Number 1. We can use the existing technical data to modify them and see how they work. Recorded. How's our attrition? As for losses, the oil loss reached 10 tons, which is mainly used for fuel generators. The power consumption of robots running at full power is also increasing, resulting in the generator in Bao Dao running at full load to meet the demand. Regarding the power supply demand, after more drones were added later, another generator was transferred to meet the demand. Currently, one of the 2 generators left there is unusable and has been dismantled. Only one is still in normal condition. The generator has been shut down. If the temperature does not drop further, it can be stored for 5 years. Well, what about the robot? After detailed inspection of the internal support skeletons of the 150 robots dispatched this time, it was found that the interior of the skeletons had been damaged, and all the robots had varying degrees of damage. 0. Call up the design standards of the 6-legged robot. It's been time for improvements after such a long time. As 0 pulled out the design information of the hexapod, Chen also began to take a look. The hexapod currently in use still uses ordinary high-strength alloy steel as the skeleton, with built-in hydraulic transmission and motor transmission. The maximum the lifting weight is 600 kilograms and the height is only 1.2 meters. It's not that it can't bear greater weight, but because of its design, the 3 legs for movement cannot support too much weight. This kind of robot is used for construction and maintenance, and Chen has not designed a robot specifically for transportation. Chen looked at this information and felt that it was better not to design a robot specifically for transportation. In the future, it would be enough to use a freight truck to transport the materials directly. This time, he was afraid that something might happen over time, so he used this kind of robot to transport materials instead. In addition, transfer our existing unmanned transport aircraft data to the holographic platform. This time we must get a large capacity drone. We are lucky this time, otherwise we would not have been given such a long time to transport it. Material. Sir, the drawings have been transferred. Chen enlarged the drone on the holographic platform, extracted the power equipment individually, and began to redesign it. I adjusted the turbofan engine and looked at the working principle of the turbofan engine. I found that it was still the same problem as before. It was impossible to complete all-electric drive. I had to either continue to develop the fuel engine or develop an ion thruster. However, the current environment cannot use the turbofan engine. Fan the engine. The volcanic ash in the air will directly damage the engine. Chen also had a headache looking at this. In the end, he had no choice but to plug the engine back in and then zoomed in on the entire body to see if he could work a miracle with force. With the simulation of the holographic platform, the final result is that the price/performance ratio is not high. Although the transportation capacity can be increased after scaling up, the increased batteries, metal resources, etc. are enough to build 2 current transport aircraft based on year-on-year calculations. Then Chen began to study ion thrusters and found that the thrust of current plasma thrusters was very small and could not meet his requirements. However, Chen believed that if he could develop it, going to space would probably not be a big problem. Chen simulated the current ion thruster on the holographic platform and started to study it. Chen also wanted to cheat, but if his foundation was not solid, he would not understand the principles of the equipment optimized with nanocore. While Chen was concentrating on research, not far from the shelter, a small fast reactor nuclear power plant was almost completed. The whole thing had been formed, and the internal equipment had been installed. It was just waiting to connect the lines. It's ready to start. On the morning of the 13th, after yesterday's research, Chen already had some ideas about ion thrusters. The best thrust of today's ion thrusters is only a few newtons. However, Chen simulated it on the holographic platform yesterday and discovered that there are changes. The working medium can have thrust data of different sizes. Today I was going to find a suitable structural method to increase the thrust, but just when Chen walked into the studio, Zero's voice rang out. Sir, the fast reactor nuclear power plant is almost completed. After the final line connections are completed, it can be started. So fast. Yes, sir, because a large number of robots are used to work, construction can continue 24 hours a day. Coupled with advanced planning and multiple construction points at the same time, the main structure has been almost completed so quickly. How long will the final line take? It will take another 5 days, sir. Yes, connect me to Li Yunpeng. Connected. How is Team Leaderly these days? Mr. Liu called me. Did you get the result of what we talked about before? Team Leaderly guessed right. The progress here is going smoothly. We can almost do the experiment. I called you to inform you that you can prepare. You can come to my place in 5 days. Okay, I will contact some accompanying personnel. Okay, I will send you some technical introductions. I will wait for your visit in a few days. After hanging up the call, Chen asked Ling to continue the construction, while he continued his research on the engine. On the other side, after hanging up the call, Li Yunpeng immediately reported to his superiors. Soon, the president of the Academy of Sciences, Zhou Wenwu, and the experts of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute knew the news. After everyone arrived, Li Yunpeng introduced the technology that needed to be understood this time, which had just been printed. Looking at some of the data and solutions above, the professor who was studying nuclear energy on the side stood up excitedly and asked Li Yunpeng, "Where did you get this plan? I want to meet this person. The idea is very innovative. The key is that the logic makes sense. Do you have specific experimental data?" Professor Li, Don't get excited. This time I called everyone here to watch the experimental process on site. So I gave you this information to see if you need to bring some equipment over. Seeing that Professor Li Bin of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute was so excited, Li Yunpeng quickly comforted him. Okay, I'm not excited, but you have to tell me who proposed this plan. I have such an idea in nuclear energy. I feel that there are successors. Li Yunpeng felt that the old professor's reaction was a bit exaggerated and quickly said, "You also know this person. I know him. It's Chen who provided several technologies before. It's him. That's not surprising. This should be his second nuclear power plant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big improvement. There must have been a round of technical demonstration before." Dean Zhou Wenwu, who was standing by, didn't feel surprised when he heard that it was Chen who proposed it. From the previous contacts, I have overestimated Chen's ability. I didn't expect that he would have such a wonderful idea in the use of nuclear energy. The fast reactor construction idea provided by Chen is somewhat different from the traditional one. From another aspect, it combines the fuel rods with a special internal structure and automatically gathers the outer fertile plutonium-239 to form a new fuel rod. After reaching the set data, the fertile fuel rods fall off directly and are then transferred to a facility in the nuclear power plant. At all times, you only need to wear protective clothing, enter this facility, seal the fuel rods, and bring them out. And there are facilities on the top of the reactor that can automatically replace the fuel rods. After starting the special structure, there is enough time to replace the fuel rods. Finally, it was mentioned in the introduction that the special internal structure can increase the efficiency of the entire reactor to 80%, far exceeding the current 60% experimental fast reactor. After learning the whole story, the experts present all expressed their desire to go to the site to see it. As for why no one doubted it, it was because Li Yunpeng had taken the lead in informing Chen about the nuclear reactor in Annan. With this precedent, there was not much doubt, and they were just waiting to go to the site to watch the launch ceremony together in a few days. Seeing these old children making a lot of noise, Li Yunpeng could only ask for help from Dean Zhou Wenwu. After seeing this, Dean Zhou stood up helplessly and slammed the table. "Look at you, you're almost buried, but you're still like a child. The conditions are limited this time, and it is impossible for everyone to go. Now the allocation is like this. Those who are not nuclear energy professionals should not go. Why are you going to join in the fun? This time we're going for technical verification and research. Also, Li Bin, you will bring the researchers involved in the nuclear power project from your institute. When the time comes, the group you bring, as well as me and team leader Li will go there." "Okay, Dean Zhou." Hearing this arrangement, Professor Li laughed happily. Seeing Dean Zhou get angry, the others did not dare to make trouble. Finally, after confirming the list of personnel, there were a total of 7 people. Team leader Li began to arrange security work. After all, these people are national treasures and nothing can happen. At the same time, Li Yunpeng also gave a number of people to Chen, asking him to be responsible for the food and accommodation of these national treasures, as well as the accommodation of some security personnel. Li Yunpeng made this arrangement because the previous installation and debugging personnel came back and reported on Chen's food and accommodation conditions. So Chen was put in charge this time. After receiving the call from Li Yunpeng, Chen was also very happy. These national treasures came this time, so he couldn't let them go easily. He had to dig out all the knowledge reserves of this group of people. As for Li Yunpeng asking him to arrange food and accommodation, Chen said that compared with knowledge, these are just idle words. Soon, the robots in the shelter began to be dispatched to continue to renovate the dormitories of the chip factory. The original 5 dormitories were expanded to 20. The dormitories in the surrounding factory areas were all looted by Chen. This is also an unexpected surprise. I found some snacks that are still edible, such as some potato chips and candies. These foods have a long shelf life, and the low temperature makes these foods equivalent to being frozen. It's only been more than 6 months since the end of the world, and many foods with a long shelf life are still not expired. Inspired by this, Chen also sent 5 robots to search the large industrial area in the east of the city. Tons of materials could not be collected, but these personal scattered snacks were still somewhat harvested. On the way, Chen found another container truck. After pulling it back to the shelter, he remodeled it, increased the load-bearing capacity of the frame, and made electric modifications. Then the container truck that originally carried 3 tons was increased to 10 tons of load capacity. This car will be driven by a robot to the Changdong Industrial Park, where the 5 robots went before to be responsible for transporting goods. Letting the robot drive was also a sudden idea. This robot itself has 6 legs. In addition to the 3 legs that need to walk, there are also 3 legs that can move freely. So Chen entered the driving information and found that it was still okay. This new discovery is also an attempt. In this car, there's also a small server to support computing. After the driving robot is connected, it can navigate today's roads with ease. That night, the Chengdong Industrial Park had been basically collected, and a lot of good things were found. Looking at the container truck that came back, I found that there were a lot of snacks piled up scattered inside, such as instant noodles, potato chips, jelly, drinks, and even compressed biscuits. In addition to these snacks, there are also some long-lasting foods, such as milk powder, flour, rice, etc. Later, Chen even saw a box of bottled honey, which had not been opened yet, and had the words 10 bottles written on it, times 1 kg. Seeing this, Chen felt happy. Now, he had something to entertain these national treasures. When these professors go back, you can give this to them as a gift. Chen went on to take inventory of these supplies. It was also strange. In the past, it was the most painful when taking inventory in the company. Unlike now, he is full of energy. In the back, Chen also found about 10 unopened duvets, which were beautifully packaged. They were probably distributed as welfare. There are also more than 10 boxes of tissue paper, towels, shampoo, laundry detergent, etc. These should be some of the benefits of the factory. Chen knew that after some factories were established in a place, they would use monthly distribution of daily necessities to attract surrounding villagers to come work, even if their wages were not high. And if the salary is about the same, if you come to work and you can get daily necessities, then I will definitely come to work here. So it was not surprising for Chen to see this. After putting all the items in the warehouse and sorting them, it was already very late. Chen also knew that almost everything that could be used in the city was really looted this time. It's clean. In the next few days, Chen was not idle. While asking Ling to complete the renovation of the accommodation area with good quality and quantity, he also contacted Li Yunpeng and hoped that he could bring a cook with him when he came. Although he was good at craftsmanship, but I'm afraid I won't have time to cook by then, so I might as well let someone else do it. And Li Yunpeng simply recommended Xiaolan to cook, because after tasting Xiaolan's cooking skills once before, he felt that it was very good. Later, the team had heavy tasks and no time to taste Xiaolan's cooking skills. After Xiaolan heard this, she was still very reluctant, but Li Yunpeng said, "This is your mission and an order for this operation," and blocked him back. In the end, he could only leave unhappy. Li Yunpeng also smiled and found the security personnel who led the team this time. He was also an old partner. The person leading the team this time was Bai Xiao. Due to the gains from Chen's last time, the security department contacted many overseas strongholds, so this guy also got promoted. Bai Xiao, although there is no danger in going this time, I am afraid that there may be an accident during the experiment. So if the situation goes wrong, you must protect these national treasures and evacuate quickly, including Chen. Don't worry, Team Leader Li, I still know this. Bai Xiao, I believe in your determination, but to ensure nothing goes wrong, I specially designed a disposable jet device that can be attached to our exoskeleton armor. It can fly at a speed of 200 meters per second. The exoskeleton's strength, no need to worry about getting hurt. Team Leader Li, you are so thoughtful. I understand. I will protect these researchers with my life. Don't worry. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. Thank you, Bai Xiao. The two saluted each other and then began preparations for departure. In the blink of an eye, it was the 17th. In the morning, Chen got up early and began to greet the arrival of this group of people. During the previous phone call, Li Yunpeng told Lu Chen and his group that in addition to the experts and the accompanying 20-person security team, in addition to the escort team waiting at the official shelter here, there were a total of 30 people who arrived at Lu Chen's shelter, and they were equipped with the latest modified exoskeleton armor. After arriving at Lu Chen's shelter, Li Yunpeng got out of the car first. After meeting Lu Chen, Team Leader Li, thank you for coming all the way. Let's put these people in the dormitory first. Okay, then, Mr. Lu, please lead the way. Then a group of people followed Lu Chen's pickup truck to the dormitory area of the chip factory. After arriving at the dormitory area, these experts and professors just took a look at the place where they lived and then hurriedly asked Lu Chen to take them to the site of the nuclear power plant under construction. However, Lu Chen calmed them down first, and after everyone else had settled down, everyone went to the scene together. Other security team members were also surprised after seeing such an accommodation environment, but their good professionalism kept them calm. After putting away their luggage, they quickly gathered and started security work. On the other side, Lu Chen looked at Xia Lan, who was next to Li Yunpeng, with a bad expression. He thought his aunt was here, so he didn't think much about it. After talking to Li Yunpeng for a while, he saw that everyone was getting ready, and then he took everyone to the construction site. On site, after arriving at the construction site, the professors were not too surprised to see the six-legged robot at the site. They just thought that Lu Chen's idea was good and that this design was indeed suitable for construction work. Then a group of people walked inside the nuclear power plant. After entering, they looked at the space inside. They were surrounded by six-legged robots, connecting lines everywhere. Next, Lu Chen started to introduce while walking. The center of the entire facility that everyone sees now is the core of the entire nuclear power plant. A plutonium rod serves as the reaction core, bombarding the surrounding uranium-238 and then forming multiplied plutonium-239 on the periphery. An internal mechanical device will regularly the plutonium produced is sent to a lead room in the distance. There's a robotic arm inside the lead room. After making the plutonium rods, I added a little more design. I made only corresponding long boxes out of radiation-proof materials to store the plutonium rods. Finally, they were transported to the outside of the nuclear power plant and transported aside by robots. Inside the nuclear fuel warehouse. After walking around, Lu Chen led everyone out. When these experts saw the actual special device, they were also amazed. Finally, Lu Chen led everyone to his shelter and studio, turned on the holographic projection, and explained the principles of this special device to everyone. After the explanation, Lu Chen told everyone that with the current progress, the ignition operation could be started tomorrow afternoon. After hearing this, all the experts looked excited, and then they all returned to the dormitory, and Xia Lan started to cook. Lu Chen also understood why his face was so bad. Mr. Lu, Xia Lan's craftsmanship is very good. If you can give full play to it, you can experience the delicious taste on the tip of your tongue. When Lu Chen heard what Li Yunpeng said, he was a little looking forward to it, but seeing that Xia Lan was not in high spirits, he thought for a while and gave Yunpeng a bag of chocolates that he had brought with him, asking him to give it to Xia Lan so that she could calm down and give full play to herself. Cooking skills. Li Yunpeng also didn't expect that Lu Chen had such a skill. He shook his head with a smile, walked to Xia Lan, and said to her, "Don't be unhappy. I'll give you this bag of chocolates. Be good." Xia Lan looked at the bag of chocolates that Li Yunpeng took out and was extremely surprised. She thought that this piece of wood had finally come to its senses. After accepting the chocolates with joy, she went to cook happily. That night, everyone had a rich dinner. Then, in addition to the security personnel on alert, Lu Chen also slept in the dormitory. The sniper team on duty on the roof turned on the covert mode, and only the entire exoskeleton armor could be seen. Gradually, it blends into the surrounding environment. If you don't move, you won't notice anyone else here. The next day, everyone came to Lu Chen's shelter. In the shelter, Lu Chen and everyone watched the nuclear power plant under surveillance. Under the attention of everyone, Lu Chen solemnly pressed the start button. I saw that the plutonium rods inside the nuclear power plant were activated and began to undergo fission reactions. Fast neutrons that had not been decelerated hit the uranium-238 in the periphery, and plutonium-239 began to be generated at a speed invisible to the naked eye. As the reaction progressed, the steam turbine, it starts running and electricity starts to be generated. Chen and others were in the shelter, looking at the energy values displayed in front of them. The power of a nuclear power plant in front of them kept rising, and finally reached a power of 150 megawatts. Finally, after zero calculations, the power efficiency of a nuclear power plant reached 82%, 2% higher than designed. Finally, it was concluded that because robots were used for construction, the assembly of various components was completed very well, which improved a bit. Power. After it ran without any problems for a period of time, everyone clapped and cheered for Chen's success. Chen prepared to enter the nuclear power plant for inspection after a night of stable operation. For safety reasons, the experts also agreed with this opinion. After all, it has been successfully launched, and it will not be less than half a minute. On the morning of the 19th, everyone got up and washed up. After eating a hearty breakfast, they followed Chen back to the shelter. They checked the operation data of the nuclear power plant last night and found that everything was normal and the operation was very stable. The last data last night was that the power reached 150 megawatts. After a night of stable operation, the final power stabilized at around 140 megawatts. Under the leadership of Chen, everyone came to the nuclear power plant again. This time the scene was no longer like yesterday. Yesterday, it was a construction site, but this time, it was a very neat scene. Entering the control room of a nuclear power plant, everyone looked at the reactor in front of them through the glass. Professor Zhong showed an obsessed look. "This is so beautiful," Lieben murmured to himself, looking at the blue light reactor core in front of him. "Every time I see the reactors inside these nuclear power plants, I marvel at the greatness of technology." Zhou Wenwu on the side also sighed when he saw this. Chen, who was on the other side, checked the specific operating data on the console. After checking some data, he found that it had reached the standard he had originally designed. Then he focused on the growth rate and found that it would take about a year. If you want to build a medium-sized reactor by producing a 3-kilogram nuclear fuel rod, you only need to wait 2 years. By then, you will have 6 kilograms of nuclear fuel rods, enough to build a medium-sized reactor. After the visit, everyone returned to the dormitory. After lunch and arranging for everyone to rest, Li Yunpeng and Chen began negotiations in a conference room. Because of the apocalypse, the country's technological development has also been accelerated in disguise. Therefore, the electrical efficiency of the officially built fast reactor nuclear power plant has increased from about 40% to nearly 60%, but it is still not as efficient as Chen's fast reactor. So the authorities also really want Chen's design, but it depends on what price Chen offers. Since Chen was able to get people to visit, he had the idea of trading with the government. In today's world, technology and resources are indispensable. With the country's foundation, as long as a complete technology is in hand, it will be available soon. Understand and reduce costs through large-scale application. And I have been able to mine resources on my own. However, in terms of technology, although I can enter the electronic library to find the corresponding technology, there are some high-end technologies that I cannot obtain by myself. I can only research it myself or exchange it with the country. If you research it yourself, it may only be on par with the country's existing technology. Not to mention wasting time and resources, follow-up technology must continue to be researched. It is better to conduct technology exchange, which can save a lot of trouble. Mr. Liu, when I came here this time, I was also asked to take charge of this transaction, so Mr. Liu can make any requests, but if they are beyond the scope of my decision, I need to report to my superiors. Please understand, Mr. Liu. Don't worry, Team Leader Li. I don't have any big demands. I just hope to use this technology in exchange for some national support. Mr. Liu, please speak. I only have 2 requests. One is that I can exchange them for technical data on rocket engines. I don't need the most advanced ones, but I hope they won't give me anything too backward. The second point is that I hope to use resources in exchange for a 10,000-ton Coast Guard ship under construction. I don't need weapons, just give me an empty ship. Mr. Liu really dares to mention it. After listening to this, Li Yunpeng said with a wry smile, I can't decide on either of Mr. Liu's two requests. I will report back Mr. Liu's request. As for whether I agree or not, it depends on how the higher-ups decide. Team Leader Li, I also know that my two demands are not small, so I can afford to wait. Okay, then Mr. Liu, wait a moment, and I will report to my superiors. After speaking, Li Yunpeng walked out of the conference room. Lu Chen has no choice this time. First, the rocket engine is for his own technical reserves. Judging from the current research progress of ion engines, it will take a long time to make a breakthrough, whether it is doing experimental research by himself or using nanocores. Optimization. The second point is that due to the current limited transportation capacity, there's an urgent need for a tool with large transportation capacity. I just learned about the 10,000-ton Coast Guard ship before and found out about a Coast Guard ship under construction. So this time I took the opportunity to come up with the idea of exchanging resources. If it was in the past, you could buy it directly with money, but now you can't sell it even if you want to buy it. So you can only use this method to exchange it. On the other side, after Li Yunpeng reported to his superiors also reported the situation to the central government. After discussion, it was decided that the exchange could be carried out, but not for the previous technology, but for the latest generation of engine technology, because the Academy of Sciences was already developing a new generation of engine technology. The engine technology is about to bear fruit, so it doesn't matter if this generation of technology is given to Lu Chen. The 10,000-ton Coast Guard ship was still under construction before, and construction was stopped after the end of the world. However, the internal infrastructure has been completed, such as the engine and hull. All that remains is to install weapons and daily necessities. So I just didn't need it now, so I just exchanged supplies with Lu Chen. However, superiors have also set the transaction price. Based on the fact that the price of a 25,000-ton dock landing ship before the end of the world is nearly 800 million renminbi, then the price of this 10,000-ton Coast Guard ship can be priced at around 300 million renminbi. Because of the relationship with Lu Chen, there will be no increase in price, and the transaction will be based on the previous price. And I heard that Lu Chen has a lot of pure titanium, which can be traded with this. After receiving specific instructions, Li Yunpeng found Lu Chen again and started the final transaction negotiation. Mr. Liu, the superior has informed me that the superior agrees to all the requirements you put forward, including the technical data of the rocket engine we are currently using in exchange for your new fast reactor nuclear power plant technology, and we can also provide you with a YF-100 high-pressure regenerative liquid oxygen kerosene engine. But the Coast Guard ship you want needs to be traded in kind. Our offer here is 30 tons of pure titanium. I wonder if you can accept it. Lu Chen thought for a while and decided to accept the proposal. He said to Li Yunpeng, I agree with this transaction plan. Team Leader Li, you can prepare it. I'm also preparing to tray materials here. It will be ready in about 2 days. Okay, then we will deliver the materials and information in 2 days. After the negotiation was completed, Li Yunpeng left to report to his superiors and began to mobilize information and rocket engines. Lu Chen instructed Zero to transport the remaining 40 tons of pure titanium from shelter number 1 to shelter number 0 for the transaction 2 days later. After all the arrangements were completed, the experts who came over also rested well. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen began to raise some questions during his self-study process. Seeing that Lu Chen was so eager to learn, these professors did not hide anything and taught Lu Chen these cutting-edge knowledge without reservation. Lu Chen also absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. On the morning of the 21st, Li Yunpeng arranged for the people who transported materials and information to arrive at the scene. After the on-site handover, the staff loaded 30 tons of pure titanium onto the car and returned. Chen also directed the robot to transport this rocket engine back to the shelter first and wait for processing later. After all this, Chen's small classroom started, and all the nuclear energy-related professors present were brought to the control room of the fast reactor nuclear power plant next to him. Using the holographic platform that had just been built, he began to teach everyone some of the operating principles of this nuclear power plant and the working methods of the special structure. After 4 days of explanation, all the nuclear energy researchers understood the principles, and the only thing left was to practice it themselves. The actual construction experiment that followed could only be done after the group returned. Chen also handed the storage full of data to Li Yunpeng. With a round of farewell, everyone left Chen's place in the car. Seeing everyone leave, Chen was still a little uncomfortable. After all, these few days were quite lively, and there was a little happy event in the middle. Xiaolan worked as a chef during these days, and Chen ate a lot of delicious food. He also saw that Xiaolan was very interested in Li Yunpeng, so he secretly brought them together, constantly giving Li Yunpeng some snacks, and then asked him to give them to Xiaolan, saying that it was to keep a good mood and cook well, and that he and Xiaolan were not familiar with each other, and it was more appropriate for you, Li Yunpeng, to go. And Li Yunpeng was worthy of Xiaolan's description that he was wooden, and he actually nodded seriously. Finally, looking at Xiaolan's expectant eyes, Li Yunpeng never expressed anything. Chen couldn't stand it anymore and called Xiaolan over. "Mr. Liu, do you have something to do with me? Don't be nervous, Xiaolan. Do you like your team leader?" When this female man heard what Chen said, her face turned red, and she stammered and didn't know what to do. How to answer? Chen saw this and said urgently, "Xiaolan, you don't have to be shy. There is nothing wrong with liking someone, but I still want to remind you that if you don't want to miss someone like Team Leader Li who is slow in emotions, you should be more proactive and don't think about whether a man should chase a woman. In this world, accidents may happen one day. If you don't want to leave regrets, be bold." After saying that, Chen left, and Xiaolan thought for a long time. That night, Xiaolan found Li Yunpeng and expressed her feelings to him. Li Yunpeng was also shocked, but he didn't refuse. After all, he also liked Xiaolan, otherwise he would not take her with him except for dangerous places. After confirming the relationship, the two also thanked Chen. If it weren't for Chen, it is estimated that they would have missed each other and regretted it for the rest of their lives. However, Chen looked at the two people who were sick of each other and ate a mouthful of dog food. He could only leave silently. Finally, when they left, he gave them a couple ornament he had found before and wished them a happy marriage. Thinking of this, Chen also felt that it was a good feeling to facilitate a marriage. Maybe I could have been a matchmaker before. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it for the time being. Chen walked into the shelter, opened the map, and found the location of the Coast Guard ship, ready to receive this 10,000-ton ship. On the evening of the 25th, after Chen found the dock where the Coast Guard ship was located, Chen prepared to go to the scene to receive the ship tomorrow. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the 26th, Chen got up and found that the nanocore had once again accumulated 5,700 energy points, which should be able to meet the needs of this transformation. After determining the location, the distance from his shelter was 1,200 kilometers, and Chen knew that he needed to take a long trip. However, before going out, the RV needs to be modified and the original battery pack needs to be expanded. The original battery pack is a 500 kilograms standard battery, which can store up to 100,000 kilowatt hours and has a driving range of 2,000 kilometers. For example, a mere 1,200 kilometers is more than enough, but this time we need to carry a lot of materials and equipment, so this amount of energy is not enough. Chen plans to increase the battery pack to 1 ton, which will be able to store 200,000 kilowatt hours of electricity, enough for his own use. In addition to batteries, the original vehicle-mounted drones also need to be modified, adding high-strength, lightweight alloy materials to replace the skeleton, enlarging the body, increasing the cruising range, replacing high-definition cameras, etc. 5 robots still need to be modified. The original 6-legged robot skeleton has been damaged, and the skeleton has been gradually replaced recently. Lu Chen selected 5 robots whose skeletons have not yet been replaced, and replaced the high-strength alloy steel that was originally planned to be replaced. High-strength and lightweight titanium alloy, and after preparing some vulnerable parts, they were installed on the car together. It was originally planned to carry some materials, but the compartment capacity is limited. After loading 5 robots, there's not much space. After loading some living supplies in the rear cargo box, although it can still carry some materials, this point materials are optional. So Lu Chen planned to airdrop materials directly after arriving at the location, or build an airstrip like before, or directly clear a wide road. On the 27th, after yesterday's overnight modification, the relevant modification work had been completed. After loading all the materials into the truck, Lu Chen slowly closed the shelter, letting Zero control the normal operation of the facilities in the shelter and provide feeding in the snow. After getting in the car, Lu Chen entered the route map into the RV and let the RV drive automatically to the destination. At the same time, Lu Chen contacted Li Yunpeng in the RV, hoping to rent a dock in Maui shipyard to renovate his own ship. Li Yunpeng agreed to this on the spot. After all, the ship itself occupies a dock, and since the warship is currently being renovated and there is no new shipbuilding task, the Maui shipyard is still in a state of shutdown. At the last moment, Li Yunpeng said, "You can finally ask for something I can do." The journey was a bit awkward. After hanging up the call, Lu Chen also wondered whether he should make some small requests to mention in the future. After Lu Chen brought Xiaolan and Li Yunpeng together, their relationship has improved a lot. Now Li Yunpeng and Lu Chen have begun to call themselves brothers. On the other side, Li Yunpeng also reported Lu Chen's trip to his superiors. For the safety of the journey, his superiors also provided covert protection along the way. Lu Chen also knew about these protection personnel through the vehicle-mounted drone and ignored them. As long as they don't bother you, just let them protect you secretly, and you can save some worries. After finishing the call with Li Yunpeng, Lu Chen contacted Shelter Number 1 and asked Zero and the military to report. They dispatched 2 transport planes to carry some supplies, 10 6-legged robots, and 10 undersea robots, and took the lead in heading to the shipbuilding plant, breaking the frozen seawater around the perimeter, clearing the way for the first voyage after the follow-up transformation is completed. After everything was arranged, Lu Chen looked and saw that he had left the boundary of Su Province and entered Wan Province. Lu Chen checked the map and found that he needed to drive more than 600 kilometers in Anhui Province, which was already 80 kilometers per hour. It will take more than 7 hours to get out at a speed of 100,000 square meters, but this is an ideal situation. Because of the heavy snowfall before, the road is now seriously icy, and it is enough to be able to run 60 yards. On the Beijing-Taiwan Expressway, there was no car in the vast white space. Only Lu Chen's car was driving. When they arrived near the overlord city in Yundu, they found that there was a roadblock in front of them. Behind the roadblock are several armored vehicles and tanks, and in front are several soldiers wearing protective armor. After seeing Lu Chen's vehicle, he signaled Lu Chen to pull over, and the armored vehicle's high-speed cannon and the tank's main gun were ready to attack Lu Chen's RV. At this time, the guards at the rear discovered the situation and could not control the secret protection plan. Quickly rushed forward to support the scene. 2 soldiers walked up to Lu Chen's car and signaled Lu Chen to get out of the car. Lu Chen looked at the muzzle of the gun in the distance and sincerely chose to follow the arrangement. After getting off the bus, the 2 soldiers saluted Lu Chen, then asked Lu Chen to take out his ID card and explain where he was going and what he was doing. Looking at this posture, Lu Chen guessed that there was some action ahead, and he was not overbearing. He said that his ID card was in the car, and he needed to get in the car to get it. And just when Lu Chen got in the car and got his ID card, the escort team from a distance also arrived. The 2 soldiers looked at the several soldiers wearing exoskeletons getting out of the cars, and they knew that these people were not ordinary people. Salute quickly. The leader walked up to the 2 inspectors and handed the documents to them. Opening the ID, it says Kyoto Security Section Officer Bai Xiao. After returning the certificate, The inspector signaled to the back that there was no problem, and then all the muzzles were removed. At this time, Chen also found his ID card and came down. After seeing the situation at the scene, he roughly understood it. It was probably that the escort team saw something going on here and came directly. At this time, Bai Xiao looked at the inspectors and asked, "Why are you setting up roadblocks here?" Reporting to the commander, a large-scale cleaning operation is underway ahead, and the road needs to be temporarily closed to avoid accidental injuries. What cleaning operation? It's an action to eliminate spore organisms. Hearing this, Chen also roughly understood that the authorities should have various places clear away this spore organism in a planned manner to avoid its spread. No wonder along the way, I found that the radiation concentration on the road was much lower than that in Shelter 1. At this time, Chen also heard that the captain of the escort this time was still an acquaintance of his. After confirming that it would take another day for the cleaning operation to be completed, Chen and Bai Xiao parked the convoy on the side of the road. After parking, Bai Xiao came to Chen's RV. "Mr. Liu, speaking of which, this is the third time we have met." "Yeah, last time we met, I was too busy studying with the professors that I didn't bother to say hello to you. Why do you want to lead the guard this time?" "That's right, Mr. Liu. After all, I have been in contact with you a lot, and we both know each other somewhat, so my superiors sent me to lead this escort operation. This way, Mr. Liu can feel more at ease, right?" "Haha, you're right. If it's someone I don't know, then I'd still be a little worried. But since you've all turned from darkness to light, let's form a convoy directly after tomorrow's passage. There are benefits to having more people." "Okay, then just follow what Mr. Liu said, then I'll go down and make arrangements first." "Wait, there's one more thing. Please provide a driver to drive my car. Although it has automatic driving, it still can't match the adaptability of humans." "Okay, Mr. Liu." After getting off the car, Bai Xiao walked to the motorcade. "Now, give a new order." When everyone heard this, they immediately stood up. "First of all, everyone, this time due to unexpected circumstances, we have changed from darkness to light. So with Mr. Liu's consent, we will reorganize the fleet together with Mr. Liu. Yang Rue, you lead your team members to the front of the convoy, and I will lead the rest of the team to the rear. In addition, in Lu Shui, you get into Mr. Liu's car and be responsible for protecting Mr. Liu. Tongli, I remember that your driving skills are good. You are responsible for driving Mr. Liu's vehicle. Finally, I would like to emphasize again that Mr. Liu is very important to our country. Although we are in China and the security environment is much better than abroad, we still should not take it lightly. I also want to tell you some news. I have been authorized to mobilize troops from a nearby regiment to come over for support if something goes wrong. At the current support speed, we can arrive in an hour. You are all elites, so as long as you persist for an hour, you will win. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Promise to complete the mission. Disband. Stay with Lu Shui and Tong Li and take action. Others take action." Following Bai Zhao's order, everyone began to take action, redistributing personnel and vehicles to protect Lu Chen's RV. Bai Xiao took Lu Shui and Tong Li to Lu Chen's car and introduced them to Lu Chen. "Mr. Liu, I have sent 2 people to your place. One is responsible for driving for you, and the other is responsible for your daily life and safety." Lu Chen was a little speechless when he saw what Bai Xiao did. He originally asked Bai Xiao to call anyone who could drive over, but he didn't expect that both of them were girls. What did Bai Xiao want to do? However, Lu Chen did not refuse. After all, who would want to stay with a big man if nothing happened? After Lu Chen agreed, Bai Xiao explained some things to the 2 of them and walked out of the RV. Now there were only Lu Chen and 2 girls in the RV. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Lu Chen spoke first. "You don't need to wear protective equipment in the RV. I only wore it when I went in and out frequently." With that said, Lu Chen took off his protective equipment, revealing a casual suit. "Also, you 2 come to the cab with me, and I'll tell you how to operate it. I made some modifications to this car, so it's different from ordinary cars." Looking at the 2 of them, Lu Shui and Tong Li didn't completely obey Lu Chen's instructions and just took off their helmets. Then Lu Chen brought the 2 of them to the cab and began to teach Tong Li how to drive the vehicle and the functions of some of the buttons on it. In the outside world, Bai Xiao contacted his superiors, reported the emergency, and replanned the route to avoid this situation happening again and delaying the trip. In the RV, after Lu Chen and Tong Li explained the driving operations, they asked Tong Li to rest in the cab at night. There is a hidden bed in the backspace. When the button is turned on, a 2M times 1M single bed will be lowered, enough for Tong Li to rest. Lu Chen also took out an air conditioner from the warehouse and handed it to Tong Li. Then he took Lu Shui and Lu Shui to the living area at the back. Lu Chen introduced to Lu Shui some of the facilities in the RV, including the kitchen, bathroom, and a platform for controlling the drone. Finally, he brought it to the cargo box at the back and pointed to a bed that had just been built. This is where you will rest for the past few days. The conditions are simple. Get over it. Mr. Lu, I'm here to protect you, not to enjoy you. It's good to have a place to rest. Okay, let's do this. I heard from Bai Xiao that you are good at cooking. In the past few days, you will be responsible for cooking and using drones to monitor the surrounding situation. While it just so happens that everything is fine now, you can control the drone to the front to take a look and broadcast it live. Also remember to say hello and don't get shot down. Okay, Mr. Lu, I will contact team leader Bai right away. When Lu Chen contacted Bai Xiao with Lu Shui, Lu Chen projected the drone video onto a wall. After lowering a curtain, it was still high-definition projection. After receiving permission, Fong Fong and Lu Shui controlled the drone and began to fly forward, while the projection on Lu Chen's side also showed the scene ahead. In a wilderness, there were some soldiers wearing protective clothing. They placed some small jars at a distance. Lu Chen felt strange after seeing it. Generally, the best way to deal with such spores is to burn them, but the small can doesn't look like a combustion accelerant either. Lu Chen looked patiently and found that after all these small jars were placed in an area, all the soldiers withdrew from the area. At this time, as the on-site commander started, all the small cans burst open, and then some liquid was sprinkled around. After a while, Bai Xiao came over to inform Lu Chen that the on-site clearance plan had been completed, but he was not allowed to go with them for the time being and would need to pass tomorrow afternoon. Lu Chen was also surprised. Is this good? Then Lu Chen raised his question. Bai Xiao also knew about it, so he explained it to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, it's like this. The ground is now completely covered with ice and snow, so it cannot be cleared by burning. If you use napalm, the cost will be too high. It just so happens that biological experts have developed a drug that can make the spores in a dormant state. But it can only last for 1 month, so the garrison in such a place needs to use it every other month. In fact, scientists have also developed a drug that can kill these spores, but every time it is used, the effect will be very weak the next time, and it will be completely ineffective the third time. Moreover, these spores seem to have a mysterious connection. If the cleaning agent is used in one place, these reappearing spores will slowly spread the resistance outwards, eventually causing the agent to be ineffective against all spores. Only this kind of dormancy potion does not have this phenomenon, so we can only do this for the time being. Lu Chen nodded. This is also a troublesome thing. It seems that the spores that landed with the meteorite are not good birds. In this case, let's rest here for the night and take action tomorrow afternoon. That night, Lu Chen and Bai Xiao had a meal in the RV, and the two became more familiar with each other. After Bai Xiao left, Lu Chen opened the holographic platform in the RV and began to continue studying the ion engine. And Lu Shui watched Lu Chen manipulate the holographic image like in the movie, throwing away this one, adding that one, and changing the direction after a while. They felt that it was very sci-fi. I also understood why the superiors sent 2 security teams to escort me. After Lu Chen noticed Lu Shui's gaze, he said to her, "You can set the drone to automatic cruise mode at night. This drone can stay outside for 7 days without charging. If any abnormality is found, it will be promptly reminder. You don't have to keep watching." Okay, Mr. Lu. Seeing that she just responded and made no other moves, Lu Chen ignored her. After all, her body was his. If he didn't take care of it, no one would feel sorry for her. As for whether Lu Chen feels distressed, Lu Chen said, "Is it because drones are not fun, or because the ion engine has been developed Isn't playing with these things more fun than falling in love? At night, except for the necessary personnel on duty, the rest of the personnel, including Chen, fell asleep and waited for the departure tomorrow. The next morning, 2 transport planes flew into the sky at Maui shipyard. After lowering their altitude, they dropped the robots. Next to the 2 drones, there were 2 propeller planes. When the pilot on the plane saw the airdropped robot, he felt that the world was changing too fast. 1 second, it was just an ordinary mentally retarded robot, but in the blink of an eye, this kind of intelligent robot appeared. After sighing for a while, after confirming that there was no after other actions, the 2 fighters returned. At this time, 2 drones airdropped some materials. The robots that had already landed collected the materials directly after they landed and placed them beside the entrance of Maui shipyard, waiting for Chen's arrival. Several other robots began to clean up the nearby 2-way 8-lane road. After removing the flower bed in the middle, it turned into a simple runway, and navigation lights were installed on both sides of the road. The built-in battery can last for a month. After finishing these tasks, 2 more planes took off from Shelter 1, this time transporting some special materials. On the afternoon of the 28th, after a day's rest, the roadblocks ahead had been opened. After Bai Xiao saw that the road ahead was generally clear, he ordered the convoy to continue setting off. Chen, who was studying here, felt the RV moving and realized that the convoy was starting to set off. On the Beijing-Taiwan Expressway, a convoy is driving. In front and behind this convoy are 2 military Hummers. After modification, the model is 1 circle larger. In the middle are 2 bulletproof SUVs, and in the middle is a large extended RV. The entire convoy is already traveling at a speed of 60 yards per hour. On this highway, a lane has been cleared. No matter how many lanes it was originally, there's only 1 lane that can pass. This is after the previous heavy snow stopped. The road management in various places cleared it. When we came out, although the back was still icy, it was already passable at low speed. At this time, in the RV, Lu Shui was operating a drone to follow the convoy and explore the road in front of the convoy. Chen also stopped studying and sat in the co-pilot to look at the surrounding scenery. It was almost evening, so after discussing with Chen, Bai Xiao decided to rest in the next service area. At the Chenkan service area, the convoy of Chen and others arrived. At this time, there was no one in the entire service area, and it was quiet. After the convoy stopped, the convoy members began to rest. In order to protect safety, Chen also released 5 6-legged robots to guard the surroundings. When Bai Xiao's team members first saw the robot, they were also shocked. After all, the robots in the army are human. This is the first time they have seen an octopus like this. When Chen saw this, he told Bai Xiao that this was a robot he carried. It had defense functions and could assist the team members in vigilance. Bai Xiao also informed the team members, and then everyone calmed down and continued on duty. After night fell, the team members also cheered up, and the robots also turned on the full power detection mode. Anyway, the RV still had a lot of power, which was enough for use. Chen also asked Bai Xiao and the others to connect the power supply from the outside of the RV to cook or connect search equipment. There was no word for the night. The next day, the convoy packed up and moved on. Chen also found Bai Xiao and asked if he could arrive tonight. Bai Xiao checked the itinerary and found that he had walked 1/3 of the way, with more than 700 kilometers left, and he could arrive tonight. After knowing this, Chen nodded and continued to immerse himself in research. Seeing Chen like this, Chen and Lu Shui understood why Chen was so concerned. He was smart, and yet he was so determined to do research. It would be hard to succeed. Strange. That night, the convoy finally arrived in Fuzhou and arrived at Maui shipyard in a snowy field. The shipyard was brightly lit at the moment, but there was no one inside. Bai Xiao also felt strange, so he stopped the convoy first and prepared to send someone to check. After Chen knew that the convoy had arrived, he also walked down and said to Bai Xiao, "Team leader Bai, don't worry, I've sent a batch of robots here to prepare in advance, so this should be done by my robots. Please wait a moment, I will confirm it." "Yes, Mr. Liu, but if your robot is not inside, we will retreat first and call for support before going in. Chen nodded and then started to contact Zero. After Zero confirmed that Chen had arrived, he activated the dormant robot inside and went out to greet Chen. As the door opened, a six-legged robot that was exactly the same as the one in Chen's carriage came out. After seeing this, Bai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen. Chen nodded, and then Bai Xiao called the team to enter the factory. Following the six-legged robot, they arrived at a dock, and this was the dock where Chen's 10,000-ton Coast Guard ship was located. After driving the RV into the cabin through the road built by the robot, Bai Xiao and others' mission was completed. Bai Xiao asked the team members to rest nearby for a night before returning, and Lu Shui and Tong Li also returned to the team. Only Chen, his RV, and 5 robots were left in the Coast Guard ship. In the RV, Chen opened the holographic platform, looked at the nano core, and calculated that by tomorrow, at 9 a.m. on the 30th, he would have 6,660 energy points, enough to transform this 10,000-ton giant ship. Then Chen pulled up the ship's data, got a rough understanding of it, and prepared to start designing a modification plan tomorrow. Just as Chen was preparing to transform the giant ship, the Environmental Research Institute in the capital had made a great breakthrough in the research on volcanic ash purification devices. The efficiency of the original air purification device is very low, only about 10% of the design standard, and the energy consumption is very high, requiring a large amount of electricity. Through the joint efforts of the Academy of Sciences and the Environmental Research Institute, the original energy consumption was reduced by half, and the efficiency was increased to 50% of the design standard. On a hillside on the outskirts of Kyoto, a group of soldiers were guarding the scene, and a large instrument was set up on the hillside. This instrument was like a large bowl, with the mouth of the bowl facing the sky. There were patches of clouds in the sky at this time, and this instrument was facing these clouds. Directly below the instrument, a group of scientific researchers wearing white protective suits were conducting intense debugging on site. There is a huge display in front of you, which shows the installation progress of each part of the equipment. Originally, this air purification device was not able to make a breakthrough so quickly, but thanks to artificial intelligence and holographic platforms, all research projects are being accelerated. This purification device is also being researched simultaneously with other methods of purifying the air. At this moment, Su Dingbang, director of the Environmental Research Institute, and Fan Yuan, an academician of the Academy of Sciences, were talking while looking at the commissioning personnel in front of them. Academician Fong, thanks to your help this time, we have this equipment so that we can conduct experiments so quickly. Director Su, my role is only to assist. The researchers at your institute came up with a bold idea. They actually thought of using electromagnetic devices to emit special electromagnetic waves, allowing volcanic ash to combine with surrounding water molecules, and then form rainfall and fall to the ground. I have to say that this idea is very bold. Haha, academician Fong, I was just lucky. I discovered it accidentally during the experiment. Now that I think about it, it's a coincidence. Director Su, sometimes luck is also a kind of strength, and your personnel are attentive. Otherwise, others will just look at it and then ignore it. That is to say, a plan has been proposed. As for the effect, it is still a bit unsatisfactory. The volcanic ash itself is not soluble in water. We don't know how effective this large-scale experiment will be. It looks like it's been debugged below. Fan Yuan saw that the debuggers below were ready and signaled that it was time to start. Su Dingbang nodded, and then said to Yuan, Academician Fong, the inspection has been completed and we can start. Well, let's start and see the effect. Su Dingbang nodded, and then led Fan Yuan away from the scene. Other personnel also evacuated the scene. In a temporary camp at the foot of the mountain, Su Dingbang pressed the start button and then detected from a nearby place that the large bowl on the hillside began to emit electromagnetic waves towards the clouds. As time went by, small hailstones began to fall in the distant sky. These hailstones took on a gray state. As the clouds were consumed, the sky gradually turned white, and the sun shone again. When the people at the scene saw this situation, They all cheered. However, Fang Yuan and Su Dingbang at the scene looked a little heavy. This experiment is half done. First of all, this method is still effective, but because the temperature is too low, rain cannot fall down. When the rain has just formed, it is frozen into ice, so it is impossible to know what is directly above you. Area. The second point is that the energy consumption is still too high. The reply I just received from the Power Supply Bureau shows that in just 1 hour, 100,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity were consumed. If it were not for the special cables and electronic components used for insurance, it was probably burned before it could take effect. The third point is that it is also time-consuming to perform cut scenes, so it still needs to be improved. Su Dingbang also understood this truth, so in the final summary, he first affirmed everyone's efforts, and then asked the on-site scientific researchers to continue to improve, increase efficiency, and reduce energy consumption. After summarizing, the on-site personnel began to dismantle the equipment, leaving only the base and on-site power supply equipment for next use. At the same time, in the Rongqing shelter in Sichuan province, in the surrounding military area, and next to an artillery position that had been set up, several rocket launch vehicles were preparing for launch. This is another atmosphere purification experimental site, which uses special chemical reagents to be fired into the sky. It also uses adsorption methods. Not long after, the rocket launch vehicle was ready. Under the command of the commander, all the special rockets were launched into the sky ahead and exploded. At this time, a white smoke has formed in the experimental area. As time goes by, the smoke gradually dissipates and sunlight begins to shine in the sky. When all the smoke dissipated, the ground detection equipment had detected that the volcanic ash concentration in the experimental airspace ahead had dropped to its previous state. But with the flow of air, the surrounding volcanic ash is spreading. After waiting for a period of time, the test was conducted again. The concentration of volcanic ash dropped by 2%, which proved that the effect of this experiment was pretty good. However, the person in charge of the site also felt that the effect was not very good, because the global atmosphere is flowing. If you want all the volcanic ash in the Dragon Kingdom's airspace to be cleared, then all the volcanic ash in the world must be cleared. If the Dragon Kingdom were to shoulder the responsibility, other countries would probably not be grateful based on their virtues, so they could only wait for the results of the transactions between their superiors and other countries. However, this does not affect the continued research on these equipment and reagents. After all, no matter what, you still have to live under the sun. In Stars and Stripes, after several months of chaos, the domestic situation has basically stabilized. Due to the large-scale population migration caused by the previous volcanic eruption, in order to ensure stability, the official could only accept these refugees. At this moment, in an underground laboratory in New York, researchers are studying spore organisms in meteorites. One of the researchers was very interested in this spore-forming organism. First of all, this spore organism does not show any biological characteristics when it is in the seed state, making all biological detection methods on the Earth useless. However, during the growth process, although no radioactive elements are absorbed, powerful biological radiation is actually released. These all require energy, but the materials absorbed from the soil are obviously not enough. It may be that the current detection instruments are not accurate enough. However, this person, Korean experimenter Park Sun-myung, suddenly wondered if he had absorbed the surrounding free energy from the air. As soon as he thought of it, Park Sun-myung placed a spore plant in the energy detection instrument. After analysis, he found that the energy intensity of the plant in the air was much higher than that of the plant buried in the soil. Moreover, the energy in the air around the plant is much higher than that in normal air. Park Sun-myung was afraid that this was just an exception, so he came outside the shelter with a portable energy detector. Through the instrument, we can clearly see that the energy around the spores in the wild is significantly higher than the surroundings. After confirming it, Park Sun-myung reported the research results to the superiors, and then immediately attracted the attention of the superiors and began to form a research team to conduct research. With the stability of the regime, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom also began to gradually find ways to contact foreign agents. Although the external communication equipment has been destroyed, thanks to its strong scientific research capabilities, it also spent a lot of money to launch a quantum satellite. God, begin to use quantum communications to regain control of satellites outside the Earth. On this day, the satellite accidentally photographed two areas of the airspace that looked like they had been cleared. You could immediately see the scene on the ground, although after passing by it again, it changed back to the original state. However, after comparing the before and after photos, it was determined that a method for removing volcanic ash may have been developed. So inside the hexagon, the president and a group of staff are discussing whether to get in touch to see if they can get this technology. However, the president still asked himself if there was any corresponding technology here. The staff replied, "Currently, Stars and Stripes has lost a lot of scientific research strength. Coupled with the early turmoil, many scientific researchers were recruited by some giant companies, so the government's scientific research strength is already very small." The president didn't say anything after hearing this. He said to the people below, "Test your attitude, and then we will make a decision." However, the Ministry of Security received a piece of information explaining that the laboratory of the Star-Spangled Kingdom discovered that spores can absorb free energy. After sending this piece of information to the Institute of Biology, Zhou Peng, an experimenter responsible for studying these spore organisms, said, "There have been speculations about this situation before, but due to the emergence of mutated organisms, we have temporarily given up research in this direction and switched to for spores, which can strengthen the direction of organisms. Now that we know that this ability exists, we may be able to develop a device to collect free energy based on this research. And if the power is high, it can directly inhibit the growth of spores, instead of using dormant reagents to inhibit it like now." However, Zhou Peng was also surprised. These spores were all in the meteorite before, and they were not seen absorbing energy and growing. The blasting team that went up did not find that the radiation at the scene exceeded the standard. In fact, this is still related to Chen's nanocore. Due to the dominance of a nanocore, the spores in the meteorite cannot collect any energy. The nanocore needs to absorb energy every day to maintain itself. So, it simply absorbed it all. So the current 240 points of energy per day are the energy after removing the self-maintenance. In the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, after the decision was made, the meeting ended. Under the escort of the escort team, Minister of Foreign Affairs Revington began to go to the Dragon Kingdom. From the Bering Strait in the north, the border of the Dragon Kingdom could be reached smoothly. The Bering Strait is now fully capable of carrying heavy trucks transporting supplies, so there's no need to worry about running out of supplies halfway through. After the convoy passed through the Bering Strait, it was immediately discovered by the Dragon Kingdom's stronghold and reported to their superiors. On the night of the 29th, after Chen entered the dock, the mission of Bai Zhao's escort team had been completed, but the superiors were still worried about Chen's safety. So Bai Zhao and others were asked to wait where they were, preparing to ask Chen tomorrow whether they would continue to use the shelter or prepare to sail out to sea after modifying the ship. On the morning of the 30th, Chen got up and washed himself in the RV, then came to the holographic platform to prepare a renovation plan. The Coast Guard ship is displayed on the holographic platform. The data shows that the entire Coast Guard is 160 meters long, 26 meters wide, has a full load displacement of 12,000 tons, has 4 large diesel engines, a speed of 25 knots, and can travel a distance of 5,000 nautical miles. At the bow of the ship, an artillery position is reserved, and there is a helicopter platform at the stern of the ship. Looking at this data, Chen felt that this giant ship had a lot of room for improvement. The first was the power system. The original power system was 4 large high-power marine diesel engines provided by man, with a total output of 5,000 horsepower. However, the fuel consumption is serious, and Chen does not have so much oil to use. One of his own oil production platforms still needs to trade the extracted oil to Longhua officials, so the power system needs to be restructured. Of course, the most ideal thing is to use a nuclear reactor to provide power, But our own uranium mines have been mined, and new uranium mines have not been found yet. Therefore, it can only be driven by electric energy. In the early stage, due to lack of fuel and environmental impact, I did more in-depth research on motors. The technical conditions for using an all-electric propulsion system this time have been met. High-energy batteries, high-speed propulsion motors, and other technologies are already available. Chen enlarged the Coast Guard ship, took out the 4 diesel engines, and modified the original space. 2 sets of electric propulsion systems were installed in the 2 symmetrical spaces, and then 2 detachable propulsion systems were installed in the other 2 spaces. When the battery compartment needs to be disassembled, the battery compartment can be lifted out directly through the lifting device. According to Chen's design standards, the 2 battery compartments weigh up to 5 tons and can store millions of kilowatt-hours of electrical energy. After all the equipment is turned on, they are enough to continuously travel in the sea for a distance of more than 8,000 nautical miles. After the power transformation was completed, Chen aimed at the keel position again. After I developed a special titanium alloy, it has been used on seabed prospecting robots. This time can be put to great use. After calculating the cost of replacing the original keel with this special titanium alloy keel, 500 tons of materials would be needed. Chen felt that the consumption was a bit too much. If the prepared titanium alloy was used, there would be too much material, and he did not have it. So many reserves. But if you want to use the nano hive for transformation and use the materials you provide, you need to prepare at least 100 tons of titanium alloy, as well as some other materials. Therefore, Chen regarded this as a long-term project and would renovate it after sufficient materials were available. However, the keel cannot be modified for the time being, but the cabin below the ship's control room can be hollowed out, and a large server matrix can be built inside to serve as an artificial intelligence data center. Then some mechanized modifications are carried out inside the ship so that artificial intelligence can monitor the ship's status and navigation data in real time. Then, a liftable dual electromagnetic gun is installed on the reserved gun position at the bow of the ship, with a replaceable power supply battery and ammunition depot next to it. 50 kilograms projectiles are selected, with a designed attack range of 50 kilometers and an ammunition reserve of 1,000 rounds, equipped with automatic ammunition feeding device. In addition, considering that the current ice situation on the sea surface is serious, an ice-breaking device needs to be added to the bow of the ship, otherwise it will be the tragedy of the Titanic. Finally, there is the original helicopter landing pad. Because I am used to using drones, the original cabin for storing helicopters was directly transformed into a drone hangar. The upper landing pad is used to place reconnaissance drones, and the lower landing pad is used to place reconnaissance drones. The drone cabin is an attack drone. The attack drone used the multi-barreled electromagnetic gun on the original gunship, but Chen weakened it. After all, the drone cabin here is not that big, so the design drone was a lot less fun. Finally, there's the issue of aerial bombs. After all, if it is just an electromagnetic gun, it can carry out point attacks, but cannot carry out area attacks. If we encounter other types of mutant beasts, such as giant ants in the future, bombs that can attack in a wide range can be used, to a very good effect. However, Chen had never studied bombs before, and it was too late to do so now, so he used some mining explosives found in the mining area to modify them. After all these designs were completed, Chen looked at the Coast Guard ship on the platform and felt that something was missing. It suddenly occurred to him that he had not yet named his first ship. After thinking for a while, Chen decided to name this Coast Guard ship Morning Star to symbolize his wish for a starry sea. After thinking for a while, Chen suddenly discovered that the air defense system was missing, and he reserved 2 positions for anti-aircraft electromagnetic guns on each side. Looking at the Coast Guard ship now, I feel much better and can start to modify it. However, Chen is not so ambitious and just installs the weapon system directly in the Dragon Kingdom. He will first modify the power and hull and reserve them. The position of the gun emplacement is enough. After removing the weapon system on the Coast Guard ship and retaining the gun positions, Chen transferred the design plan to the nanocore. after adding the number and types of existing materials and finally calculating it through the nanocore. This transformation requires a total of 4,000 points of energy. Chen looked at the time and saw that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The energy in the nanocore had accumulated to 6,700 points, which was enough for this time. Chen used 4,000 energy points to create a nano insect nest. After driving out his RV, he activated the insect nest and began to modify the ship. Chen took a look and estimated that it would take a long time, so he drove the RV out first. Just after Chen came out, he received a communication from Li Yunpeng. After the call was connected, Li Yunpeng's voice came over. "Mr. Liu, has the Coast Guard ship received it? Team Leader Li, I have accepted it and are undergoing some automation transformation to facilitate driverless driving. Mr. Liu is still as awesome as ever. By the way, Mr. Liu, the Superior is calling you this time to tell you that after receiving the ship, whether it is returning to the shelter or preparing to sail out to sea, if necessary, the team that will escort you this time, well, I can always follow you and protect your safety." Chen thought about it for a while and felt that this proposal was not bad, and he had not yet designed a true guard robot. In addition to the existing 2 seabed prospecting robots, which have both prospecting and mining functions, the 6-legged robot, there are so many tasks. For example, repair, manufacturing, mining, guarding, attacking, etc. So Chen planned to wait for the ship modification to be completed, and after going to sea to shelter one, he redesigned 2 robots. The original 6-legged robot would be used in his old business of repair and manufacturing, and redesign a guard robot and mining robot yourself. Wait until the design is complete before you start exploring the world. Team Leader Li, thank you for your kindness. After this transformation is completed, I'm going to go to sea for a while. From the time the meteorite fell to now, I have been busy and haven't really relaxed. I just took this opportunity to have a good rest. In that case, I will give Mr. Liu an identification code, so that if you encounter any trouble overseas, you could get help from local comrades by showing the identification code. Then think about Team Leader Li. After hanging up the communication, Li Yunpeng asked someone to send a new command to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, who was waiting for orders, also received a new mission. After reading the mission briefing, Bai Xiao summoned his team members. 2 minutes later, all the team members gathered. Looking at the 20 team members in front of him, Bai Xiao said, "I just received the order from my superiors and have communicated with Mr. Liu. We need to continue to protect him, and this time we will accompany Mr. Liu. Let's go to sea together, so everyone should stay vigilant." "Yes. Promise to complete the mission. We'll clean up later. We'll meet Mr. Liu in 5 minutes and disperse." "Yes." After everyone was disbanded, they quickly tidied up and then quickly gathered together. Under the leadership of Bai Xiao, they began to join Chen. After Chen hung up the phone, he contacted Shelter Number 1 and asked Shelter Number 1 to find a nearby shipyard and occupy it for the subsequent transformation of the Morning Star. After a while, Chen saw Bai Xiao's motorcade approaching and knew that he had received the order, so he came over. After Chen got out of the car, Bai Xiao stepped forward and said, "Mr. Liu, our department has been ordered to come and report. We will follow up with Mr. Liu to protect Mr. Liu." Team Leader Bai doesn't need to be so formal. We all know each other. Relax. There should be no problems with this trip. The interior is being renovated now. Once the remodeling is completed tomorrow, you can go out to sea, so you should find a place to rest today. Bar. After a pause, Chen said again, "By the way, I just remembered that after leaving tomorrow, your vehicle will not be able to get on the ship, so you still need to notify us and ask someone from your department to drive the vehicle back." "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for reminding me." Bai Xiao is not a pedantic person, otherwise he would not be the team leader. After ordering the team members to camp nearby, Bai Xiao also notified nearby strongholds to come and recover the vehicles tomorrow. Just like that, a night without words. The next day, Chen walked into the dock, where the Morning Star had been modified. He walked into the server matrix cabin under the bridge and imported Zero's copy program into it. After arriving at the bridge, after waiting for a while, various systems on the ship began to activate. Except for the power system, which did not move, others such as lighting, cameras, detectors, sensors, and heating and life support systems were all activated. Watching Ling perform a self-inspection, Chen stepped off the boat, drove the RV into the cabin, and called by Xiao and others to board the boat. After Ling's self-inspection was completed and everything was okay, he could go out to sea. After more than 10 minutes of self-examination, Zero confirmed that all systems were normal. Then, through detection, he found that the ice around the hull had been broken. After the ship could sail normally, he started the power equipment. As the motor starts, the tripping device resets, the main shaft transmission device is turned on, and the bottom propeller begins to rotate, slowly pushing the ship out of the dock. After the Morning Star completely sailed out of the dock, Zero adjusted its direction and began to accelerate. As the ship moved, the ice-breaking device in front of the bow broke the ice in front, allowing the Morning Star to pass smoothly. As we move away from the land, the ice in the sea becomes smaller and smaller until it turns into sea water. Due to the tide, there is no ice formation in places far away from the coastline as the sea water surges, where there is only a thin layer of ice, making it difficult for even people to stand. After seeing that he had come out, Chen ordered Zero to adjust his direction, find the previous global ocean route map, and head towards a good shelter at full speed. While Chen was sailing, the Navy of the Dragon Kingdom also got the news and contacted Gao Yun, who was undergoing a voyage trial. Gao Yun initially sailed westward through Southeast Asia. After nearly 2 months of sailing, plus the delays along the way, he had already approached the African continent. Seeing that Gao Yun had gone so far, he asked Gao Yun to continue the sea trial and execute it according to the original plan. The original plan was to go through a half-year sea trial and sail around the world. Due to the low temperature, the Strait of Malacca and the Panama Canal were no longer usable, and they could only go the farthest distance. Fortunately, they were all nuclear-powered warships, so there was no need to consider fuel issues. Near Central Asia, 10 main battle tanks were also deployed and went to 2 mining sites respectively to cooperate with the local Dragon Kingdom garrison. Originally, the superiors were planning to see if Gao Yun was far away. If not, they would wait for Chen to act together. But since they had already gone so far, they could only wait for the next batch of sea trial warships to go out. It was just right. Chen still needs to make further improvements to the shelter in Southeast Asia so that he can catch up. In the Ananha-Tin area, at a port near the sea, more than 100 six-legged robots arrived here. In Chen's plan, shelter number 1 needs to occupy 2 places. One is a nearby shipyard, and the other is the port. The shipyard is for early ship modification and later ship construction. The port is prepared for transporting materials. At this moment, in a port in Ha-Tin area, 100 six-legged robots carrying a large amount of materials began to undergo transformation. The original cranes in the port were automatically modified and then remodified and connected to the power supply so that they could operate in such cold conditions. Then, with the cooperation of undersea robots, the cylinders were fixed near the port, leaving a channel extending to the distance of the ocean. This channel was wide enough for an aircraft carrier to pass. Then a line was connected from the fast reactor nuclear power plant near Shelter 1 to provide power. As Zero turned on the power, the cylinder in the sea began to emit heat, gradually melting the surrounding ice. This will ensure that the waterway from the port to the depths of the ocean remains in normal condition. The dock on the other side does the same thing. At this moment, Chen's Morning Star had sailed out of the Treasure Island Haixia and entered the South China Sea. Standing outside the bridge, the cold sea breeze blew by Chen. Looking at the outside temperature displayed on the armor mask, it had reached -60 degrees. Even with the heating of the armor, Chen still shivered unconsciously. It was not that his body was cold, but that he felt cold just by looking at the temperature. Bai Xiao came over at this time and stood next to Chen. "Mr. Liu, this is my first time standing on the bridge and looking at the sea scenery. It's the same for me. Not only is it the first time I stand on the bridge and look at the scenery, it's also the first time I go out to sea on my own ship." Chen continued. I used to think that it would be great if I had a yacht. I could drive a yacht in the sea with blue sea and blue sky. I could go fishing if I had nothing to do. I would have a party with 3 or 5 friends. Unfortunately, I was busy with work, and although I made a lot of money, I didn't have time to buy a yacht. Then came the news of the meteorite's arrival. I used my savings over the years to build my own shelter under my old house, and have been here till now. It's not easy when I think about it. Yes, all living beings, just for a few taels of silver, run around and work hard all their lives. Haha, I just didn't expect that when I could go out to sea, I would find that the blue sea and blue sky that I imagined were gone, and only black water and gray sky were left. Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mr. Liu, there is no need to be so depressed. I heard that the country has begun to control volcanic ash. It is said that there has been a huge harvest. Oh, I still don't believe this news if it comes from other people's mouths. But if it comes from your mouth, I guess it's almost the same. I shouted not refute. After all, this is a fact, and unlike some confidential equipment, the global volcanic ash cannot be concealed. It is better to be more generous and show it directly. The two chatted for a while, and then returned to the bridge. Chen took a look at the progress at shelter number 1 and found that in 3 days, the dock and steel port would be completely renovated. Through the route, I calculated the distance that the Morning Star needs to travel 1,200 nautical miles. At the current speed of 25 knots, it will take 48 hours to arrive. We stopped and walked along the way and arrived at the destination at about that time. We would first go to the port to unload the RV and then let Ling drive it to the dock for renovation. We would take Bai Xiao and others to shelter number 1 to live first. Then Chen contacted Ling and asked him to build a dormitory on top of shelter number 1, where Bai Xiao and others would live. On the other side, at the Magic City shipyard, the latest batch of renovated warships were about to be delivered. This batch of warships included 2 destroyers, 055/052, 901 comprehensive supply ship, and 071 landing ship, a total of 4 ships. After all the personnel arrived, they began to conduct sea trials in nearby waters, including Southeast Asia, Australia, and the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, Ding Haifeng, the commander of this sea trial fleet, received an order from his superiors to protect Chen and conduct sea trials. After learning about Chen's contribution, he also felt that such a treasure should be well protected, but Ding Haifeng felt a little bit Chao Dan. You're not in the country to take good care of the journey. Why are you going around everywhere? However, soldiers must obey orders. Since the superiors have said so, they should do their best to protect it. After notifying everyone to board the ship and prepare to set off, Ding Haifeng also boarded the Nanchang. 1 day later, the fleet formation was completed and began a day of offshore testing. After the test was completed, it began to head to Chen. 3 days later, the Morning Star arrived at the port near Hejing. Bai Xiao and others boarded the RV with Chen, and the team members stayed in the cargo compartment. After Tong Li drove the RV down, a route was marked on the screen in the cab. Following this route, you can reach shelter number 1. After Chen and others set off, the Morning Star also left the port and went to the nearby Chuanwu for transformation. An hour later, Chen and others arrived at shelter number 1, parked the car next to the shelter, and got out of the car. Chen pointed to the dormitory next to the shelter and said to Bai Xiao, team leader Bai, the conditions here are simple, so we can only live here for the time being. I'm in the shelter below. Remember to contact me if you need anything. Bai Xiao also nodded, and then said, Mr. Liu, how long do I need to wait here? About 3 or 4 days. I need to install some detection equipment on the Morning Star and put some supplies on it. Okay, Mr. Liu, I'll just rest here. After that, Bai Xiao began to direct the team members to enter the dormitory to rest, and Chen also entered the shelter, and the entire shelter fell into silence. After Chen entered the shelter, he asked Ling to report the situation of the shelter. Sir, after this period of development, the Shirshi mine in the Hot Tin area can refine 500 tons of iron ingots per day. This is the current situation. The output of titanium ore is also increased. After purification, 10 tons of pure titanium can be obtained. In addition, some manufacturing facilities have been built in the shelter. The production lines of unmanned transport aircraft and robots have been completed. As long as the raw materials are sufficient, the robot production line can produce 100 six-legged robots or 50 underwater robots per day. The drone production line can produce 1 unmanned transport aircraft per day. Also, our planting base has been built and can be put into use. The salt mine located on the seashore has been put into production. The daily output can meet the daily intake of 1,000 people. Very good. How much mineral deposits have been discovered on the seabed? After the detection of the underwater prospecting robot, it has been the discovered mineral deposits mainly include oil and gas resources, manganese nodules, etc. At present, the Annan region has been explored and is exploring the Indonesian region. Well, it seems that the development here is not bad. I feel more at ease with you watching over me. In addition, we will build a livestock breeding base. After it is built, all the chickens in shelter number 0 will be transported here. There are also some rice seeds in my RV. Take them to the planting base for cultivation and planting. By the way, have you calculated the yield of the planting base here? Sir, this has been calculated. Take rice as an example. If all the planting bases are used, 3 crops can be harvested a year, and the yield can reach 2 tons of rice each time. After threshing, about 1.4 tons of rice can be obtained. Lucha nodded. This data is enough for his own use. In addition to the livestock breeding later, rice husks and some broken rice can be mixed together to feed pigs. By the way, pick up taxi from shelter number 0. I estimate that I will be out at sea for about 2 or 3 months this time, so I'd better take it with me. In addition, prepare at least 100 unmanned transport aircraft and materials to build at least 3 simple airports. I estimate that there will be a lot of gains from this voyage, so be prepared in advance to be prepared for any eventuality. Okay, sir. Chen looked around and saw that there was nothing to adjust for the time being, so he prepared to rest first and talk about other things tomorrow. On December 1st, the last month of this year begins. After Chen got up in the morning, he came to the studio in shelter number 1. 0. Why does the output of the shelter mining area here feel a little low now? When Chen was sleeping last night, he felt that there was something wrong with the current output of the mining area, and it felt a bit low, so he came to ask what happened to 0 this morning. Sir, the power of the fast reactor nuclear power plant in shelter 1 is 100 megawatts, and it generates 100,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per hour. It looks like a lot, but there are a lot of equipment used here. Just the equipment in the harbor consumes 100,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per hour. It reaches 30,000 degrees, and all equipment in the mine, including mining and smelting, consumes 50,000 degrees per hour. Coupled with other equipment in the shelter, the electricity used accounted for 90% of the electricity produced. For safety reasons, the expansion of the mine was suspended. Lilu felt a little speechless after hearing this. He originally thought that if a nuclear power plant was built, the electricity would be more than enough, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't be enough so soon. 0. Are there any coal deposits in the recently discovered mineral deposits? Yes, sir. Okay, let's build a thermal power generation unit in the mining area. I remember that Longwa's thermal power generation unit can have a single power of up to 600 megawatts. I will find someone to get the information later. You will be responsible for the construction. After it is put into use, the power consumption of the mine will be independent and powered by thermal power generating units alone. Okay, sir. I will send a robot to start planning the area now. Chen contacted Li Yunpeng and asked him for a copy of the technical information on thermal power generation equipment and the corresponding design plan. You can send it to Chen's Shelter 0 and then send it over with Takshu. After making contact, Chen asked 0 to open the holographic platform and start designing a guard robot. First, titanium alloy is used as the frame and protective armor of the body, and then the battery pack, small motion detector, and radar are placed in the middle torso, and then the internal motor transmission of the limbs is. The electromagnetic shielding layer around the body prevents electromagnetic interference. The head chip does not need to be as small as a mobile phone, so 2 chips are directly connected in parallel. Each chip integrates 8 computing cores, ultimately achieving a 16-core computing effect. Then there is the weapon system. The multi-barrel electromagnetic gun is mounted on the arm for shooting. The ammunition supply pipe is hidden inside the arm to prevent the ammunition supply from being interrupted. Then the back is transformed into a special hook that can mount ammunition boxes and ammunition. The box contains 3,000 rounds of 10-gram projectiles. After this design is completed, the firepower is terrifying. The built-in 50 kilograms battery can provide 10,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity, which is enough for these bullets. Then we also designed a protection robot. This robot holds a titanium alloy shield. The shield is usually hidden behind its back. If something happens, it will take out the retractable shield and unfold it to surround Chen from harm. Such robots serve as personal guards, and 2 of them can protect them all. At the end, Chen set up the team, which consisted of 2 shield robots, a heavy-fire robot holding a multi-barrel electromagnetic gun, a robot holding an ordinary electromagnetic gun, a melee robot, and a total of 5 guard robots. Guard team. After all settings were completed, Chen handed it over to Zero for production, which is expected to be completed in 3 days. Chen did not design the mining robot that he had previously planned to design, because for underground mining, large excavation equipment and a hexapod robot can be used directly, and there is no need to design a separate robot. At this time, in the dock occupied by Chen, the transformation of the Morning Star was in progress. The installation of the twin electromagnetic guns on the bow of the ship had been completed, and the installation of air defense equipment was in progress. The drone in the rear warehouse had already arrived and was in the hangar. Carry out numbered parking. At this time in the South China Sea, Ding Haifeng's mixed fleet is already on the way. First officer, contact the team guarding Chen, confirm their location, and ask them when they will meet us. Yes, Captain. Shelter number 1, in the dormitory outside. After receiving the inquiry from Ding Haifeng, Bai Xiao also contacted Chen. After looking at it, Chen confirmed that he would start going out 4 days later, that is, on the morning of December 5th. On the morning of the 2nd, Chen saw Ta Shui, and Ta Shui was very happy after seeing Chen, wagging her tail crazily. Chen touched the dog's head and said to it, Okay, I'll take you with me next time I come out. After playing with Tu Shui for a while, Chen took the thermal power generation unit information from the robot and began to study it. In the afternoon, in the mining area, groundbreaking for the Zero planned thermal power plant area had begun. Chen also studied the technology of thermal power generation and found that the technical difficulty was not high and could be completed. After passing the construction plan he designed to Zero, he let Zero start construction. Chen's plan was also very simple. Just build a generating unit. After all, he didn't need to supply the people of the city. He only needed to meet the needs of the entire mining area. After it is completed, it will have an electricity supply of 600,000 kilowatt-hours per hour and be able to produce 6,000 tons of iron ingots per day, which is equivalent to a Morning Star ship every 2 days. However, there are still some errors in the specifics. It is not just iron making, but also steel making, copper, and other minerals, but even so, it can meet his current needs. As for if it is not enough in the future, Chen said that he can just open a separate mine. After doing all this, Chen also took some time off, playing with the dog or reading a book. Soon, on the 4th, Chen's escort team had been produced. Arriving at the warehouse and looking at the 6 2-meter-tall robots in front of him, Chen nodded with satisfaction. These were the robots he imagined. Let Zero control these 6 robots and go out for testing to see how it works. When the 6 robots appeared outside the shelter, they were discovered by the personnel on duty from Bai Xiao's team, who immediately notified Bai Xiao. The team members were also surprised when they saw this robot. They thought that the robots in the army were already advanced enough, but they didn't expect that Chen had also developed such a powerful weapon, and it seemed that he was ready to test it. Bai Xiao thought for a while and asked a team member to turn on the body-worn video equipment and follow them to have a look and understand the performance. On the one hand, He could formulate a protection plan based on the performance of these robots. And, on the other hand, he would also report the situation to the country. Watching his team members follow the 6 robots away, Bai Xiao also admired Lu Chen's research and development capabilities. In just a few days, a new robot was designed. On the other side, this team member followed 6 robots to the experimental site. Lu Chen also knew that someone was following him, but he did not drive him away. After all, these 6 robots would act with him in the future, and they could not hide them. Just look at them casually. Take a look. The first thing to test is the heavy firepower robot. After setting up the target in the distance, the multi-barreled electromagnetic gun was started. As the projectiles were launched, the target in the distance was smashed into pieces, and as the muzzle moved, the surrounding rocks were also smashed. Smash! After all 3,000 rounds of projectiles were fired, the heavy firepower robot stopped attacking. Looking at the messy scene at the target in the distance, the team members took a breath of oxygen. Even the armored vehicles probably couldn't withstand this firepower. The next test was a robot holding an ordinary electromagnetic gun. 30 targets rose in the same distance. Lu Chen displayed the interface seen by the robot. I saw that the remaining ammunition amount was 500, and then it locked on 30 targets in the distance. Then the robot started to attack. With a burst of shooting, all the targets in the distance were hit. Lu Chen's side displayed the remaining ammunition amount of 450, which is equivalent to hitting 1 target with an average of 2 rounds. Finally, the fighting robot and the guard robot were tested together. A protective robot and a fighting robot fought. The goal of the protective robot was to defend the attack of the fighting robot, while the goal of the fighting robot was to break through the shield of the defending robot and successfully attack the defense. If the robot is successful, it will take 10 minutes. With the movements of the 2 robots, the fighting was very loud. Because of the built-in drive motors, the robots were very powerful. The robot holding the shield was punched by the fighting robot because it did not fix the shield on the ground. He kept retreating. When a fighting robot attacked again, the guard robot pushed forward with its shield. The 2 robots collided and then both retreated. Lu Chen looked at the 2 evenly matched robots in front of him and nodded. They were very capable of defending against heavy attacks. Then, after seeing that 10 minutes later, there was still no winner between the 2 robots, Lu Chen stopped the 2 robots and asked all the robots to start returning. The team member also returned to the shelter dormitory early, briefly explained the situation, and handed the video to Bai Xiao. At this time, Lu Chen came over and hoped that Bai Xiao could help him. Team Leader Bai, I heard that your fighting ability is very strong. Mr. Lu, my fighting ability is pretty good. Okay, I would like to ask Team Leader Bai to help with a test. I designed a defensive robot, but I want to know the robot's defensive ability when facing enemy attacks, so I want Team Leader Bai to help test it. Mr. Lu, you're welcome. I'm still willing to help you. After seeing Bai Xiao's agreement, Lu Chen took the robot to the training ground below the dormitory and began to test it. Lu Chen and other team members looked at Bai Xiao, who was constantly attacking, and the robot, which was constantly defending, in the center of the field. They lamented that manpower was still not as good as machinery. Bai Xiao has been attacking for 5 minutes and still hasn't broken through the defense. He originally thought that this kind of robot was inflexible and wanted to win by moving. Unexpectedly, after realizing Bai Xiao's intention, the robot flexibly pointed its shield at Bai Xiao, leaving Bai Xiao unable to start. In the end, Bai Xiao jumped over the shield and broke through it. Everyone at the scene applauded. Lu Chen looked at the scene and said to Zero, "Have you written down all the fighting methods at the scene?" "Sir, everything has been recorded and the simulation has started." Lu Chen nodded, so that he could fight and defend himself. On the morning of the 5th, Bai Xiao and others had packed their equipment and were waiting for Lu Chen. Lu Chen made a thermostatic box to put in the snow, and then brought it with him to the RV. Bai Xiao and others also boarded the RV. At the port of Shelter 1, the Morning Star has been parked at the port, waiting for the arrival of Lu Chen. After a while, Lu Chen's RV began to approach. After arriving at the port, the back compartment of the Morning Star opened, and Zero controlled the RV and drove in. After the RV drove in, the cabin door was closed and the temperature inside the cabin began to rise. After reaching a predetermined level, everyone could finally take off their protective helmets and walk around freely in the cabin. Chen and Bai Xiao came to the bridge and looked at the ocean in the distance. Chen began to give orders. 0. Start the Morning Star. Let's set off and join the Dragon Kingdom Navy. Okay, sir. The power system is online. The Morning Star has begun to move. The water conditions ahead are normal, and it can sail at full speed. The Morning Star begins to accelerate, reaches the maximum speed, and begins to enter cruise mode. Bai Xiao, send our coordinates to the Dragon Kingdom Navy and ask them where we will meet. Okay, Mr. Liu. After saying that, Bai Xiao began to contact Ding Haifeng, and after receiving Bai Xiao's communication, Ding Haifeng on the Nanchang ship locked Lu Chen's location. The fleet is heading to this coordinate, advancing at full speed, and meeting the target as soon as possible. The entire mixed fleet began to adjust its direction and sail at full speed. On the other side, Lu Chen also learned from Bai Xiao that the Dragon Kingdom fleet was approaching him at full speed, so Lu Chen directly ordered Zero to reduce his speed and wait here. As the Morning Star gradually came to a stop, Lu Chen asked Ling to release the Morning Star's drone to monitor the surrounding situation, and then began to look at the mineral distribution map in the nearby area, preparing to see if there were any minerals with large reserves in the surrounding countries. After searching for a while, Lu Chen selected several places. One was Nicaea, and the other was Laowa. The former has a large amount of oil resources, and the latter has a large amount of coal resources. Petroleum can be used to refine various chemical materials, as well as aviation fuel, etc. Although modern fighter planes cannot take off now, I have learned from Bai Xiao that it will not be long before the volcanic ash can be cleared, so it is better to reserve it first. And coal is a necessity for building your own thermal power generation. Under the current environment, fast reactors cannot yet produce nuclear fuel rods, so directly using thermal power to supply mining areas is the best option. In addition, Lu Chen also chose another place, Australia, but I heard that the country has taken over the original state-controlled mines, and after the volcanic ash is eliminated, satellites in space can directly monitor the Earth's surface. Therefore, the pawns of the Star-Spangled Kingdom will definitely receive attention, and a mining base will be exposed at that time, and Southeast Asia will be better. After all, it is relatively close to their hometown, and safety is guaranteed. The final focus must be on seabed mining. Lu Chen plans to first build an offshore operating platform that can be driven directly above the seabed mining area, and then transport the ore below to the sea surface, and then undergo preliminary screening and smelting to form metal. The ingots are transported back to the country. Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly thought that if the volcanic ash was cleared, then the sunlight would definitely shine on the Earth again, and the ecology would slowly recover. Then his number one shelter in Annan would be in potential danger. After all, he did not get Annan. With permission, they can directly build bases and mine or on their territory, so they're likely to directly attack themselves. For the sake of its international image, Longhua could not directly force Annan to recognize its legitimacy, so Lu Chen issued a new order to Ling. 0. From now on, start building transport ships in the shipyard. First, build 2 10,000-ton cargo ships to transport materials for Shelter 1, and then find a relatively flat place on the high seas to build a seabed base, and, at the same time, all efforts are made to build undersea robots. Undersea exploration operations are temporarily suspended. The construction of undersea bases is the first priority, and then the thermal power generating units in the Annan mining area will be added to carry out saturation mining in the mining area. In addition, the mining bases in Laowa and Indonesia are also fully expanded to ensure that there will be no problems before the undersea base is built. By the way, I have activated all the offshore oil production platforms near Indonesia to fully exploit oil. I will ask the official for it, a piece of land to store this oil. Okay, sir. The development priorities have been revised. In addition, I will call up the map of Indonesia. I will select a few seaport cities and search them to see if I can harvest anything. I have to take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit. Sir, the map has been retrieved. Chen looked at the Indonesian cities displayed on the map and chose a route such as Kuching, Singkawang County, Jakarta, Surabaya, Bali, Dili, Manado County, Semporna, Malay, Manila. Chen's current location is in the Paracel Islands. If he follows this route, the total range will exceed 10,000 kilometers, and the Morning Star's cruising range has reached 8,000 nautical miles, which translates to 14,400 kilometers, which is enough for his own use. After some calculations, including the detours in the middle, the total voyage is almost 6,000 nautical miles, and the speed of the Morning Star is 25 knots. Regardless of the stay time, it will take 10 days to return to the Paracel Islands, plus the intermediate transportation. The time for supplies is almost exactly 1 month. Chen felt that it was almost time to deal with the volcanic ash issue in a month, so he continued to hide in the country and continue farming. There was still some unrest outside, and his life was still at stake. At this time, Bai Xiao came over and said to Chen, "Mr. Liu, the fleet has arrived. Do you need to go and see it? We're here so soon. Let's go and have a look." The two came to the bow of the ship and looked at the mixed fleet in the distance. Chen said, "A century-old navy. Now our country's coastal defense force has also stepped up." At this time, a helicopter took off from the Nanchang ship in the distance and flew towards Chen. Chen and Bai Xiao also walked towards the apron at the back. After the helicopter landed, the adjutant of a Nanchang ship came over. Bai Xiao saluted. After returning the salute, the adjutant looked at Chen and said, "This must be Mr. Liu. We will escort you on this trip. Thank you very much for the military's attention. Thank you all here. As for Mr. Liu, we are also grateful for the technology provided by Mr. Liu, which has greatly increased our combat power." Seeing that he didn't elaborate, Chen probably had confidentiality regulations, so he skipped the topic. After chatting for a few words, the first mate asked Chen about the route of the voyage. Chen explained the newly decided voyage route. He handed it over to the first mate, who then returned to the Nanchang ship. Then Chen was connected to the fleet channel to facilitate communication and unified command, and Chen's Morning Star sailed into the center of the fleet. After seeing that everything was ready, Ding Haifeng ordered the fleet to start sailing, and Chen began a month-long sailing life starting from the Shisha Islands. In Stars and Stripes country, near the Yellowstone volcano, due to the volcanic eruption, although the surface temperature here is at the bottom, the temperature underground is still very high. And just like this underground, a mouse nest was built in it, and this mouse nest was more than 10 times larger than the ordinary mouse nest. At this time, a mouse came running in. The size of this mouse was terrifying, comparable to those of large dogs. If you can see through the ground from the air, you will find that mouse holes like this are everywhere, forming a huge mouse paradise. Due to its proximity to the volcano and the influence of volcanic ash, there is no human presence in this area. Therefore, these mice often search for food in the cities on the surface, and the newborn mice begin to adapt to the environment. Their fur becomes able to withstand extreme cold, and they can open their pores to dissipate heat in warm areas. The withdrawal of humans caused the mutant rats in this area to begin to multiply rapidly. Due to the damage to the nearby laboratory, these mice were contaminated by some experimental materials. Coupled with the symbiosis of spores, the mice grew larger and eventually grew to the same size as large dogs. After a few months, the food in the city has been consumed by the rats. In order to reproduce the population, the rats began to migrate to other areas. Gradually, the rats are about to come into contact with humans. At night, in a shelter near the Stars and Stripes Kingdom in the Maple Leaf Kingdom, Bowers returned to his dormitory after a busy day. The other roommates haven't come back yet. After taking off his work clothes and throwing them on the chair, Bowers was going to get some water and take a shower. In the past, I used to shower directly with water, but now I can only use a basin to collect some water and then wipe it with a wet towel. In the bathroom, Bowers was taking a shower when he suddenly heard something moving outside. He thought it was his roommate coming back, so he didn't pay much attention to it, but then he heard the sound of something falling to the floor. "Carl, is that you? What are you doing?" Carl. Hearing no response from outside, Powers felt a little strange. He wiped himself quickly, put on his clothes, and left the bathroom. As a result, he saw a creature as big as a Tibetan mastiff eating something with its back to him. The sound of Powers opening the door attracted it, and then it became clear that it was a big rat. Before Powers could scream, the rat swooped up and bit Powers' throat directly. When the other roommates came back, they found that the door was locked. After knocking several times but getting no response, they discussed and opened the door. The moment the door was opened, several people saw a room full of big rats. Before they could react, they were swarmed by the rats. Before he died, Carl vaguely saw a big hole in the ground inside the dormitory. Mice kept crawling up. Soon, contact with this shelter was completely lost. And with the destruction of this shelter, a change occurred in the galactic center far away in the center of the galaxy. And just after the rats destroyed the first shelter, in the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, a mechanical voice sounded. 3 intelligent creatures were detected on a planet in the river system, and the screening process began to be activated. The activation was successful, and the following rules are in effect. 1. The number of intelligent biological groups on all living planets in the river system is constant, constantly completed. 2. If death is caused by non-competitors of the constant group, the number will remain constant. 3. Death from a rival group. The members no longer remain constant. 4. After the competing groups are eliminated, the winning group will receive the civilization evolution bonus. The above rules take effect successfully. The first civilization balance is carried out. The civilization balance is over. Re-enter hibernation state. As the sound ended, an invisible wave spread across the entire galaxy in an instant. What was strange was that after reaching the edge of the galaxy, it felt like it hit something and was bounced back. As for Chen, who was going out to see nanocore in the body, it is detected that the civilization screening program has been started, detecting the current status. Self-checking. The self-test is completed, the current status is intact, and the first form has been turned on. Retrieve the execution rules of civilization screening program. Retrieval. The search is completed, and the primary screening process is determined. Retrieve the environment where the host is located. Retrieving. Search completed. Warning. Warn. The environment where the host is located has undergone tremendous changes. There are currently 3 opposing races. In order to ensure the successful completion of the mission, the second form deduction function is now enabled. To ensure confidentiality, the current retrieval has been stopped, the relevant information has been notified to the host, and the relevant programs are sleeping. Chen, who was playing with the dog, suddenly changed his expression and hurried back to his room. Just when I was playing with the dog, the nano core in my body suddenly moved. I went back to the bedroom and opened the nano core, took a look, and found a flashing exclamation mark in the lower right corner. After Chen clicked on it, he found a message. After he clicked on it, it said that the Milky Way had started the civilization screening process and stabilized the number of ethnic groups. Chen saw that he didn't understand this very well, so he clicked on it and took a look. Nanocore explanation for population constancy. The constancy of the ethnic group means that the current number of ethnic groups has been locked. Only if one person dies, another one will be born. Doesn't this mean that the number of humans will not increase or decrease in the future? Chen then looked down and saw the effective rules of the filtering program retrieve this time. Only then did he realize that there are already 3 intelligent races on Blue Star. But based on what I know so far, mutant ants are considered an intelligent race, and humans are one. So where is the other one? Next, Chen looked at the law of effect. After reading it, according to Chen's own understanding, if humans did not die because of mutant ants or another intelligent race, then the number of people would be constant. But if it was because of the deaths of these 2 races, then no matter how many people die, it won't be replenished. It will only become less and less. The same law will also take effect on the other 2 races. In the end, only one race can survive on this planet. At this time, the constant number of ethnic groups will be lifted and the population can grow again. especially when he saw the fourth article. He knew that this was a life and death war. The last article mentioned that when a race is eliminated, the evolution of civilization will gain a bonus. Then this is very scary. According to the explanation of nanocore, this is equivalent to the luck in mythical novels. For example, human civilization is a technological civilization. So if the mutant ants are eliminated, technological research and development will receive a bonus, and the research and development speed will be greatly accelerated. If mutant ants eliminate humans, it will greatly speed up the evolution of ants, and perhaps the Zerg race in the game will initially appear. But fortunately, the mutated ants now are not very strong. We can easily deal with them. Thinking of this, Chen felt that there was nothing to worry about, but soon he felt like he was being slapped in the face. Because the last message shows that the screening process has started the civilization balance, which means that the three intelligent creatures on the Earth are now evenly matched, and no one can kill anyone in a short period of time. Moreover, the nanocore also gave a hint that the intelligence of the remaining two groups will increase significantly, and they will grow rapidly in their own evolutionary direction. Chen thought for a while. Human beings are currently a technological civilization. Mutated ants look like biological civilization. What about another race? Energy civilization? Chen felt that if it was really an energy civilization, then humans would not have to play with it. Gunpowder weapons now have limited damage to mutated ants, and only electromagnetic weapons can cause damage. If it is an energy civilization, then all electromagnetic weapons developed during this period will be controlled by humans. Suddenly, Chen thought that it was a good thing that he did not come up with too advanced technology due to energy issues, otherwise the Dragon Kingdom would not be able to talk about the balance of civilization this time, and other places would probably have to finish it. Then Chen saw the nanocore turning on its second form, which surprised Chen. He had always thought that the nanocore was only of this level, but he didn't expect that there was a second form. This made Chen think of the civilization screening process. Since there are elementary levels, there are also intermediate and advanced levels. While the nanocore has a second form, there is no guarantee that it will not have a third or fourth form. It seems that this nanocore is not just a product of advanced civilization. While Chen was looking at this message, in a mutant ant nest in various areas of Blue Star, the queen's intelligence began to rise linearly. Gradually, the queen began to have some ideas, recalling her interactions with other ant colonies. The process of fighting begins to strengthen the shell, joints, and energy intake of the newly produced ants. The newly emerged ant colony becomes more powerful than before. The same situation also occurs among rats in North America. The bones, muscles, and fur of newborn rat pups have become stronger than those of the previous generation. A pair of sharp claws can already cut through rocks when they are young. Dragon Kingdom Capital Shelter, Commander-in-Chief's office. The Commander-in-Chief was checking the development reports from various places. Suddenly, the confidential secretary came in and reported the emergency situation. After the Commander-in-Chief asked someone to come in, he found that they were personnel from the security department. Commander-in-Chief, today we received a report from intelligence personnel from various places, saying that in the shelter where they were located, all the pregnant women suddenly began to have miscarriages, and no one was spared. No pregnant woman was saved. After the intelligence personnel reported the situation, they believe that it may be caused by a new type of virus. Please pay attention to protection here. After the Commander-in-Chief heard this, he was just about to say something when the confidential secretary came in again and said that the shelter management department had urgent matters to report. The Commander-in-Chief had a bad premonition. After letting people come in, he reported the same situation. All the pregnant women in the shelters began to miscarry, causing the shelter hospitals to be overcrowded. Fortunately, they tried their best to save the pregnant women, but there was no fetus. I was able to keep it, but things were a little weird, so I hurried over to report it. At this time, the office suddenly became quiet. The Commander-in-Chief and the reporting staff of the two departments felt that things were a bit strange. Then he said to the shelter manager, "Now, send those fetuses to the Biological Research Institute and let them find out what the cause is." If it is really caused by a virus, then we can't even think about having any more newborn children until the virus is solved. Let the Institute of Biology work hard to find a solution. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief asked everyone to go out, then sat on a chair alone and rubbed his temples. It's been such a troubled time. This planet is really unfriendly to humans. To manage such a large country, there are so many things to deal with every day, and all decisions must be carefully considered. Otherwise, a wrong decision will lead to turmoil in the entire country. Just like this abortion incident, if it cannot be solved in a short time, the entire human race will fall into despair. Because there are no newborns, there will be no continuation of inheritance, and humans will become fewer and fewer until they perish. And Chen didn't know how to inform the country. After all, how did you know about this kind of thing? It means that you must be a creature of advanced civilization, otherwise you wouldn't know about this. After thinking for a while, Chen came up with an alternative solution, which was to make up a non-existent person, send information to the authorities elsewhere, and then destroy himself. In this way, even if you don't believe it, you will still leave a seed. As time goes by, you will understand. In addition, it just so happens that the deduction function of the nano core has been released this time. As long as energy is consumed, the subsequent corresponding scientific and technological knowledge can be deduced. And when the sun comes out, you can make the built-in solar energy collection device, and then you won't have to worry about energy. At that time, we will directly deduce a few big killer weapons, first destroying a clan, and then talk about it. Thinking of this, Chen felt that at least there was hope, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Walking out of the bedroom and coming to the bridge, I saw that Bai Xiao had just hung up the communication. Chen looked at him and didn't ask who hit him, but Bai Xiao stepped forward and said to Chen, "Mr. Liu, there is something that I may need your help with." It looked like there was something important, so they nodded, and the two of them came to Bai Xiao's bedroom. "Mr. Liu, we have just received news from China. Just now, all pregnant women in shelters across the country suddenly suffered miscarriages, and their fetuses became stillborn without any warning. Although all efforts were made to save the pregnant women, which fetuses were no longer alive. Sign. This kind of thing is happening in all shelters around the world, so the superiors notified all scientific researchers to start studying this matter. I happen to be here, so let me inform Mr. Liu." "Okay, thank you, Team Leader Bai. I will look into this matter." Bai Xiao nodded, and then Chen went out and returned to his bedroom. Thinking about the news about Bai Xiao just now, I felt that some things needed to be done. Even if I was exposed, I had to do it, otherwise the human race would be gone and I would be fooling around by myself. Inform Zero to build a special robot, install a special bomb, and then send it to the hinterland of Southeast Asia. He sent multiple messages to the Dragon Kingdom officials. The content includes the content of civilization screening, so that Longwood can prepare in advance. On the 8th, Chen's news was sent out, and after receiving the news, various places reported it. With the help of the state, it was found that many shelters had received the news, and the security department began to pay attention. In order to confirm the accuracy of the news, the security department contacted intelligence personnel from various places and determined that all pregnant women in the shelters in the area where the intelligence personnel were located had miscarriages. However, the strange thing was that newborn children were born, but many pregnant women also died. This also proves the authenticity of the news from another aspect. Think about it. No pregnant woman died in Long Kingdom, but no newborn child was born. Then he contacted the military and asked overseas military personnel to determine whether the mutant ants nearby had become stronger to varying degrees. After final testing, it was found that the shell of the mutant ant had become harder and the forelimbs could tear open the soldier's armor. This operation resulted in varying degrees of injuries to the limbs of 3 team members, and they had to retire from active service. Later, after inspection, it was found that these ants had learned to avoid vital points, attack the weak joints of the armor, and also learned to sneak attack and pretend to be dead. At a biological research institute on the border, biology expert Zhou Peng is studying newly arrived ant tissue samples. Looking at the muscle tissue under the microscope, Zhou Peng lamented the wonder of biological evolution. The ant samples this time are much stronger than the previous ones. Before December, although ant corpses were transported every once in a while, the internal tissue samples did not change much. At most, it was caused by regional differences. But you see, comparing this sample with the previous one, you can clearly find that the muscle tissue has begun to become denser, and such tissue can already withstand previous rifle bullets. The most important thing is the brain. In the past, the brain capacity of ants was very small, but this time the brain capacity of ants has increased 10 times than before, and it has changed so much in just more than 10 days. It is really amazing. If the principle that produces this change can be studied and applied to humans, we can create a body and brain that are several times more powerful than current humans. Looking at Zhou Peng with an excited face, Wu Ping, the director of the security department standing next to him, said to Zhou Peng, "Professor Zhou, the higher-ups are still waiting for your analysis report. You can think about human body enhancement later." Looking at Wu Ping on the side, Zhou Peng felt that he was playing the piano to a cow and muttered, "Stupid mortal." He printed out the analysis report of the mutated ants and handed it to Wu Ping and said to him, "Don't worry, mutated ants of this level will not cause harm to us for the time being. Besides, as long as the border is protected, the mutated ants will not be allowed in. That's it. However, although these ants cannot break through your armor head-on now, some weak joints are still unable to withstand it. It is best to deal with it from a distance. By the way, it would be best to provide samples from various places again in 10 days, and let me see if there are any new changes. In addition, tell your superiors that it is best to provide a few living mutant ants. The effect of in vivo experiments is still great." "Okay, thank you, Professor Zhou. I will tell my superiors. By the way, Professor Zhou, there is also a report on the cause of death of those fetuses. Here you go, it has been printed, but it is a bit strange. The death time of these fetuses is too accurate. They all died at the same time. This is not in line with the characteristics of viral infection. Because of the differences in the human immune system, the current means, it is impossible for all fetuses to die at the same time. There will always be a difference in time. And I also checked these fetuses and found that there was no viral infection anywhere in the corpses, so I can only analyze so much for the time being. I have asked people to seal the fetal body for further research." Wu Ping nodded, thanked Zhou Peng again, then walked out with 2 reports and began to report to his superiors. On the other side, Chang Jian also received reports from the intelligence personnel of the Maple Leaf Kingdom and the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. A group of mutant rats were discovered in the volcanic area where the meteorite fell, and there was also news that a shelter in the Maple Leaf Kingdom had lost contact. Looking at the compiled information, Chang Jian's heart became heavier and heavier. Judging from the information and these changes, it is estimated that what was said in the information was true. Chang Jian felt that this matter was no longer something that one country could handle. Taking the report, Chang Jian hurried to the commander-in-chief. In the commander-in-chief's office, after listening to Chang Jian's report, the commander-in-chief once again confirmed whether the report was true. The probability of Chang Jian's answer is already as high as 80%. In short, Chang Jian suggested that it is best to be prepared for battle. If it is true, there is still time to react. The commander-in-chief thought for a while and called the minutes secretary outside the door. "Shao Li, notify the military, police department, Academy of Sciences, and several other deputy commanders to come over and have a small meeting." "Yes, Chief." An hour later, all the personnel arrived. Looking at the people around them, the commander-in-chief said, "Shao Chong, tell everyone what you have discovered." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Next, with Chang Jian's introduction, everyone's faces began to become solemn. After Chang Jian's introduction was completed, the remaining deputy commanders confirmed to Chang Jian again. Chang Jian also replied that, judging from a situation collected so far, it is consistent with what was said in the mysterious message, so this is the most likely possibility now. Wei Donglai on the side said, "This feels like raising worms. Put 2 bugs together to fight. Only the one who survives has a chance to survive." When everyone heard this, it was the same truth, but how to deal with it in the future needed to be carefully decided. After a night of discussion, several plans were finally determined. First, the National Army has entered a state of first-level combat readiness, begun to produce protective armor and electromagnetic weapons, and increased robot production. Second, restart thermal power generation equipment in various places and quickly establish volcanic ash removal devices around them to clear the volcanic ash as soon as possible so that fighter planes could take off again. Third, strengthen control in various places, increase the frequency of patrols, and prevent the occurrence of mutant biological activities within the territory. Fourth, increase investment in scientific and technological research, guide domestic trends, strengthen the protection and guidance of miners. There are also some other decisions. That night, after the decision came out, it was immediately sent to the whole country. After receiving the order, the military regions in various regions did not leave the vehicle or turn off the engine. All personnel were fully armed and waiting for the order. At the same time, local armed forces and special police in various places also began to increase the frequency of patrols. While the Dragon Kingdom was making these big moves, the Maple Leaf Kingdom in North America was also investigating the missing shelter. After the dispatch team arrived, they looked at the shelter door in front of them. The power had been cut off and could not be opened automatically. After finding the manual opening device, the door slowly opened. The mutant rats inside also heard the sound of the door opening and began to gather at the door. Team leader Lake looked at the dark door in front of him, asked his team members to be on guard, turned on the searchlight, and began to slowly walk in. After entering the passage, as the team went deeper, they gradually heard the sound of creaking and the sound of many things running. Nicholas, flares! A team member at the back fired a flare directly forward. As the flares took effect, the sight before my eyes was mind-numbing. I saw a large number of mutated rats surging from the depths of the shelter. Looking at these mice the size of calves, Lake calmly ordered the team to retreat quickly. Command, this is the dispatch team. Reply received, completed. The command received it and dispatched a team. How is the situation on the scene? Command, a large number of mutated rats were found at the scene. Repeat, a large number of mutated rats were found at the scene. Please support. The command received it and has marked the route for you, and the support troops have set off. Lake quickly rushed out of the shelter with his team, jumped directly into the waiting car, and shouted to the team members who were acting as drivers, "Quick, go north at full speed. We will all have to see God if it's late." The team member who was the driver also saw the rats running out of the shelter, immediately started the vehicle, started burning the tires, and rushed out. Lake looked at the group of rats getting farther and farther behind him, breathed a sigh of relief, and then found that his body was already wet with cold sweat. I didn't expect that I wasn't afraid of the hail of bullets before. I was shocked here, but it's not surprising when I think about it. On the battlefield, usually a bullet will take you away without much pain, but if you're caught by a pack of rats, you will probably be bitten to death. Lake shuddered at the thought. Command, this is the dispatch team. I have left the battle. There are no casualties. It's over. The command received it and dispatched a team. Support has arrived in front of you. Please cooperate with the support team to eliminate the rat swarm. Complete. Fake. Lake could only obey the order after hearing this arrangement and said to the team members, everyone will check the equipment, and after receiving support, start returning to eliminate the rat swarm. Everyone had no choice but to obey the order and start checking the equipment. When the support troops arrived, they found that they were only a mechanized infantry regiment, and their maximum heavy firepower was only a few mortars. Lake knew that this time the stakes were high. Sure enough, with the contact with a rat swarm, in addition to mortars and heavy machine guns, sniper rifles can have a significant killing effect on the rat swarm. Unless other rifles hit the vital points, the damage will be very limited. When the commander of the unit saw this situation, he could only start calling for support. Lake also breathed a sigh of relief. At least this commander was not so eager to perform meritorious service and knew how to call for support. While the two parties were fighting, on a hillside in the distance, several people wearing exoskeleton armor were observing with high-powered telescopes, and those nearby were also using high-powered telescopes to record videos. These people are the intelligence personnel of the Dragon Kingdom. After learning that the Maple Leaf Kingdom sent a team to check this time, they came here specially to investigate the situation. After observing for a while, one of the leaders said that the data had been collected and they should evacuate first and send the data back to the country. The other people nodded and began to evacuate the scene. In a military base not far away, a large number of troops began to gather, preparing to go to support.